This morning, evacuation orders are underway in Southern California for more than 160,000 people. The catastrophic wildfires have claimed the lives of at least 16 people, and now officials worry that number will rise.
Lee Waldman is in the Pacific Palisades with more details as wind speeds are expected to pick up Sunday.
The firestorm in Southern California stretching east Saturday, and now new concern over the wind speeds increasing, posing a further threat. The multiple blazes combined, singeing nearly 40,000 acres in Southern California, decimating communities.
It's okay, Alyssa.
It's like your heart's been ripped out.
We have everything. We have our lives.
And stomped on and thrown away. And you're just trying to find a piece to put it back together.
The Pellegrini family lost a restaurant of 40 years. Like so many others, they've lost so much.
2 doors down, the house is gone. 1 door up, the house is gone. The house above me is gone. The houses across the street were burning all day.
Dan O'Connor is one of the few residents whose home is still standing in Malibu, but around him is nothing but mangled metal and charred debris. This home, only the staircase is left standing. The largest of the wildfires, the Palisades fire, devouring the Malibu area.
It's devastating, heartbreaking for us all, but it's great to see the community come together.
The winds calming down Saturday morning, allowing crews to make progress, fighting the flames by air and reducing the risk for firefighters.
You're not having those, strong winds that are providing ember casting and starting spot fires in front of the head of fires.
But the dry conditions still leaving much of Southern California under a critical level for fire danger. The Santa Ana winds are expected to pick up Sunday, which could worsen fire risk. In Pacific Palisades, I'm Lee Waldman reporting.
Another cool story from NBC I saw was, there's destruction everywhere, but then a temple was still standing, and they spoke to the rabbis, and the rabbis were just in tears about it. But it's just heartbreaking. I think a lot of people are forgetting that, yes, some of these areas, they're really wealthy, these people, but also think of what you have in your home, the special things you've had saved, those memories.
Yeah.
I feel like some people are losing sight, but then there are also areas where there are low income. Yeah. So I think any help we can give to that community is huge, but I think people forget what it's like when you lose a whole home.
Yeah. Oh, I've had a few friends who've lost their homes, not just to wildfires, but to fires in general. And it's the things you don't think of, like, grandma's sweater that maybe smelled like her, the old pictures that haven't been digitized. Things like
it's
that.
It's just like being uprooted, Dealt with that with my family, with Katrina, having to pick up and leave, and deal with this so suddenly. Your life changes in an instant, and so we're definitely thinking about those families out there.
It's heartbreaking.
Stand up!
And a dozen are missing after 5 days of these devastating fires. The 2 biggest blazes in the city remain largely uncontained, and more strong winds are forecast over the coming days. Now, those 2 fires have destroyed an area more than twice the size of New York's Manhattan. No cause has yet been established for these fires, and firefighters have made some progress against the worst of the infernos, the Palisades fire, which has scorched nearly 35 square miles. And it's described as being 11% contained. Now, that basically means that barriers or fire breaks have been placed around 11% of its perimeter. And the Palisades fire is now threatening Brentwood. That's one of LA's most exclusive neighborhoods, where celebrities like Arnold Schwarzenegger and the basketball star Lebron James have their homes. There have also been dramatic scenes of aircraft dropping thousands of gallons of fire retardant prevalent on the hills and the scrub. It's all in an attempt to put out the blazes. But if the winds do pick up, it will be harder to get those aircraft and the helicopters into the air. More than 12,000 homes and other buildings have been destroyed so far. The second biggest blaze is the Eaton fire, and it's destroyed more than 20 square miles, and it was described as being 15% contained. Firefighters have mostly contained two smaller blazes, the Kenneth and the Hurst fires. However, the National Weather Service is warning that the Santa Ana winds that whipped up the fires at the outset could increase again over the weekend and also in the next coming few days. 7 neighbouring states, the federal government, Canada and also Mexico have sent resources to California. Well, our first report comes from Helena Humphrey, who is in LA.
Still the fires grow, hungry and unrelenting, as firefighters remain locked in a battle against nature's fury. From the sky, it's an all-out assault to keep the largest of these deadly wildfires in the Pacific Palisades from spreading any further, bombarding the flaming hills with water and fire retardant. Meanwhile, on the ground, the National Guard is out in force. A nighttime curfew is in effect to clamp down on those profiting from the chaos.
A lot of crime, a lot of people trying to steal things, but if you protect yourself and your family, I have to be there to protect my wife, my son, my kids, my mom, and I cannot even go and see them. I've been in the street for 3 days. Luckily, my sister lived on the street, or else I'd end up in the street.
So how would you purify water in case of a blackout?
A, boiling water. B, using charcoal. C, adding salt.
In an emergency, we need a method that's effective and fast. We would need a method that wouldn't need electricity.
Perovskite's technological potential is finally becoming a reality. And now, Hanwha is at the forefront, preparing to commercialize at scale. Yet another game changer in clean energy.
The crisis is also bringing out the best in humanity. At a local shelter in Pasadena, volunteers are caring for more than 450 animals, dropped off by evacuees or found wandering amid the destruction. Others who escaped with only the clothes on their backs are desperately searching for the beloved pets they lost in the scramble to get out.
Survivors here have lost everything, entire homes reduced to rubble. And with days of winds now forecast, it's a race against time to stop these fires from spreading further.
Los Angeles knows it needs all the help it can get. And with a change of administration looming in Washington, local officials say they've yet to hear from the incoming president.
I wrote a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to engage in wildfire recovery efforts and to visit the county to see the impact firsthand that it has on every socioeconomic individual in this county.
For now, it is all hands on deck. Firefighting crews have arrived from across the United States, with Mexico and Canada sending in battle-tested teams of their own. They know that any pickup in the now notorious Santa Ana winds could wipe out their hard-won progress in an instant. Helena Humphrey, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, as Helena was mentioning there, Mexico is among one of the countries which has sent firefighters to assist in combating these wildfires, as local officials seek to draft in help from across the US as well. 2 plane loads of more than 70 firefighters, along with their equipment, landed in LA International Airport on Saturday, and they were greeted by California's Governor Gavin Newsom. The firefighters are expected to join combating efforts within the next 36 hours, and Gavin Newsom talked about the new help efforts.
This is what friends do. This is what relationships are all about. Friends in need, being there for one another. We want to be there for the people of Mexico in times of need and disasters, and we're incredibly humbled and grateful that the president was willing to send the crew you see behind me. They'll be out on the lines within the next 24, 36 hours, and we're very, very grateful.
Well, they're going to be joining the hundreds of firefighters who are working around the clock to tackle these blazes. Liz Lynn is president of the LA Fire Department Foundation. It's been assisting firefighters in the area. She spoke about just how tough it's been for them.
The firefighters are now on day 5 or 6. They have been there since day 1. We are normally during a fire season, which happens in the fall, very rarely do we have something in January, you see one fire. There's something like 6 fires and they keep popping up. And what's even more usual is that the fire behavior and the winds are things we've never seen. We saw this in Hawaii a couple of years ago, and we're seeing it here. And unpredictable behavior, uncontrollable winds driving these fires to cause mass devastation. It's unprecedented in the city of LA and in the nation for what we're seeing. And my only mission is to serve the Los Angeles Fire Department with that, anything that they need during these fires, anything that the budgets didn't support, anything that helps them do the job that they do to save lives and protect the community, we will fund. And our funding depends on the general public. So this morning I was at Palisades and I bought some technology equipment because some of the computers and things were failing. Hero wipes, eye goggles, something as simple as eye drops, making sure that they have everything that they need to keep them safe, to keep them healthy, and to keep them doing this job. I was in Palisades this morning touring the sites. We had a couple of our canine therapy dogs available, not only for the firefighters, but for the families that were starting to come in and seeing their homes and the devastation that a street and a block where it's completely decimated, and then there's one house standing, and you ask yourself why. And so it's very, very emotional, and fortunately we have some resources that we can use to help not only the firefighters but also the public as well.
Liz Lynn there on the many, many challenges facing the firefighters. Well, our North America correspondent David Willis is in Altadena. He spoke to Nikki Schiller a little bit earlier. Nikki asked David about the evacuation order, which is extending into the Brentwood area.
Why is nobody talking about this? The ACT and SAT are no longer required to get into Ivy League schools. What they do need are 3 things universities don't tell you about.
Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university. And it's not having a good GPA or SAT score. Let me explain. 90% of students with a 4.0
California, and also the Getty Center, which is home to thousands of priceless works of art. It's a very nerve-wracking time, and this is also something that affects other less populated but nonetheless quite busy areas, Encino, Tarzana, and so on. It's a very, very difficult time for the firefighters because they thought they were starting to get the edge on this, the biggest blaze, the Pacific Palisades fire. And it was just this twist in the wind last night which caused the fire to grow 1,000 acres in size overnight. That's the sort of challenge that firefighters are up against at the moment, Nikki, because it is just down to the elements. Ultimately, they're bombing these fires from the air, pouring water, gallons of water, flame retardant and so on. You've seen pictures of that, of course, and it's having an effect, but they can only do it when it's safe to get those aircraft up in the air. And of course, as soon as the winds change, they're not able to do that. And there is a very small window because Monday night into Tuesday, the winds are expected to pick up very violently once again, perhaps up to 70 or 80 miles an hour, almost hurricane speed winds. And that will mean that the challenge for firefighters is all the greater. Grim prospect that the authorities face of trying to piece together what happened here, what caused these wildfires. You're absolutely right. Teams with cadaver dogs due to go into worst affected areas such as this one, Pasadena, Altadena, and of course the area that was completely destroyed in Pacific Palisades. We heard today from the LA Coroner's Office that it identified 16 different human remains, and of course identifying those will be almost impossible because of the state of them. And the sheriff's deputies here have been hinting for days that the death toll could rise considerably. There was reports a few days ago of the body of a man being found in his driveway with a hose pipe in his hand. Just a sign of the terrible tragedy that has befallen this part of Southern California. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, the question rises as well, do people want to go back to these communities? I spoke to one person the other day whose house had survived the fires, but it was the only one in the street that had done so. So he lost, as well as his neighbors' houses. Gone was the local church, the local grocery store, and so on. So it begs the question, are these communities going to want to rebuild? And if so, at what cost? And where does the manpower come from? Because there aren't enough construction workers, you wouldn't have thought, to rebuild the size of the area around here, Altadena, Pasadena, where I'm speaking to you from, let alone the area along the coast there. So a lot of questions, really, and these are questions that will be dogging officials here and residents here for years probably to come. One thing I would say is this is a part of the world that has seen natural disasters in the past, seen earthquakes and riots and floods and so on, and there has a reputation as the capital of reinvention, if you like. This is a place where people come to chase their dreams, and those dreams can be quite durable. The people here are quite durable, and I think a lot of them won't be put back for too long by the terrible disaster that has unfolded and continues to unfold here over the last few days and weeks.
Have you heard of turtle traders? They were a group of 14 novice traders who were trained by Wall Street legend Richard Dennis. According to a turtle trader, 2 classes of turtles earned more than $175 million. But that was nearly 4 decades ago. Now, there's a new group of retail traders at Trade Algo who have been seeing an unusual success rate in options. How? By leveraging a new technology called dark pool AI. The AI scans through secret exchanges called dark pool.
Wildfires ripping through parts of Southern California. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney and evacuee of the fire, Brian Claypool. Brian, I mentioned just a few minutes ago that the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, is about to step to the mic along with federal authorities for an update. But just about an hour or so ago, we did receive an update from county officials. Here's the sheriff. Take a listen.
Evacuation orders are approximately at 153,000 residents that are under the evacuation orders, and approximately 57,000 structures are still at risk. Regarding evacuation warnings, approximately 166,000 or a little over 166,000 residents are under evacuation warnings.
The bottom line right now, Brian, from the sheriff there is that the winds are picking up and they're only going to get worse over the next 24 to 48 hours. Your thoughts right now as we sit here?
Hey, Alicia, thanks for having me. Look, my feelings have gone from shock and trauma when at 5 a.m. early Wednesday morning, I'm forced to run out of my house with my teenage daughter, a 9-month-old child, a nanny with one pair of clothes for 3 days, and running to a hotel. So I was shocked and traumatized. Then I went through a feeling of sadness, right? Looking at those images, having people reaching out to me. I've known several people have lost homes, churches burned down, you name it, right? People's lives are just destroyed forever trying to rebuild. Then my feelings moved to outrage. Why? Because I hope Karen Bass gets up when you cover her press conference and announces her resignation today. She should resign and explain to everybody as well about this alleged leak memo as well, in which she wanted to cut the fire department budget another $49 million within a week before the wildfires. That's been reported. I haven't verified it. Also, let's ask Karen Bass a question for me. Why she agreed to pay the new head of the LA Department of Water and Power, a woman named Janice Quinones, almost $400,000 more than the prior head of DWP. Explain that. Maybe she could have used some of that money to hire more firefighters. And if she had gotten her way with another $49 million cuts in the fire department, guess what? 16 fire departments would have been shut down. And what about the San Ynez Reservoir? Is anybody investigating Quinones and Karen Bass for allowing that reservoir to drain 117 million gallons of water? This isn't fiction. This isn't politics. This is human decency. She allowed that to happen on her watch. One more point I want to make. On Tuesday night, when I'm sitting in my home in Pasadena and I'm hearing about winds predicted of 80 to 100 miles an hour, Alicia, that's hurricane force. Where was her team sitting there with the electric grid across all of LA County trying to figure out where to potentially turn off electricity to make sure lines don't go down? Because I think you're going to find at the end of the day, lines went down causing these fires. How are you not there with your team? Who gives a heck about Ghana? What is her butt doing in Ghana? Who cares about an inauguration in Ghana? Get your butt in town and take care of your people. And now we're dealing with what you're talking about. In Pasadena, we have contaminated water. Contaminated. People can't even drink water, can't shower. What is she doing about that? What is she doing about looting that's happening within 600 feet of where I hope my home is still standing? What's she doing about that? Why didn't she have the National Guard in place before this went down? Lisa,
right.
Look, I'm not trying to play. This isn't about politics. This is about, we live in an ecosystem in Southern California where it's well known about fires. It's well known about mudslides and earthquakes. You know that that's what you get when you want to become the mayor of Los Angeles. And you want to play these silly games about wanting to build homes for the homeless in LA instead of taking that money and taking care of people in LA County who have worked their whole lives to get homes. Take care of those people. Forget about your socially comfortable policies. I mean, we are outraged. Look, at the end of the day, she should be facing a recall. That's how I feel about it.
Forget everything you knew about war games. The large-scale action game War Thunder will bring you a storm of unforgettable experiences. Fight in the skies, assault enemy positions on the ground, or send your foes to the bottom of the ocean. All in one game. Get ready for unmatched realism. From the smallest technical details to authentic sound effects, you'll feel the heat from every explosion and the weight of every...
We are one of the largest and most trusted heating and air conditioning companies here in the area, and for the month of January, we have an inventory clear out sale going on where we can get you a brand new furnace or heating system for $0 down and just $83 a month. If you guys are interested, if you'd like the details, again, this is the month of January, an inventory clear out sale. Just click the link below. It's going to take you to a page.
Even though winds were calmer yesterday, firefighters had just hours of relief because overnight, those Santa Ana winds picked up yet again, raising concerns that the wildfires could grow and more homes could be threatened.
Let's talk about where we stand this morning. The death toll right now rising to 16, with 13 people still missing, although it's unclear whether those are all fire related. Over 150,000 people are under evacuation orders. Over 71,000 customers are dealing with power outages.
And more than 12,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and new evacuation orders were issued overnight. At least 8 states and 2 countries, Canada and now Mexico, pitching in to help fight the fires. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with Matt Rivers in Pacific Palisades for us. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning. With yesterday, very tense scenes in a Brentwood neighborhood where we saw flames coming right up close to some properties there. But firefighters were able to fight those flames yesterday, thanks in part to a lull in the winds. The winds have gone down a little bit. That's a good thing. I think there's an uneasy calm right now in Los Angeles as we are expecting those winds to pick back up this week.
This morning, a fierce battle against fire underway across Los Angeles as those powerful Santa Ana winds make an unwelcome return. The Palisades fire, scorching through more than 23,000 acres and counting, only 11% contained, now threatening popular neighborhoods like Brentwood and Encino, triggering new evacuations in both places.
It's very difficult, but we're alive. We're alive.
First responders working tirelessly around the clock. Aircraft diving over and over, dropping water and retardant in an effort to stop the flames from spreading.
But, we were sitting here, they probably did 50 drops between this whole line here.
And on the ground, we followed firefighters in Brentwood as they held the line against the onslaught of flames.
So you can see with these wind gusts, those flames trying to force their way up from the bottom of the canyon, and as they do so, they're getting closer and closer to this house here. This is somebody's patio that we're on, and you can see the firefighters doing their best to make sure the flames don't get this high. Without these firefighters here right now, the house here, other houses in this neighborhood, almost certainly gone.
With dwindling resources, the firefighters using water from the pool of the very same home they were fighting to save to bolster their own water supply. A flare-up early Saturday even spawning this stunning firenado, spreading the flames. New satellite images showing the Palisades fire burning south of the Encino Reservoir. Massive plumes of smoke blanketing the skies. Palisades just one of several fires still burning around Los Angeles. The Eaton fire scorching through more than 14,000 acres and only 15% contained. Malcolm Stewart did his best to save lives the night that fire broke out near his home in Altadena, racing around without water, still trying to put out the flames.
I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just thinking about trying to save my neighborhood. I grew up here.
And he managed to save several homes, but for so many others, he could only watch.
I'm devastated. I wish I would have had water, and saved all these houses.
The death toll from all the fires now rising to 16, though officials warn the full scope of the loss of life is still unclear. Governor Gavin Newsom now doubling the amount of National Guard deployed in Los Angeles. Firefighters even flying in from Mexico to join the fight, the governor greeting them at the airport. And local authorities vowing to find out what exactly caused these devastating fires, announcing a task force led by the ATF.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them.
Volunteers descending on this parking lot in Arcadia, hundreds of people donating supplies like clothes and food to evacuees, coming together to help their community however they can.
And so while things are relatively calm for the moment, we know that might not last. These red flag warnings in place until at least Wednesday of this week. The winds expected to pick back up, and when that happens, the threat of fire, of course, also rises. Gio?
Unbelievable to see those flames so close to the house. Matt, thank you so much.
She's my grandma's age. You won't believe what she does.
I'm out here asking New Yorkers how they stay in shape. Mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 64.
You're 64?
64.
You look amazing. So how often would you say you go out to eat?
I probably go out 4 or 5 times a week.
Oh wow, that's a lot. How do you go out to eat that much and look like you? Do you spend all your time at the gym?
No, not really.
That's wild. So what's your secret?
This is going to sound kind of funny, but it's something I learned from Chuck Norris.
Wait.
Get ready, theme park fans. Epic Universe is officially opening in May 2025, and it's going to be out of this world.
The total death count related to the wildfires, and if I could also clarification or guidance from the health departments regarding the air quality for residents. Thank you.
I can confer for the Los Angeles County jurisdictional areas that we are at 14 deaths. That's 11 in the Eaton area and 3 in the Palisades area. But that's just for Los Angeles County. Los Angeles would have different numbers, and the city of Pasadena may have different numbers as well. I would say that the best source for that is the LA County Coroner's Office, because they encompass the entire county of Los Angeles, including the jurisdictions I just mentioned.
Hi, Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director at LA County Public Health. The air quality is improving as we have seen the smoke lessen with the better containment of the fires. At this time, the South Coast Air Quality Management Division is indicating a smoke advisory specifically in those areas close to the fires in the northwest component of the county. County residents should continue to monitor the air quality index, the AQI levels, wherever they are, but we are seeing improved AQI numbers. And so we encourage residents who are closest to the fire, who are smelling smoke or seeing it, who have the AQI levels in the unhealthy zones, to be using masks when they're outside.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm blocked. Go ahead.
Sorry. It's Simon Bowie, CBS Network News. Just clarity on the discussions with the incoming administration about a visit or communication regarding this disaster. Just to be clear, has Mayor Bass, have you or you, Supervisor Barga, or has anyone in the governor's office actually had a conversation with the president-elect since this disaster has happened? He's been on social media making lots of comments.
I have not had a conversation directly with the incoming president.
So it's only been with this administration, not with him. And Supervisor, same thing, same question to you.
No, I sent my letter yesterday. I'll be following up today. We have been in discussions similar to what Mayor Bass said with high-ranking people within the incoming administration. Obviously, it's a work in progress, but there is no question in my mind that we will be touching base with him.
The sitting president was here earlier this week. Is it not disturbing that nearly a week after what could ultimately be the worst disaster in the state's history, that no one in leadership at the county, local, and seemingly the governor's level has had a conversation with the incoming president?
Well, given the fact that the administration is being put together, I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
Okay. I have another question about the forecast for next week. The forecast going Monday night into Tuesday is calling for winds up to 75 miles or higher. Looking at preemption, are the hydrants working again in the Palisades specifically? Question one. Question two, are water trucks going to be displaced throughout the county and the city preemptively? And also, has there been any conversation, or maybe they're already happening, preemptive frost check drops on areas where homes are right next to very wooded areas, or like, we had Mandeville Canyon the other day, while we have cooperative wind conditions, and that stuff being done? We're just curious.
Yeah, good morning. I can address the water truck or water tender situation here in LA County. I haven't explained before that on Wednesday, CAL FIRE, after coordination with LA County Fire Department, did request 70 water tenders to come into the area for our multiple fires. They have arrived. We have lots of incident water tenders available to us. All of the reports that I've received is that the LA County water system is ready and it will be prepared to assist us in fighting a wildland fire. Your concerns with the frost check drops, CAL FIRE and our federal partners who drop fire retardant only use products that are qualified and on a list. So we're not dropping any products here in LA County that aren't approved. I believe that the use of retardant is safe and it's effective. I know that there's been some social media postings that it is not. I consider that the sinister side of social media, where they're trying to divide us, and we've seen that already. But everything we're doing is approved, it's appropriate, it's efficient, and it's effective. But we are prepared for the upcoming wind event.
Chief Crowley? Chief Crowley, any comment from you?
Yes, so also just to add off of that, I wanted to make sure that everybody understands as these additional resources are flooding into our region, the helpful part of that is it's freeing up our other local resources. So as we continue to move forward and pre-deploy fire, air, ground, the more resources that are flooding in to help us with our current fires, the better we are prepared to pre-deploy knowing that this wind event is coming. I just wanted to add that on top of what Chief Maroney said.
Thank you, Chief. And we're at the end of our press conference. I'm happy to help support one-on-one interviews. So please come forward if you still have questions. We will connect you with the appropriate spokesperson. Thank you.
All right, that does wrap up the interview there, or press conference, I should say, with officials over in the city of Los Angeles, but also the county. Do want to go over some of the new numbers that they did release here. Let's pop up some of these graphics, as we did learn that there are now 2 major fires out of the 4 that remain. Those are, of course, the Palisades fire and Eaton fire. We'll take a look at some of those numbers in just a second. But they have also said that 16 deaths have been confirmed. Sadly, that number could rise as we see the days progress. There's also 16 people that are believed to be missing, according to the sheriff in Los Angeles County, though he does say the city numbers could be different. The sheriff also saying that 29 arrests have been made near those fire zones, and most of those are for looting. 40,198 acres have burned, but again, that number also expected to rise as we do continue to see these fires. Now, the 2 major fires there, the Palisades and Eaton fire, the Palisades now 11% contained, burning 23,707 acres. The Eaton fire burning 14,117 acres, and it is 27% contained. The Hearst fire, though, for the most part, has been contained there. It has burned 799 acres, and so we're not really hearing as much about that one. It's really about the Palisades and Eaton fires. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 11:52 on the East Coast and 8:52 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
The best moments deserve the best eggs, especially.
Deadly wildfires. About 9 million people across much of Los Angeles and Ventura counties under a new red flag warning and on alert for more dangerous fire weather conditions. The emergency is not over. This firenado captured on camera in the Pacific Palisades. Evacuations expanding tonight. Thousands of homes and businesses destroyed, at least 11 people killed. Governor Gavin Newsom doubling the number of National Guard to more than 1,600 to help battle the flames. The ground and air assault continue as the fires are now threatening a growing list of neighborhoods, including the exclusive Los Angeles suburb of Brentwood. And the finger pointing and controversy tonight over what, if anything, could have been done to prevent the wildfires from causing so much death and destruction. We have team coverage tonight in the fire zone. ABC's Matt Rivers leads us off from Brentwood.
Tonight, with fires still raging in Los Angeles, evacuations are expanding. The Brentwood and Encino neighborhoods under threat as residents make their way out of the area.
It's very difficult, but we're alive. We're alive.
Fire retardant drops starting.
In the skies above the wildfires, firefighting aircraft diving again and again, dropping flame-retardant chemicals and water to stem the fire threat. Those Santa Ana winds temporarily subsiding today, giving them and the thousands of crew battling the flames on the ground a fighting chance.
We were sitting here, they probably did 50 drops between this whole line here. So.
And that's the difference between the first days of these fires, where the winds were so high you didn't have that kind of air support that you would normally have.
Yeah, and then the amount of resources here as well.
But even as first responders are making gains, the Palisades fire, starting on day one of all this, now expanding in other directions. Some homes here already burning. Those active flames we've been watching since the first day of this fire, now here in Brentwood. So you can see with these wind gusts, those flames trying to force their way up from the bottom of the canyon, and as they do so, they're getting closer and closer to this house here. This is somebody's patio that we're on, and you can see the firefighters doing their best to make sure the flames don't get this high. Without these firefighters here right now, the house here, other houses in this neighborhood, almost certainly gone. Residents here have largely gone, others trying to bring desperately needed supplies to first responders in the area. Traffic on some roads there backed up for nearly 2 hours. The Eaton fire today now at 15% containment, the Palisades fire at 11%. Over 12,000 structures have been destroyed in total. Fire officials warning those strong winds that helped create the most destructive fire event in California's history are expected to ramp back up once again tonight and into next week. Overnight, this flare-up overwhelming a crew on the ground. Firefighters on the front lines forced to retreat from the flames, leaving these vehicles behind. That flare-up spawning this firenado. And this harrowing video from earlier this week, a reminder of the hellish conditions endured by ground crews. This man, Alec Gellis, doing everything he could, fighting to save his girlfriend's house from the oncoming flames, eventually forced to leave, unable to save her home.
It's being eaten up by all of that valuable fire retardant. Without that fire retardant, we would be in big trouble.
Firefighters here, though, making progress on getting these fires under control. 11 deaths have been confirmed, 8 from the Eaton fire and 3 from Palisades. And tonight, at least 13 people are missing. ABC News Today learning the identity of 2 of the victims of the Eaton fire. A father and son, Anthony and Justin Mitchell of Altadena. Both were in wheelchairs and awaiting evacuation. His daughter remembering him as, quote, a great dad that any little girl could want. Tonight, the full scope of the loss of life still unclear. Law enforcement also facing challenges, arresting 27 people in total, saying some violated a curfew implemented last night. Others taken into custody on suspicion of looting. Officials also warning business owners from taking part in price gouging.
People who have been victimized, being victimized again in contravention and in violation of the law against price gouging in California in the time of a natural disaster in a state of emergency. It's wrong.
Today, California Governor Gavin Newsom doubling the amount of National Guard deployed in Los Angeles. Law enforcement today says they are now able to begin rescue and recovery efforts, using grid searches and cadaver dogs to try and locate the missing.
We hope to find everybody safe. We want to bring closure to the family.
Today, the city announcing that the ATF would lead a task force to investigate the cause of the Palisades fire. Pressed about what could have started the Eaton fire, officials say the investigation is fluid.
We are not going to leave any rock unturned if this is a criminal act.
Still so many questions about what caused these fires. Matt Rivers joining us now from Brentwood. And Matt, how long have some of these firefighters been out there, and what are they most worried about in the coming days?
Yeah, Whit, there's really not much rest to be had out here. I had a conversation with a firefighter earlier today who told me he's been out here for 2 straight days. But I think every firefighter you talk to a man, to a woman back there fighting these fires, they'll say this is what they do, this is what they train for, they wouldn't be anywhere else. But their jobs will get harder over the next few days. Almost assuredly, these winds that are picking up in speed as we speak, only going to get worse. Whit.
Matt Rivers for us. Thank you.
Destroyed, and tens of thousands remain under evacuation orders. Here's a look at the evacuation map. The red area shows mandatory evacuations, and the yellow evacuation is warnings. And those have been expanded as the Palisades fire grows further east. And crews are also working to contain several other fires. The Eaton fire is over 14,000 acres, and it's 27% contained. Crews have made some progress on two smaller fires. The Kenneth fire is just over 1,000 acres and is 90% contained. And the Hearst fire is just under 800 acres and is 76% contained. And this just into our newsroom. Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order to help fire victims. Early this morning, Newsom agreed to suspend permitting and review requirements, making it easier to rebuild homes and businesses in the LA area. Newsom saying in part, the executive order I signed today will help cut permitting delays and an important first step in allowing our communities to recover faster and stronger. This order will also protect prices on building materials in the Los Angeles County area through January of next year. Newsom is also taking suggestions, ordering state agencies to look for ways to streamline the rebuilding and recovery process. State officials provided an update on the state's response and preparedness for the fires, and Cal Fire says they are increasing their resources.
So as we continue to prepare into this next event we're coming forward to, we're increasing resources, as Director Ward said, to over 14,000 first responders, over 1,219 fire engines across California and our partners in the western states, including Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Montana, just to name a few. And we continue to get support across the states and internationally.
Of crews from Sac Metro Fire helping with the efforts on the Palisades fire. Metro Fire currently has crews both on the Palisades fire and Eaton fires as well. And like so many people, Bay Area residents are jumping into action, trying to support those whose lives have been upended by the LA fires. And a San Francisco company is providing monitors that can help detect new fires within 3 minutes of it sparking. Well, a San Jose State Weather Lab researcher says his company is more able to accurately track the winds. Together, they're hoping their innovations will provide critical information to fire crews. NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord breaks down some of the efforts to help those most in need.
As flames continue to rage through Southern California, Vasya Tremson is rushing to put up high-tech fire monitors developed by Torch, the San Francisco company he founded. He says the devices are designed to detect a fire within 3 minutes of igniting.
We took the concept of a smoke alarm and we brought it to the outdoors, except we also have infrared cameras, spectral analysis, gas sensing, temperature and humidity sensing, and AI. And all of that is combined in inexpensive sensors spread around an area. And the goal is for them to detect a fire really early on.
That information can be critical, especially in areas where embers can quickly start a fire in evacuation zones, where there are no people around to report them.
We're just trying to put sensors up in any of the at-risk areas.
Early in the firefight, winds in the Palisades area topped 80 miles an hour, and high winds are still a concern, which is why a San Jose State University fire weather researcher is working to deploy his technology to provide more accurate wind forecasts in the fire zones.
Our model has been trained up to predict the winds in that area to be more accurate and give firefighters an edge.
He says right now his company, Paladin Industries, is providing current wind data to a meteorologist assigned to the Southern California fires to provide critical data to determine where fire crews should go and how to keep them safe.
So when a fire detection occurs, we were looking to model the first 8 hours of the fire more accurately than anyone else.
While both companies are still fine-tuning their technology, they hope their data can make a difference and help crews more effectively battle future fires. Marianne Favreau, NBC Bay Area News.
And we continue to follow developments on those Southern California wildfires, both on air and online, and the KSWA 3 app. Make sure you turn on push alerts to get the latest information. And many people have been asking how to help the fire victims in Southern California, and you can scan the KCRA code on your screen right now to donate. KCRA3 is teaming up with the American Red Cross to help people impacted by the devastating wildfires burning across Los Angeles County. Your donation will support the victims with disaster relief and other humanitarian efforts.
The #1 mistake made by cholesterol and blood pressure drug takers. I'm Dr. Livinggood, and I'm breaking down the shocking truths that Big Pharma does not want you to know about those cholesterol meds you're taking, getting clarity on your numbers, the blood pressure drugs that they have you on, that you can be doing simple natural methods to lower your blood pressure without any of the drugs, and how to avoid heart attacks and strokes. But today I want to teach you on the biggest mistake that I see after taking care of 25,000
brave firefighters coming out to battle Southern California's worst wildfires. Air operations, helicopters are dropping fire retardant over the wildfire in an attempt to contain the blaze. Let's head over to Santa Monica, where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Marissa Torres. Marissa, good morning. What's the latest out there at the start of the day today?
So we're approaching, well, did we hit 6 o'clock Pacific time? I think we did. So it's 6:08. So it's an important time, Jane, because this is when that curfew is lifted. We have a curfew that begins at 6 p.m., goes through the overnight into the morning, and that's when these areas are restricted. So from 6 a.m. till 6 p.m., what you're going to start to find at barricades like I'm at now, like we're beginning to see, people coming in and checking with police and the National Guard to see if they can get into their town, or into their neighborhood, I should say. So we're in Santa Monica. I have San Vicente Boulevard behind the camera. This is 7th Street, takes you into Santa Monica. You head further off to the west, and you'll head eventually into the Palisades, which we know was devastated by the Palisades fire. The National Guard, they were brought in Thursday, some of them on Friday, and I was told they've been doing these 20-hour shifts. Looks like now they're going to shift to 12-hour shifts. But it's been long days for so many. You mentioned the firefighters. I want to add, we have so many boots on the ground, so many aircrafts that are fighting these fires. Found out firefighters and support from Canada, Mexico has been brought in. The country, Mexico, not New Mexico. And then in terms of states, we have Oregon and Washington that have also contributed some of their firefighters as well. Let's talk about that last flare-up we had, because we do have video from the front lines, that significant flare-up early Saturday morning. This flare-up is what prompted the expansion of some of those evacuations into Brentwood, into Encino, as well as into Mandeville Canyon. It's critical to point out these are populated areas full of neighborhoods and homes that are all tightly packed together. And you go a little bit higher and through the Santa Monica Mountains into Mandeville Canyon, you lose reception, so you don't have great communication. So we were trying to show those looks yesterday live, but the best we could do was get in there, take video, and send it back. But you're nestled into the mountains is my point. And so that is where we were watching those flames actively burn and spread. In fact, yesterday during one of our live shots out of Mountain Gate, Cal Fire, one of the firefighters came by and said, hey guys, it could get uncomfortable quick, have a plan to go. So that was the intensity of the situation. Fortunately so, fire officials coming on saying because of the proper and incredible brush clearance that firefighters were able to do, and the air support, the video that you've been seeing, all of these efforts, every one of them so critical to preventing the spread of this fire. We do know the Palisades fire is still burning in through the Santa Monica Mountains. We'll get an update from fire officials and from Cal Fire coming up at 8 o'clock local. That'll be 11 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll see in terms of acreage and containment. I am curious to see how this fire responded to these gustier winds. As you mentioned, we're in the midst of another Santa Ana event, and though not as intense as what we saw, it could still fan and fuel some of the flames. So that's what we're going to pay attention to this morning. Now, in terms of the devastation already, right, because you have the active fire that is burning, and you have what's left behind. You have grief, tremendous loss, heartbreak, people losing their home, their community, everything that is a part of their livelihood now gone. We have 16 deaths attributed to the Palisades and Eaton fire. And to see this all firsthand, it is so often hard to find the words. The sadness that is just now setting in for so many people. And as we have still, do we have a crew coming? Let's switch over here. As we continue to see, the police and deputies continue to survey the neighborhoods. We have seen the canvassing. They're doing damage assessments, and they're also just checking on if people are still missing, if people are unaccounted for, and they're looking into these homes. But, you know, we look ahead, Jane, to this week. We're not out of it yet. We have another event, moderate to strong. We're going to move because it looks like we have a car coming through. Moderate to strong, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And so we have to pay attention very closely to how this fire responds.
Yeah, and Marissa Torres, Michael estimate here, obviously the physical and the mental stress and strain of all of this is just immense. Give us a quick lay of the land, what we're seeing behind you. It looks like there's barricades that are being moved.
Is that the National Guard?
Yeah, so we have the guard that's here. These guys have been great. They just did actually a changing of the guard where a new group came in. So this is actually what he's touching. We thought this was barbed wire. So we wanted to take a closer up look. It's high visibility wire, so it's just a metal wire that they can easily move in and out, as you just saw. That was probably a private security guy that was exiting. And so this is helping keep people out. One, you have to keep the looters out, right? So that's why there's security. They're trying to make sure people don't head in and break into these homes. But they also just don't want anybody going in, a part of the public, because you still have very dangerous areas of debris. And maybe in some cases, spots that are still smoking, and as we know, an active fire. But it just, you know, I was talking to Robert Ray about this because he was out here as well as you know, and he said it reminded me of a war zone. And he used to cover war zones. And so when he, you know, was overseas, so it just was interesting to see. We've seen these barricades intensify since Tuesday as things kind of very chaotic on Tuesday and Wednesday. National Guard was brought in Thursday and Friday, and we've seen we also have police that are monitoring these various stops. There are several, as you can imagine, because there are several ways typically to get into a neighborhood.
Oh, Marissa, I mean, it is a very fluid situation right now, and control and order, all of which needs to happen when there's so much chaos going around. Marissa Torres, we'll be checking back in with you later in the hour. Thank you for that update.
Over 1,908 recalls in 20...
Handling the Los Angeles fires are bracing for a return of the powerful winds that first started fanning the flames on Tuesday. Forecasters expect the windy conditions to last through Wednesday. Authorities say there is still grave risk to lives and property as emergency crews in the air and on the ground struggle to bring the blazes under control. 16 people have now been confirmed dead, with more than 12,000 structures destroyed. DW's Stephen Simons has been speaking with firefighters, residents, and communities whose losses have brought them closer together.
This is a story that tells three tales, one of courage and determination, one of heartache and shock, and one of kindness and hope. The City of Angels is under attack by ferocious wildfires. At first, there was panic and utter chaos.
An emergency evacuation of this area is required.
As the so-called Palisades fire and Eaton fire tore through densely populated areas in LA, the Los Angeles Fire Department answered thousands of emergency calls. However, the devastation the fires left behind became clear soon after the initial shock.
When you have winds that bad and a fire starts and it starts blowing through these canyons and through these communities, we can't stop that. Nothing is going to stop that. It's just devastation. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off in those neighborhoods.
Ever since this nightmare began, thousands of firefighters have been working around the clock, combating these blazes. It's all hands on deck all the time. Sleep is a luxury. Mop-up operations in the neighborhood of Altadena are a full day's work. In the meantime, some residents have returned for the first time after evacuating in a hurry to what were once their homes, their lives.
We left with nothing, and now we have nothing. But my kids, they only knew this, and now it's all gone. I don't know how to explain it to them. They already know, but how do you explain to the 8-year-old that you have nothing? I mean, what do you tell them? I don't know.
We also meet Jebian's neighbor and friend Rod Jakubian. He lives just around the corner and also invites us to see what's left of what he calls his pride. What's left of your house?
Nothing.
And what's left of your life?
It's predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse.
We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for ready, set, go information.
Hundreds of firefighters are scrambling to douse the flames from the ground and the air, using bulldozers to push dozens of destroyed vehicles, including expensive models like BMWs, Teslas and Mercedes, to one side. Nearly 3,000 homes in the Pacific Palisades between the coastal settlements of Santa Monica and Malibu burned within 7 hours of the first fire. Officials warn the worst wind conditions will come overnight. The fire jumped from the Pacific Coast Highway while another fire broke out in Eaton Canyon near Pasadena, quickly consuming thousands of acres. A woman said she snuck into an Altadena neighborhood in California to hose down her parents' house as the fire in Eaton spread rapidly. Lynn Levin Guzman, an 82-year-old nurse, said her parents no longer had fire insurance.
So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through the state of California, because of this, they're 90 years old, that they've lived in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance.
But what is spreading the fires? It's the seasonal Santa Ana, a dry, warm and gusty northeast wind that blows from the interior of Southern California towards the coast and offshore. It moves in the opposite direction of the normal onshore flow that carries moist air from the Pacific into the region. Humidity levels often plunge to single-digit percentages during Santa Ana winds. The extreme lack of humidity causes the vegetation to dry out significantly and become susceptible to fires. Scientists warn that climate change is making wildfires more intense and harder to control, and the reason for that is drier fuels. Rising temperatures are making vegetation more combustible, and the lack of moisture only adds to the challenge for firefighters. Hotter temperatures and drier conditions are a lethal combination that have left the region highly vulnerable to the growing wildfire crisis. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
At least 5 people have been killed in the fast-growing wildfires in South California. Thousands of firefighting personnel have been deployed to combat the blaze.
Fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres.
We just were in a rush to get out.
Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed.
We said we wish we grabbed, which no one thought this would happen.
And 2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton fire.
All of our children's artwork. This is it.
Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday.
National Guard is there just making sure that people are staying out of the homes because of the danger and safety and the looters.
Our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues.
Historic wildfires in the Golden State have killed at least 11 people and 13 others are confirmed missing. A new flare-up in the Palisades fire has now led to mandatory evacuation orders as the fire switches direction, posing a new threat northeast towards Mandeville Canyon. That's threatening the Brentwood area. Fire weather watchers are in effect for Los Angeles and also Ventura counties from now until tomorrow morning as the Santa Ana winds are picking up right now. Crews battling at least 4 active wildfires in the Los Angeles area. 2 have now been contained. Residents are also dealing with criminals and looters.
A curfew order was established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. In total, we have made 22 arrests between the Eaton Palisades fire, 19 arrests in the Eaton area, and 3 in the Palisades area. Most of the arrests were made for burglary, looting, including trespassing, possession of narcotics, identity theft, and 1 suspect was on active parole and charged with the possession of a concealed firearm.
We're seeing disturbing images like this showing how brave residents confronted a homeless man with a flamethrower. Witnesses say they saw him setting fires to trees and garbage cans. This comes as authorities arrested another homeless man who say started a fire at a park last night. We've got team coverage on the ground in California tonight. Christina Coleman is in Altadena following the Eaton fire. But first, we go live to Matt Finn near the Palisades fire in the Mandeville Canyon. Hi, Matt.
Hey there, this is another really unfortunate development here. The Palisades fire has made its way here into the Mandeville Canyon. This is a densely populated area, thousands of homes on just this street alone, and there are flames approaching the homes here. We have seen at least 1 or 2 structures already burning today. If there's any good news I can offer you is that this fire line is moving much slower than the original fire that broke out earlier this week, and there are a lot of airdrops, water and fire retardant happening right now, and there are a ton of fire crews around here. They've been telling me all day that they feel confident about the fire line here in Mandeville Canyon. This is something that a lot of people in the area feared that would happen, that the fire would eventually burn all the way over from the Palisades into this densely populated canyon. It has now happened. Unfortunately, the winds are expected to pick up, but so far today, fire crews tell us that they feel good about the fire here in the canyon. Another unfortunate aspect of this is that the canyon runs down onto Sunset Boulevard, and so if the fire does make it down this canyon, it exposes much larger portions of western LA to the Palisades fire. You're talking Burbank, Westwood, and then the 405. So unfortunate news here. Right now at this hour, fire crews tell me they're feeling okay about what you're seeing here in the Mandeville Canyon. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Matt. It's Anita Vogel. And I had a quick question. You mentioned that the fire is moving a little bit more slowly, and that's good news. But you also mentioned it's moving ever so closely. It's creeping along towards the 405. And that's such a big concern. What have you heard about that?
Well, I live not far from here, just on the opposite side of the 405. My understanding is right now it hasn't jumped the 405, which is very good news, because then again, that would expose much larger portions of LA to this fire right now. I would say this is perhaps the most concerning part of the front lines, the Mandeville Canyon area, because this is extremely populated, tons of homes around here. This is, a lot of people fear this would happen, and now it has, Anita.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much for that.
Meantime, roughly 1,080 National Guard members have been deployed to help with response efforts. Christina Coleman joined the troops last night. She joins us now on the ground in Altadena, California tonight. Christina has been tracking the Eaton fire. Hi, Christina.
Hi, yes, and we have some tragic news regarding this fire. We got an update from authorities. They have told us that the death toll has increased. 2 more people are now confirmed dead from this fire, which brings the total number of lives lost in this to 8. 8 people have died from the deadly Eden fire. It adds to the devastation here. I mean, just take a look at this house. It is destroyed. It is one of more than 7,000 homes and businesses that have been ravaged by this wildfire that just continues to burn. It is only 15% contained. Today, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that he has increased California National Guard personnel to support LA responders to nearly 1,700 service members, doubling the Cal Guard boots on the ground as they support local law enforcement. Some of them are positioned at major intersections to secure areas that have been destroyed by the fires. They say they know how bad some people want to check on their homes, but they're urging everybody to have patience. You know, they want people to be careful. There's lots of down power lines and, you know, natural gas leaks. So they don't want people around here. Also, they want to keep looters out. The guardsmen were deployed Wednesday, some of them even sleeping nearby at a California Highway Patrol communication center so they could be close to areas where they are desperately needed as they collaborate with the LA County Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol, and LAPD. So again, this fire, it is not out. It is 15% contained, and unfortunately, those Santa Ana winds, we're expecting more of them tonight and for them to be strong. So these firefighters, they definitely have their work cut out for them. Back to you.
Christina, it's Guy Benson. I know that you spent some time with some of the National Guardsmen who are dealing with all of this, and it's been now days into this crisis. What's the morale of the first responders on the ground?
You know, I got to tell you, yesterday I spoke to quite a few of them, and they are very passionate about their work here. You know, they told me, you know what, this is not a race. It's a marathon. We do not know what's going to happen next, but we are here for our community. A lot of the soldiers, you know, they live here. You know, they live around this area. As a matter of fact, 2 of them actually lost their homes in these fires, and they still wanted to come out and help, you know, direct traffic and prevent looters from getting into secured areas. So, I mean, it really speaks to the resilience of this community and how so much of us are coming together during this very, very tragic time.
It sure does. Christina Coleman, thank you so much for that. And as California residents lose confidence in state and local officials, President Biden is rushing to Governor Gavin Newsom's defense.
In the next 60 seconds, I'm going to show you how to naturally control blood sugar and naturally increase insulin sensitivity. I've got 3 natural compounds to use today to simply and quickly increase insulin sensitivity naturally.
I think you're getting a bad rap. I know you're getting a bad rap about these fire hydrants don't have enough water in them. Give me a break. Give me a break. What this is all about is the utilities, understandably. What they did is they cut off power because they're worried about these high tension lines coming down and causing more fires in the wind, right? When they do that, guess what? They shut off the power that controls the ability to pump the water.
You know, I ask you, we've got to deal with this misinformation. There are hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation, lies.
The LA Times is reporting a reservoir in the Palisades that holds 117 million gallons of water was offline this month for previously scheduled maintenance. It was empty when the Palisades fire exploded. This news is coming as Mayor Bass faced fierce criticism for being MIA as the fires broke out. Her deputy mayor, nowhere to be found either. Brian Williams was placed on leave for allegedly making a bomb threat against City Hall. On top of that, there are rumors of a feud between the Los Angeles Fire Department and Mayor's office after Chief Kristen Crowley said that the city let her agency down. Jason, I want to come to you first. There's a crisis of confidence here, and the leadership has not stepped up to the plate. You've got our current president responding in that way. Your thoughts on how people are supposed to move forward when they don't believe that their leaders are acting necessarily in their best interest?
Well, look how it's going. I mean, it doesn't seem to be getting better, and I think leadership is failing them. It failed before the fire, but during the fire. If the president was serious about getting to the bottom and actually making efforts to protect the people of Los Angeles, he would be doing it in the Situation Room, which has all the communications tools necessary to have that communication. That was a press event to protect Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. That's what it came across as to me. And where's the Forest Service? How come, to the best of my knowledge, somebody tweet at me or tell me that I'm wrong, But the Forest Service, in places like the Intermountain West, they fight fires in big ways in remote areas. Instead, we got to go to Canada to get, firefighting equipment. We got the Mexicans having to fly in. How embarrassing is that? We have thousands and thousands and thousands of people who know how to fight forest fires in remote areas like this, and I don't see the Forest Service. Where is the Department of Agriculture? Where's the Secretary of Agriculture who oversees this? How come that person isn't involved and engaged? These are the types of things I think Angelenos have to ask, because these firefighters, they're heroes. They've got to be exhausted. But you know what? There are other resources willing to come. But the president's not grabbing hold of this, and the governor's certainly not adding to the solution.
And you've got people on the ground who are suffering. We have a soundbite from Michaela Wilson. She evacuated. Let's listen.
The past, since we lived there since I think 2008, 2009, this scene has happened many times before, where we've done this, the fire on that hillside. In fact, on New Year's Eve, some kids were playing with fireworks, and there was almost a fire almost at that exact same spot that was put out. The difference is this time, yeah, there were hurricane force winds, but the big difference is that people, the water, there's no water in the Palisades Reservoir. That's my house right there, the sprinklers on the roof. Even at that point, the sprinklers didn't have enough water pressure to really soak the house.
Anita, you know the area. You know it well.
Jackie, I was there on New Year's Eve, to that person's point, and we were up all night watching that fire. We got woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning. And, look, I have lived in the Palisades on and off for the last 15 years. Right now, we have a rental house there that, by the grace of God, is still standing. We may have some pictures to show that the house next door burned down. So it's really miraculous. There it is. You see the house next door, and the house to the left is ours. It's a miracle that it's still standing. What's sad about this is that the person whose house burned down is the one who alerted the entire neighborhood that there was a fire. He's the one who called 911. He alerted the neighbors. These are his pictures of him. These are pictures that he took. And then he made the treacherous drive down Palisades Drive, down to Sunset to safety. My husband was home at the time. I called him. I told him to get out. And, we have so many friends who have lost their homes. My daughter went to school there. Their friends, they have no homes. Their children, their childhoods are lost. And to Jason's point, these people, and it's not just the Palisades, it's also Malibu. Malibu's been decimated. These people deserve answers. They deserve to know, why was that reservoir offline? It had been, the contract, according to the LA Times, had been handed out in April. Why wasn't it done? We just, we need answers for these things. This is a horrific situation, and we can't just let it go.
I think you're right. Meantime, Fox Corporation has made a $1 million donation to the American Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts, and continues to be an annual disaster giving program partner, which enables the Red Cross to respond immediately to disasters by providing safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and resources to aid in recovery. Join Fox Corp's support of families impacted by the California wildfires by visiting go.fox/Red Cross or scan the QR code that you see on your screen.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
a miles y miles de personas, miles de estructuras quemadas. Este momento está
And we're seeing that smoke be pushed to the south and to the southwest offshore. So that's where that's the overall trend of wind right now. So, you know, not... Beautiful job. It's still going. So they are, you know, still here to continue this massive air assault. You see that fire retardant drop right there, and they're trying to drop some of that fire retardant along the power lines, even though some of those power lines a little further.
Have you seen this? It's absolutely insane. Look at the presentation on what's inside this can. All other canned tuna brands should be shaking in their boots. This is natural catch yellow.
Fox News alert, the death toll rises to 16 across LA County, and those returning home find their possessions left in ruins.
And one California family is going viral, singing in prayer after finding the only thing left standing on their property, a statue of the Virgin Mary.
Regina Celi, laetare, alleluia, laetare, alleluia, via veneruis immortale.
Jackie and Peter Halpin, the owners of that Altadena property, join us now. So describe for us what it was like when you went back to your property, everything is gone, and what you find is that beautiful statue.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start, but I need to warn you that it's very emotional for us, so we may break down in tears while we're doing this interview.
We'll probably be there with you.
First of all, let me say my bride and I are lifelong friends from junior high, and we grew up in the little town of South Pasadena, just south of Altadena. So we've been here all our lives. My wife, there's a picture of our home before it burned down. My wife, she was concerned about going up there because she didn't think she could do it. But it was healing for us to get onto our property. And what happened there, we were so lucky. We had to sneak up there, I'm sorry to say. We had to break the law to get back to our property. But all our children who live in the area were able to join us there, our adult children. And all those adult children combined, we have 14 grandchildren and one on the way. But when we got up there, we all just stood around, and it was remarkable that how everything had gotten fried, but the statue of the Virgin Mary and another statue of St. Joseph were in perfect condition. Obviously, they were a little singed. And we just took that opportunity to pray our home is dedicated to the Sacred Heart of Jesus and always has been, and all my family members, my extended family. So we said a prayer to the Sacred Heart of Jesus, and then we sang that special song that our entire family has known for decades, to the Blessed Virgin. And it was a remarkable thing. Our intention was not for this thing to go viral at all. It was pretty much just a family thing. But the response from the community has been unbelievable and so heartfelt.
I have to tell you, I saw it. It brought tears to my eyes. The Regina Celli, by the way, is the Queen of Heaven. It's a beloved 12th century Catholic hymn. I just want to say, if my family sat around and sang it, it wouldn't sound like your family. I was very impressed. I don't know where that comes from. But Jackie, just tell me your thoughts on this, because I just think you've given so many people hope in this.
Well, again,
in your response to such tragedy.
Right. Well, when my son-in-law snuck up the day before and took a picture, and that we could tell the statue was there. And I'll tell you, when I saw that, I fell to my knees, not in prayer, but in emotion. And that's when I thought, we have to get up there. We have to thank God for the years that we'd had there. So that was my intention. We're gonna pray. We're gonna thank God that we're safe. And we have entertained a lot for years. We've welcomed, we feel very strongly in the virtue of hospitality. So I just wanted to pray and say, if we can do it again, that would be great. And then the song kind of came about on its own. So I just wanted to pray. I just want to be grateful as much as I can for what we've had.
How many children do you have?
Six, three boys and 3 girls.
Okay.
14 grandchildren. What a moment. Thank you so much for sharing that. You didn't intend to go viral, but I think you've done a lot by sharing it with us and everyone else in the world.
Yes, indeed.
That's exactly right.
The whole country is praying for you. God bless you both.
Thank you so much.
That means so much.
The community, the love that we've gotten from the community is mind-blowing. And we hope that Altadena is a beautiful place to live. And our hearts go out to everyone up in our community. I want to say hi to the gang up at the Rancho that's been destroyed, a little local watering hole. But everybody up there, and a lot of us know one another. And so anyways, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for sharing with us this morning. Our thoughts and prayers with you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Meeting people who have succeeded against all odds and saying, what do they do different than everybody else? Are they just lucky? Or is there something different they're doing? And of course, they're not lucky. They do things different in their mind, their body, they have different strategies, and they're proven to work. So I'd love to share them with you. It'll be my privilege to do so. If you'd like to join me, if you're intrigued, there's zero cost to this. It's not partially free, it's totally.
Of wildfires. We not only are able to plot the location of the fires on the map, but using satellite imagery are also able to show our users where potential hotspots are burning.
Other companies displayed electric fire trucks. They say the trucks are zero emission and designed to operate for long periods of time.
This consumer electronics show in Las Vegas is wrapped up, and it gave us a look at some of the cutting-edge technology and products that may soon be hitting store shelves. More than 4,000 companies took part in that event. It was a futuristic tech show. It has a 60-year history. This year, artificial...
All right, it looks like they have moved on to some of the other stories, but talking about My Radar, for instance, which is just one of the many apps you can download to help in situations like this. Now, they track weather, but also things like wildfires. It is 12:47 on the East Coast and 9:47 on the West Coast. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. It's time to love food back. Also try new Tums Gummy Bites.
The key to great skin is exfoliating and moisturizing. Old Spice gives me both.
I put the rock on the map. I ain't talking about crack. I put the city up on my back. Most of these niggas out here be wet. Most of these niggas out here be cat. Click clap, put your braids on the dash. 100 rock jump, make your west to the dash. Most of these niggas be going out bad. A nigga like me, I ain't going outside. I get the gas. I put the rock in the map. I ain't talking about crack. I put the city up on my back. Most of these niggas out here be wet. Most of these niggas out here be cap. Now you out here cap. I'm finna rap by the color of the rap. When nigga trim me get shot in his back. I get shot in his face. Hell nah, I ain't coming to play. I'ma get money today. I'ma get plenty today. Yeah. But nigga, for what you say. For nigga, get on my way. Yeah. I need a million advance.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 12:50 on the East Coast and 9:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories and breaking news as we continue to follow the latest here involving those wildfires burning in LA County. I do want to pop up some of the latest numbers here. The Palisades fire now officially burning 23,707 acres. That fire is 11% contained. The Eaton fire has burned more than 14,000 acres, 27% containment, and the Hearst fire, according to those city and county officials, is no longer considered to be one of the major fires, as it is now 89% contained. The aftermath, though, still very much there. As far as the facts that we did learn from officials during the news conference held just about an hour ago, there are those two major fires. 16 deaths have been confirmed by the medical examiner. The sheriff did say 14 deaths, but made it clear that the medical examiner's office number will differ, and that is because the county number is just for the county, but the medical examiner would be for the county and the cities there. As of right now, the sheriff says that at least 16 missing persons reports have been filed. More than 40,000 acres have burned, and there were 29 arrests that were made near the scenes of those fires, as there has been a curfew in effect that will go back into effect at 6 p.m. Pacific time, but also there's been a lot of looting, so that curfew is also in effect to prevent more of that. Now, a bit earlier on today, I did have a chance to speak with a journalist who has been there on the ground and did become very emotional in a video that's been shared all over. He spoke with me about that and the situation in general. Now, on the other side of this interview, we are going to have Corella Hara in the hot seat with everything you need to know about the fires that are still burning in LA County.
From relieving roughness to
I saw so many houses destroyed. It's going to impact so many people throughout this region.
That is an emotional video right there from Alex Londos. He is, of course, as you can tell, a photojournalist who has been working covering these fires over in the LA County area. I did want to bring him in live right now to talk a little bit more about what he's seen as this coverage does continue here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Of course, we can tell from that video just how emotional you are.
Yeah, thanks again for this opportunity and this interview to get this information out to more people. Yeah, that was my first breakdown after, seeing everything I saw, witnessing all the destruction and devastation, and it hit me right then. That was difficult.
And can you start off by telling me what you were thinking when you heard that these wildfires had broken out in the first place?
So I actually was already prepared and preparing to make my way down to LA. I live in Santa Cruz, but I saw, the weather reports and, projected or forecasted historic wind speeds. And I started getting prepared and planning and packing my vehicle, getting my supplies and equipment together, even before I knew of the wildfire. I knew of the wildfire risk and how serious that was going to be. But at the time of planning all of this, there was no fire. And then I kind of had my second thoughts because, it's a long drive from Santa Cruz to LA. And when I heard about the fire and already knew about the wind speeds, I was already ready to go. So I was able to make it down to LA much quicker than I would have if I haven't been watching the news and paying attention to the forecast and meteorological reports.
And I do want to pop up just some of the photos and videos that you have taken over here. Explain to me what we're looking at.
So that was one of the first neighborhoods that I entered. Beyond words, there's no pictures or videos that I can capture that shows the severity of the crisis, what firefighters were going through, how there just wasn't enough help, there wasn't enough resources. The firefighters on the front lines were doing an amazing job. They were extinguishing fires. I even pointed out part of the structure that was on fire. They came to it, they extinguished it, they saved that house. They were doing a great job, but the fire was so big and spreading so rapidly, it exceeded the local resources that they had. It was out of control. It kept jumping from house to house. Embers were flying around. They couldn't keep up with it, and it was so surreal for everyone in that region. And that was just one section. There was so many other sections and other neighborhoods and whole other areas on fire throughout the region. That was just one area.
Course. And we've seen the videos, we've seen the photos that are circulating, the aerial views. Do they, just based on what you've seen, do they fully, I guess, show just the destruction? And it has to be so different to actually be there and see it firsthand versus maybe seeing videos and photos, no matter how great they are.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to describe, explain, or even through technology and videography to clarify the situation. It was so beyond words, beyond what we can capture. The drone images that, obviously no one should be flying drones after a forest fire, but those were some of the first images that came out that really showed people the scope of the disaster and how many, I was driving down streets after streets and leaving neighborhoods and going to other neighborhoods. It was so destructive and so widespread. I couldn't comprehend how many houses were lost, and I knew that it was in the thousands. I didn't want to start projecting numbers and, scaring people, but it was so incomprehensible. No words could just explain how bad it was to any of my social media followers or news organizations I work with. And eventually more footage was, going to come out of that region, and, the number of houses destroyed and damaged would be calculated. But, yeah,
and
widespread destruction.
And it's so tragic. And you look at some of these images and you think that's somebody's home, that's their livelihood, their life that is just gone in a matter of seconds. What does it mean to you to see all the support that's been coming in, not just from other folks in California who are not necessarily impacted, but from people nationwide as they are donating to places like the Red Cross or other organizations. They're doing what they can to help. What does that mean to you as someone there who is on the ground seeing all of this destruction firsthand?
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, that's what we need right now. That's what these people need. They need, they need the attention, they need the support, they need the help, they need the donations, they need the recovery, they need their friends and family, people to open up their houses, to give them supplies, to donate to their GoFundMes, of course, as long as they're legitimate. They need, this is gonna be a long road for them. And of course, we know the situation with insurance and how long it takes, how difficult that process is, all the steps you gotta go through. Right now, they need support. So in any way that any of us, locally, regionally, or around the world can support the people affected by this, catastrophic disaster. I mean, that's where our energy, our focus, our time and attention should be. And it's going to be a long road for all of them. I can't imagine going through this. A lot of people can't. This is one, I've been a journalist for 2 decades. I've covered 60, 70 forest fires. This is the most, one of the most, if not the most destructive forest fire I've ever seen, with the amount of, acreage, the amount of homes destroyed, and how rapidly it spread, just out of control.
And you think about all the lives affected. As of right now, we know that the death toll does stand at 16, but officials have warned that as they're able to put out the fire and survey the damage, unfortunately, that number is expected to rise. So as I mentioned, a very tragic situation with a lot of information coming in pretty much on an hourly basis here. What do you want to make sure that people watching right now know about the situation that is taking place out there as you're on the ground covering all of this?
I think a lot of people are trying to point blame to what the cause was and why, and there's all this red tape. We just need to focus on recovery and maybe how to prevent this in the future, and focus on the people that have been affected and impacted. We got to think about all the animals that may be injured, and the environmental cleanup that we're going to have to focus on, and just protecting the waterways, protecting the ocean, and hopefully cleaning up as much debris before it starts raining again, and just really focus on the recovery efforts. People should start volunteering, trying to find ways they can just in any way help the people, the animals and the neighborhoods of this disaster in the recovery efforts, because it's going to take all of us. This was a catastrophic disaster of a widespread, incomprehensible scale, and it's going to take a lot of us coming together to solve this and move forward.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and discuss this a little bit further. Please stay safe out there. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Again, 2 decades of covering forest fires, not necessarily with this defensible space. I'm about to cry. Almost every single house I've ever seen lost was because there was no defensible space. Over and over and over again. It's just like, we need defensible space. Hardening your home is great, but defensible space, I mean, I hate the idea of cutting down trees and trimming bushes and all of this, but we need defensible space. The majority of all the houses I've ever seen did not have defensible space. That's why houses are getting destroyed. And it might not be with this situation when there's a firestorm, but in most situations, that's the main cause people lose their homes. Thanks for letting me get that statement in.
Of course. Alex, thank you again for being here. As I said before, please stay safe out there.
Yeah, thank you.
And a big thank you to my colleague Josh Breslow, having that interview earlier on today. Right now on your screen, a live now look over in Mount Wilson. As you can see, still pretty hazy skies, but from this vantage point, not seeing any flames or really too much of that thick smoke that we have been showcasing over the last several days, as some of these wildfires continue to rage out of control across Los Angeles County. Thank you all for being with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Sunday. It is January 12th. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next several hours as we continue to bring you all of the updates regarding these wildfires. We know that a lot of you are interested to know really any and all updates as people work to stay safe and now looking ahead to rebuild after the devastation. I do want to bring here just a post on X from California Governor Gavin Newsom. It which he details and breaks down some of the progress that has been made in several of these wildfires. So you see here, update Southern California wildfires progress. He has the Kenneth Fire here at 100% containment, as well as the Sunset Fire and the Lydia Fire. The Hearst Fire is at 89% containment, the Eaton Fire at 27% containment. Then the Palisades Fire, which is the largest one burning at this moment, is at 11% containment. And now the Palisades Fire also is being recognized as the most destructive wildfire in Los Angeles history, continuing to burn and threaten homes as the firefight enters day 6. As of this morning, that fire currently burning 23,707 acres, and it is 11% contained. Now, more than 5,000 structures have been destroyed, and that number does include automobiles, and at least 426 homes that have been destroyed as well. Authorities say that approximately 105,000 people are currently evacuated, and we know that a lot of those warnings are continuing throughout this day. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about the Palisade Fire and a lot of the conditions that have really fueled the devastation. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the program now Neil LaRoe. He is an assistant professor of physics at the University of Nevada in Reno. Neil, thanks so much for being with us.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I've heard it being said time and time again throughout these last several days that this is really unprecedented to see a fire of this magnitude break out during this time of year specifically. Can you speak a little bit more to maybe the weather patterns that have made for this devastation to even be possible?
Yeah, it's really the coming together of a couple of key ingredients, and they're not particularly mysterious ingredients. The first is the drought conditions that we've had across Southern California. Basically, the winter rains have simply not arrived, and often they have at this time of year. And unfortunately, when they don't arrive, and then the really dry fuel season overlaps with these enhanced winds, these Santa Ana winds, and this was really in the upper end of the sort of Santa Ana winds that we can get. Those are the conditions that can fuel these sort of explosive wildfires. And unfortunately, we do sometimes see these midwinter. We can think back to some other fires like the Woolsey Fire and the Thomas Fire, which were a little bit earlier in the year, but still, generally speaking, this time of year, occasionally we do get these very large, very destructive, and unfortunately deadly events.
Neil, it's hard to believe that we're only in week 2 of 2025 already. I mean, it's a brand new year, and you were speaking a little bit about some of the characteristics that we can see from year to year when it comes to these dry conditions, also the winds that we have been seeing. Can you maybe take us back to this time last year? And did we see something similar to what we're seeing now?
Yeah, actually, that one's stretching my memory a little bit. I can't recall exactly where we were sitting at this time last year, to be honest with you. But, we do see these sort of wind events as we move from fall into winter. The fall tends to be the focus of our attention with these wind events because the fields are almost always very dry in October into November. And then oftentimes by December, moving into January, we're getting some of those heavier winter rainfalls. And this year really stands apart in terms of the lack of precipitation. So that's really the signal that stands out to me the most, is just how profoundly dry it is across really the southern third of the state this year.
Are these trends that we're going to continue to see throughout the rest of this next year? And is it possible that it could get worse as time goes on?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the forecast doesn't really offer any clear sign of relief as far as significant wetting precipitation. There's maybe a few hints of some weaker systems that might come through for Southern California, but kind of in that time range, that medium range, couple of weeks out into the future, that we have a somewhat decent picture of what's going to happen. There is no particular relief in sight, and overall, the conditions remain conducive to large fires across the southern third of the state. And there's also a fair bit of offshore wind in the forecast going forward. Nothing as extreme as what we saw during the Eaton and Palisades fire, but certainly nothing that would really turn the tables right now and put us into a much better place. So really kind of all eyes are waiting for that first significant rainfall of the season. But Of course, as we learned during the Thomas Fire and many other previous events, the rains can bring other hazards with them when they do come, including mudslides in the post-fire landscape.
I want to talk a little bit more about the forecast because, as you just mentioned, I mean, there's some kind of holes within a forecast. You can't really get a clear picture. What does a forecast actually offer? How far out could we have maybe more accurate data? How does even all of that come in throughout the day?
Yeah, well, we use a combination of observations of the state of the atmosphere, along with really sophisticated numerical modeling to produce these projections into the future. And for the most part, we can see kind of 5 to 7 days into the future with reasonably high fidelity, meaning with reasonable forecast skill. So in the case of this wind event, for example, we were able to see these potentially really problematic winds coming about 10 days out before the arrival of these. So it was really on our forecast radar, if you will. And unfortunately, even with that, we can't necessarily stop these fires when they happen. All eyes were on the area around Pasadena as a potentially really high impact area during this event. And it turns out that's exactly where the Eaton fire sparked, and then these devastating impacts. When we talk about seasonal scale forecasting, we run a lot of models, ensembles of models, many different future projections to try to get a sense for what is possible over the coming few months. And there is some skill there that can tell us whether we expect drier or wetter conditions. And for the most part, we're in the kind of drier conditions part of the spectrum going forward. And certainly, though, just 1 or 2 events can really change that. So we'll really have to keep an eye on it moving forward.
You mentioned there that, it could be impossible to stop a wildfire from even sparking, giving some of the conditions that just really foster that sort of environment. But with all the information that you're able to gather from these models, what are some practical solutions, or do you think about some of those practical solutions that could be put in place to potentially curb some of these devastating effects?
Yeah, there's a lot of thought that goes into what we can do as a society to try to improve our resilience to events. I mean, fire is going to be and always has been part of the landscape in California. So we can't really envision a future where fire is not part of the equation. Fuel management plays a big role, especially adjacent to communities. The chaparral around the LA basin poses some particular challenges. We can't really use prescribed fire there in the same way that you might in other locations. But yeah, so defensible space around homes and home hardening, I think, is a really vital part of this equation, especially for fires like these, where the fuel stops being the vegetation, but actually becomes the houses themselves. So whether it's in the Altadena area or the Pacific Palisades area, you can see that really a lot of the spread is from one house to the next house, with embers coming from the first house that ignites and then igniting the next house, and it's a chain reaction through the neighborhood. So building codes and building standards that allow us to be more resilient to these sorts of fires, as well as preventing the fires from entering that built environment in the first place, are all going to be parts of the solution.
Neil, before I let you go, is there anything you feel you would like to add to this conversation? Maybe something we didn't touch on specifically that you think is important for anybody watching to know?
Yeah, I think, again, unfortunately, a lot of these high impact events, whether it was the Camp Fire in Northern California, the fires in Lahaina, the Marshall Fire in Boulder, Colorado, and now these fires in LA, are often driven by these downslope windstorms where the winds are descending off the mountains. And unfortunately, we're able to see these things coming. And so I think that really the burden now is on making resilient infrastructure, resilient communities in the face of these sort of events. We've been able to identify when they're going to happen. So now we really have to work very hard as a society to make sure that we don't see these sort of devastating impacts.
Neil LaRoe, Assistant Professor of Physics at University of Nevada, Reno. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Take care.
Great. Thank you.
Of course. So we're going to step away for a brief commercial break. Before I do so, I want to bring up this post on X from Cal Fire. It gives a bit of a breakdown. And really, I want to focus on two of the major fires that we still have our eye on. So the Eaton fire north of Pasadena and Altadena in LA County, burning just over 14,000 acres. It's at 27% containment. And then the Palisades fire, which we really broke down within that last conversation, burning in Pacific Palisades, also in LA County, burning just about nearly 24,000 acres, and that one is only 11% contained. We'll be right back.
Get small like some midget. Fuck that little gun, cause extended. Sell your presence, sell your wishes. I'm pulling up in the whip, nigga, attended. Can't see my little nigga when he start spitting. But I'm just on a money mission. Money, nigga, let's get it, nigga, let's get it. Right, nigga, let's get this fucking chicken. Smoking on dope that look like spinach. And I'm icy like bitches. Icy like these bitches. Cold as the fucking winter. Straight to the top, these niggas gon' flop. Nigga, just watch, I'm never gon' stop. Smoking on pop, I'm straight from the block, I'm straight from the rock, giving up for the cop. Cause I keep on my Glock, and I know it's gon' pop. Pulling up to your block, leave a little nigga shot. That's what I get, try to plot. Let him feel so hot. Nah. If you want it, you can get it. You can get small like some midget. Fuck that little gun, cause extended. Sell your presence, sell your wishes. Hold on, bitches be fucking.
The Eaton fire this morning as fire crews there worked to contain the blaze. It scorched more than 14,000 acres and is 27% contained. At least 11 people have died. Right now, officials say the fire has destroyed or damaged more than 7,000 structures. Many of those structures were homes. One family lost 4 homes between 4 family members. Jillian Jorgensen talked to this family and has their story. Jillian.
To imagine the life you build for years and years, and just to see it reduced to this.
Ishelle Williams has lived in this Altadena home for 16 years. When she evacuated Tuesday morning at 3:30 a.m., she didn't have time to grab much.
A few pictures. My grandmother had a clock, a 25-year anniversary clock from Alpha Beta grocery store that she worked at, so we got that. Got my father's ashes, his flag from the military, and a few more things. Not much. I think when you think you're coming back, you only take a little bit.
But there will be no coming back to the same home for Williams, nor for her mother, nor for 2 of her sisters. All of their homes burned in the Eaton fire. They're now staying in a hotel in Sherman Oaks, thanks to the generosity of a law firm. But they don't know where they'll be in just a few days.
It's a blessing to live so close to your family. But in this situation, that blessing turned into all of us not having, or having the ability to support one another.
They were able to support one another the night of the fire, keeping in communication and deciding as a group to evacuate, allowing all 10 adults, 5 kids, 4 dogs, and 1 parrot to make it to safety.
About 3 in the morning, we saw it cresting the hill, and it's just blazing, and we all, as a collective, start calling each other, I think we should get out. So all of us got out, we go outside, and it's just pitch black because there's no power at that point. The wind is swirling, the ash is in the air, and we're just like frantically trying to get out in the dark.
Ishelle's sister, Kimberly Williams Gilliam, lost her home, the home their grandmother purchased in 1976.
All my grandmother's things was there. Everything, all our pictures that we thought we'd be able to go back to was just gone. But at the same time, my main thought is like everybody got out. Even with all the devastation, we all are still together.
Kimberly and Ishelle lived just around the corner from their mother, Matilda, whose home, where the family was raised, also burned. In addition to her 4 daughters, she also raised many foster children here.
People tell me, you know, your mom's house was everything to me. That's my first place that I had comfort, that I knew I felt safe, you know, has been, that part makes me sad.
About a mile away, their sister Ellen Williams lost her home as well. As she left it for the last time, her 2 neighbors' homes were burning, and she knew hers would be.
that last look, when you look behind you as you're pulling out the driveway, and I was like, this is my house.
She never imagined she'd be unable to return to her home.
You think about the wedding photos, all my son's pictures when he grew up, my diplomas, my degrees, all of that. It's just reduced to nothing.
Saturday, Ishel went back to what was her home with her son, Braden, to survey the damage. It wasn't easy.
That was hard.
Papers saved from her doctorate were reduced to ashes. But in front of her neighbor's burned home, a little free library stood, undamaged. Inside, Ishel found a children's book she'd written about foster care. In its pages, a memory of the home she's lost, rendered by the illustrator.
This is what our house looks like.
Wow, that's incredible. That book was spared. Thank you so much, Jillian. Dozens of local and national agencies are working to help those who have lost their homes during these fires, including FEMA and 211 LA. People can apply to FEMA disaster assistance on their website, and 211 LA is partnering with Airbnb to offer free temporary housing for the displaced. We're tracking other fires in the region as well, including the Kenneth Fire in LA and Ventura counties. Authorities say the blaze is now fully contained. Fire crews worked overnight to put out the remaining hot spots and prevent flare-ups. The Kenneth Fire had scorched more than 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings were lifted there on Thursday. Meanwhile, mandatory evacuation orders have been downgraded to warnings for the Hearst Fire in Sylmar. It has burned 799 acres since it started on Tuesday. At last check, containment is at 76%. Firefighters are continuing to build and improve containment lines for this fire. U.S. Representative Judy Chu of California's 28th Congressional District toured the damage the Eden Fire caused to the people of Altadena and Pasadena. Many of the residents built their lives there, with homes passing through multiple generations. We talked with her this weekend about the ongoing insurance crisis in California. Listen to what she had to say.
The most disturbing thing about what's going on with insurance is the non-renewals. There are homeowners who are just getting these notices, and then they have nowhere to turn except for California's FAIR Plan. Thank goodness that is there, but I do have to say it is more expensive and has less coverage. Now, they are saying that they can cover the claims that will come from this disaster. I certainly hope that, and whatever insurance there is in place right now will indeed be there.
Yeah, that insurance is definitely something those fire victims are worried about. Let's head over now to meteorologist Mary Yoon for the latest weather conditions. Hey, Mary.
Well, Taylor, overnight there were some very strong winds. Thankfully, not in and around our fire zones, but it was in and around the Santa Ana Mountains, Orange County, and through the Riverside County area. So here's a look. Fremont Canyon, 64 miles.
You gotta put your elbows, have your elbows right here, and you push it in. It's gonna be like right like this.
You're watching YouTube, but did you know there's a YouTube music?
Our One Voice press conference. We have a short set of speakers. After that, we will segue to question and answer with members of the press. Our first speaker is going to be Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. The Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 27% containment. We know that over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,155 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 16% of our damage inspections for dwellings have been completed, and we're working on a process to allow residents in the affected areas to be able to go online to view their home if it has been damaged or destroyed. We know that elevated critical fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department is prepared. These winds, combined with low relative humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County very high. I asked our county residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board Chair, Supervisor Catherine Barger, and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires, thank you for your relentless and fearless dedication in protecting residents and property throughout this great county. And finally, to all LA County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires from the air and on the ground until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin repopulation of evacuated areas, establishment of disaster recovery centers, and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. I would now like to introduce my trusted partner in public safety, LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chief. Here we are, so good morning. Yesterday, I spent the day in the Palisades community and visited a number of our fire stations, Fire Station 23 and Fire Station 69, and had the opportunity to talk with our members who were the first on scene at the Palisades fire. Even without running water, gas, or electricity, your LAFD firefighters are doing everything they can to help the community. Although it was devastating to see firsthand the destruction of this fire, it is tremendously uplifting to see the outpour of support from all over Los Angeles region. There are donations of food, water, supplies, literally spilling over and out into our local fire stations that have become hubs for all of us to grieve, to have a warm meal, and to also gather together and support one another. Your LAFD firefighters and everybody involved in these active fire incidences will continue to work relentlessly around the clock. I will now provide a brief update on the 2 active fires that are burning within the city of Los Angeles. Palisades Fire. Air and ground crews worked tirelessly overnight with favorable wind conditions to prevent further spread into the Mandeville Canyon area. The fire is currently at 23,707 acres with 4,720 personnel that are assigned with 11% containment. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place. I know this is incredibly frustrating, but I would like to understand it. I'd like to express and explain the why. Why our residents are not allowed to come back into that area. There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts. The Hearst Fire. I'm extremely pleased to report that this fire has been held to 799 acres and is now 89% contained with over 300 firefighters assigned. Now today, strong north to northeast winds gusts are up to 50 miles per hour with low humidity will be observed. A red flag warning is in effect and will remain until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. Strong Santa Ana winds are also expected to last through Wednesday, with the strongest winds occurring on Tuesday. With the next wave of wind events, I want to be very, very clear here. It's very important that the community understands that these wind events are coming into Los Angeles. I want to reassure you that Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, and I are united and focused on exactly what we need to do to prepare the city with these next strong winds that are coming. Every available LAFD firefighter is on hand and will remain in place through this wind event. Additionally, firefighters continue to pour into Southern California region to bolster our firefighting capabilities. Next, I'd like to introduce LA County Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to start off with talking about staffing. We've increased our LA County Deputy Sheriff staffing to about 1,200 personnel, and that probably will continue to grow. Many of them are on 12-hour shifts, which means 12 on, 12 off. They're working incredibly hard. They have been assigned close to 1,500 missions. And that a lot of work, a lot of good work that's still continuing. The missions continue to include hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, evacuations as needed, requested by fire, and at times, when able to, escorts for essential services and need. We also have assigned at least 60 California Highway Patrol officers, split up for us, some at the Eaton Fire location, others at the Palisades location. I personally like to thank Commissioner Sean DeRee, who I will be meeting with. He's coming down here to thank him for his incredible help. National Guard deployment is still at approximately 400. They're assisting the following agencies: the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Arcadia, Azusa, and Sierra Madre. Yesterday, I submitted additional requests for more National Guard assistance, specifically to the Los Angeles Police Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department. So I'm hoping that you'll see additional National Guard personnel arriving today. I will be meeting with one of their very high-ranking executives later today. Evacuations for the Palisades and Eaton fires. These numbers are for both county and city area. They have dropped in the last couple of days, which is some good news. But as you hear, it's still a very fluid situation, and that could change. So be aware of that. We're at approximately 105,000 residents under evacuation. To leave and you're in an evacuation order area, your life is in danger. You need to leave. I know, and it's been stated already, a lot of our residents are trying to get back and they're frustrated. I stopped by several checkpoints, both in Altadena and Malibu yesterday. I personally listened to residents, please let me back in. So I'm just going to say this. In driving around some of these areas, they literally look like war zones. There are down power poles, electric wires. There are still some smoldering fires. It is not safe. The minute it is safe, we understand the inconvenience, and every conversation we're having about evacuations, that depopulation conversation is continuously coming up. We do care. We want to get you back into your homes, but we can't allow that until it is safe for you to do so. In regards to arrest and criminal activity, we had several more arrests overnight, bringing our total to approximately, I'm going to say approximately because we're still trying to reconcile numbers, about 29, 25 in the Eaton Fire area and 4 in the Palisades area. I'm going to guess that Chief McDonald may talk about this, but when I was out there in the Malibu area, I saw a gentleman that looked like a firefighter, and I asked him if he was okay because he was sitting down. I didn't realize we had him in handcuffs. We were turning him over to LAPD because he was dressed like a fireman, and he was not. He just got caught burglarizing a home. So that those are issues that our frontline deputies and police officers are dealing with. So again, that's why we're asking for your patience. Yesterday in Palisades, we had one arrest for curfew violation. Unfortunately, they resisted arrest. In Eaton, we had 6 arrests last night, 3 for curfew violations and 3 for additional charges, including carrying a concealed firearm and narcotics-related charges. Now, I just gave you stats about things our deputies are dealing with in the street. I want to put out a caution to people. If you are thinking about scamming, using this incident to take advantage of residents that have already been victimized, from a white-collar perspective, I have been in close communication. We had a press conference yesterday with Chief McDonald and I, the State Attorney General. We've been in constant communication with District Attorney Nathan Hochman. I also received a call a day ago from Martin Estrada, the U.S. Attorney here. They are all eager to prosecute anybody who is taking advantage of our residents during this very difficult time, whether it is a burglary or it is some kind of white-collar crime and a scam or anything that you may be thinking about doing. The next issue, which is a little more difficult to talk about, is yesterday we started a search and rescue operation out in the Eaton area, where in the first day of this operation, grid searching, we searched approximately 364 properties in the Altadena area. And unfortunately, during that search, we did locate 3 deceased. As these searches continue, I unfortunately anticipate that those numbers will increase. We will start a similar operation in the northern side of the county here very soon. So the numbers I have, and again, it's going to change. Unfortunately, we have confirmed 14 deaths, and that is in our specific LA County jurisdiction. 11 at the Eaton fire and 3 in our portion or our jurisdiction of the Palisades fire. LA cities, that's in addition to. So when you hear the coroner, our partners at the coroner reporting numbers, that's a little bit different. Missing persons. I cannot emphasize, because I'm getting text and calls, if you believe somebody is missing, please report it to your local law enforcement agency. Right now, with the Sheriff's Department, we have 16 missing person reports. We have 12 in Eaton and 4 in Palisades. If there's any good news, there's no juveniles that are missing within those numbers. But I know just coming here this morning, it sounds like we just got dozens and dozens more. I have to reconcile those numbers. We'll report them at a later time. Yeah, and then as I conclude, I know I talk about arrest. That is negative. Some of the things we're talking about are sad. But in this time of crisis, the calls for people wanting to help and donate are enormous. And that's who we are in the county of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. So I just want to throw this out. If you are interested in donating food, money, clothing, whatever that may be, the Emergency Network Los Angeles, by visiting www.enla.org. And thank you for all of you who are amazing out there who want to help. And then if you want updated information about evacuation orders, warnings, or road closures, lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald.
Good morning. Morning. Thank you, Sheriff. In the wake of the devastating fires, I just want to acknowledge the incredible strength and resilience that our community has shown during these very challenging times. It's truly inspiring to see neighbors coming together to support one another. And as your Chief of Police, I want to ensure you that the LAPD remains fully committed to your safety and well-being as we all move forward together. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard, who has 100 soldiers assigned to the Palisades incident, and we're very grateful for their support. Excuse me. I want to just touch on During the evacuation at the early stages, thousands of people fled their homes without notice and without much of anything but the clothes on their back. Traumatic experience, certainly, for everybody involved. We tried to be as compassionate as we could be by putting together escorts that provided limited access for people to get into the area very deliberately and be able to retrieve medication or pets in some cases. What we found was that was successful for those we were able to accommodate, but the numbers became overwhelming. There was frustration, there were long waits to be able to do it, and we still tried to facilitate it, although we weren't able to do that for everyone. Today we need to suspend that practice effective immediately. We have search operations now beginning. We will have cadaver dog deployment, and that will result in crime scene preservation efforts, and then the recovery of remains, working closely with the LA County Coroner. Tomorrow, winds will be picking up, as you heard, further, complicating our efforts and creating an additional fire danger. And so the atmosphere is very continuously changing. We have to adapt to the conditions that are presented to us, and in this case, this is a modification that some will have difficulty with, and I apologize for that. We recognize the importance of protecting fire-affected areas, not just from the physical dangers left behind, but also from those who might exploit this tragedy. To that end, our officers are conducting increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires. Identifying the cause of these fires is critically important. In conjunction with our partner agencies and led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, we've created the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force, who's actively working to identify the cause of the Palisades fire and ultimately all of the fires that we have experienced. LAPD is still enforcing a curfew in Los Angeles City areas where mandatory evacuations are still in place. Last night, we made an arrest for an individual who violated that curfew order. As Sheriff Luna referred to the night before, there were 3 individuals in a vehicle. They were stopped. They were where they weren't supposed to be. One had on fire jacket and a fire hat, and he was additionally arrested for impersonating a firefighter. We have people who will go to all ends to be able to do what it is they want to do to exploit the victims of this tragedy. LAPD, the order will remain in place tonight, curfew order, from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and unless you're public safety personnel or some other disaster workers, you have no reason to be at these locations, and if you are in those areas, you will be subject to arrest. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool to keep the burn areas and evacuated properties secure, keeping looters out. This effort also helps protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness in very difficult conditions. And as you heard previously, the threat there from gas lines, from electricity, down power lines, and many other, not to mention the toxic environment that exists in that area due to the fire that burned plastics and different types of composite material. We all know what the long-term effects of exposure to that can be. I won't go in here to the scams, and the sheriff referred to that, but there are a lot of scams. I would ask that for those of you looking to donate to fire victims, do so with caution. Before contributing, take time to thoroughly research the charity or organization that you're considering. Reputable groups will have clear information about their mission and proven track records. Websites like Charity Navigator and the Better Business Bureau are excellent resources to help verify their legitimacy. It's also good practice to avoid cash donations whenever possible, opting instead for secure, traceable payment methods to ensure that your contributions reach those in need. And if you come upon fraudulent donation requests, please notify us so that we can investigate. Together, we can prevent further harm and protect the generosity of our community. In closing, I just want to reiterate that our department and all of us standing here before you and so many others are with you. We're here for you for the duration, not only to ensure your safety, but provide support and resources necessary to recover and ultimately rebuild. I want to assure the community that we're working tirelessly every day to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. Thank you all for your resilience and cooperation during this very difficult time. Now I'd like to introduce from the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. Yesterday, I sent a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to visit our county to see the devastation of these wildfires firsthand, to meet with our impacted residents and hear their stories, to thank our first responders, and most importantly, to see how the federal government can help our communities heal and rebuild. In my years at the county, I have seen time and time again how essential of a partner the federal government is when responding to an emergency and helping our communities recover. I look forward to welcoming President-elect Trump to our communities so he can see the desperate need, but also the incredible opportunity, hope, and perseverance of our impacted neighbors. It is in seeing this hope that I am confident that our communities will state yesterday and discussed what we will need to rebuild LA. Legislative leaders committed to working with the county to cut the red tape that will slow and limit residents rebuilding their homes. I also want to share that California Governor Newsom announced a sweeping executive order this morning related to the rebuilding efforts. Notably, he is suspending CEQA reviews and California coastal permitting for reconstruction of properties substantially damaged or destroyed in the fires devastating Los Angeles County. I also appreciate the directive to state agencies to identify additional permitting requirements that can be safely suspended or streamlined to accelerate rebuilding and make it more affordable. I want to thank the governor for hearing my request and taking swift action to ensure that our residents will not be burdened by unnecessary requirements as they begin the process of recovery and rebuilding. We are also going to need full partnership from the county, city, state, and federal governments. And I am committed to bringing everyone to the table for the betterment of our residents that right now are in tremendous need. Every day since these fires began, I have gone out to the impacted communities to hear directly from our neighbors and see the devastation for myself. I'm also meeting with multiple times a day with our incident command. The focus, sacrifice, and determination of our firefighters and our first responders is unmatched. And I have no doubt that they are doing all they can to protect our communities and that they are going to get these fires out. There have been so many questions about availability of resources for impacted residents, specifically the resources available through FEMA. Yesterday, the county announced they will be hosting FEMA staff at 7 and now 8 libraries for residents to get direct assistance for disaster relief. For fire victims in the San Gabriel and Crescenta Valley areas, libraries include La Crescenta, La Cañada Flint Ridge, Live Oak, Temple City, San Gabriel, and Alhambra. For fire victims in the West LA or in the San Fernando Valley, libraries include West Hollywood and San Fernando. They will be open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today and tomorrow. And following this, the local assistance centers that will be co-located with FEMA disaster recovery centers will be opening soon. Additional information will be announced in the coming days. While fighting the fires remains our top priority, we are rapidly deploying resources to ensure that the displaced residents have access to the resources they need in the short and the long term. My commitment to these that are impacted is simple. I'm going to see this through with you. We will not let up using every resource to fight existing fires. Displaced residents will be served to the highest level as we address your housing, welfare, health care, and economics needs. I met a couple yesterday who lost their home and the business burned down and he lost his job and they have no insurance. People are suffering. And when we rebuild, I can assure you that the county will lead the restoration of neighborhoods that are safe, prosperous, and reflect the beautiful and loving community that has always stood there. With that, I'd like to introduce the City of Los Angeles Mayor, Karen Bass.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Supervisor, and let me assure you that you will have a full partner in the City of Los Angeles. Yesterday, I was at the Hearst Command Post in Sylmar, and it was an example of our heroic first responders. The department, the Deputy Chief, Jamie Moore, is an example of one of those heroic first responders. I received an in-depth briefing about the fires, the successes, and the upcoming threats. Also met with many volunteers. It was very inspirational to be there and to see groups of people coming up in the entire time I was there, delivering all sorts of supplies for the first responders. It was an example to me of the spirit of our city and how we need to continue to act in a unified manner. Those people that are affected by the fires, we give all of our possible support to, and those people who are not affected by the fires, but who are willing to come out and volunteer and help. We will be prepared, we will get through this, but it takes the unity and the spirit that I saw yesterday to make sure that Los Angeles comes out of this a much better city. As we fight these fires, my office is already working to make sure that we can rebuild as fast as we can by cutting through the bureaucracy that holds us back even in normal times. I want to join the supervisor in thanking the governor for his action this morning. That will go a long way to making Los Angeles stronger than ever. And the generosity we are seeing proves that we will. More than 13,000 people have donated over $6 million to the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund. Please join them in supporting the most vulnerable people affected by the fire at calfund.org. Also support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. Let me thank every Los Angeles firefighter and the thousands of firefighters from across the state, the nation, and even the world. People are coming from everywhere to help us and make sure that we are ready for the days ahead. So to them, I want to say thank you. For Angelenos impacted by the firestorm and for Angelenos looking to help, the city has created an online hub at lacity.gov to create a single place for people to go for assistance or to find ways to help our community. This includes evacuation zones, FEMA support, resources for small businesses, and more. In the upcoming days, you will see as we continue to fight the fires, prepare for what is to come this week, but we will also prepare for our recovery. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to start by extending my sincere condolences and sympathies to the families of the victims who have been identified and who continue to be identified through the heroic work of our first responders. For updates in the 3rd District, power is back on in Topanga and significant progress has been made in standing down the fires. I want to thank everyone who's on the front lines in Topanga. I was personally there. I know we're working on the generator issue at the library, and I thank everyone who is staying strong in Topanga to protect that special area. Grateful again last night for the firefighters who also worked to protect the Mandeville Canyon area. The chief and I were on site last night and witnessed firsthand the heroic efforts that are happening there, and I know will continue to happen throughout the day to protect the region. SoCal Gas is starting to restore connections in Malibu today as well. Shifting gears to our public health issues, LA County is currently under a local health emergency. This is also declared by Secretary Becerra. Our smoke advisory has been issued that will be likely extended through next week. Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Pasadena, downtown Los Angeles, and areas nearby the fires currently have unhealthy air quality. Everyone in areas with visible smoke or the smell of smoke should limit outdoor activities. If you must go outside, we strongly recommend wearing an N95 or 9100 mask to remove smaller particles from the air. At home, close your windows and your doors. Run air conditioning or air purifiers and check your filters regularly. In your car, close your windows or your vents. Turn air conditioning on to recirculate. Do not use leaf blowers or other actions that will push ash into the air. I know we're working to clear areas. We're not using these blowers. There is currently a do not drink notice for Pacific Palisades and adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard under evacuation notice. LADWP is distributing bottled water at the Westwood Recreation Center and adjacent to the Brentwood Country Club. Please continue to follow all drinking water advisories. LA County Department of Public Health is also currently providing N95 masks at all evacuation shelters and to community-based organizations. Due to ocean contamination, please avoid the beaches at the following locations. Malibu Point at Surfrider Beach near Malibu Tower 3, 100 yards up and down the coast from Lifeguard Tower 3. Solstice Canyon at Dan Blocker County Beach, 100 yards up and down the coast from the creek. Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. Additional county resources, as you heard, FEMA staff are available to provide assistance at 8 county libraries today. We also are providing additional mental health support, and you're able to call 800-854-7771. For more information, continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates and resources. I want to echo my thanks to the governor for his swift action, as well as to the President and Vice President of the United States who personally reached out to extend their support. I want to conclude with my deepest gratitude to all of our first responders who are fighting tirelessly to keep us safe. I know we're trying to help get you a break before the red flag event begins, but I know deep down you will not let us down and you're going to persevere and we will have your back. Thank you.
Good morning, Helen Chavez, Communications Director for Board Chair Catherine Barger. Chair Barger recognizes and thanks the following elected representatives for joining us this morning and for their ongoing support during this emergency. Assembly Member Jessica Caloza and Senator Maria Elena Durazo. We will now transition to the question and answer portion of our press conference. When you are called upon, please announce your name and the media outlet that you are with. You can raise your hands if you want to be called on. Anybody have a question?
Okay. I'm Bianca Beltran with NBCLA. You spoke about the arrests that were made overnight in recent days. Can you speak to the biggest challenges when it comes to access in these fire areas? And do you find that these individuals are from the area or coming from further away? Thank you.
In regards to the challenges in our areas for the LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, the individuals that we're contacting do not live in the areas where we're arresting them. We're finding out they have zero business being in these areas. So I do want to reiterate to our communities, if you do not belong in these affected areas, do not go there. You are subject to arrest. I listed some of the charges. We are contacting people. And we are finding a variety of things, including people with firearms, with narcotics. Don't go there. Hopefully that answers your question.
Any other questions? We're going to go over here in the plaid shirt microphone.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. How troubled are you that there's a lack of communication between the city of Los Angeles and the incoming Trump administration?
there isn't a lack of communication between the city of Los Angeles and the incoming Trump administration. I have spoken with representatives of the incoming administration. I'll be talking more about that in the coming days.
Mayor Bass, where do conversations stand about long-term housing for the displaced?
Well, you will hear more from us this week in terms of moving into the recovery phase. There's a lot of things that we need to do, but one of the things that we're looking at, and something I've been working on for a long time in terms of expediting the process, but given this emergency, looking back at efforts that had taken place in the past and how we move full stream ahead. And this is where I was saying that we're going to be lockstep with the county because we need to cut through the red tape that has always been a problem. But now it's over. We absolutely have to get past this and get the rebuilding going as fast as possible.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Any other questions? We're going to go right here in the middle. Name and media outlet.
Hi, this is Kirsten with KCAL News. On the missing people, I understand there was the Family Assistance Center that was opened in Pasadena. Is that still open? And how many are you talking about that are still unaccounted for?
So in regards to missing persons, I reported 16 earlier today. I want to make sure that anybody who believes their family members are missing, that they do contact us, at least at the Sheriff's Department in our county areas. And then we do have the Family Assistance Center, so they can go there to report them or ask any questions that they may have. But it is critical that we are aware of these situations. And when I talk about reconciling numbers, hour by the hour, the numbers increase. Sometimes they decrease because people are being found. So I expect or anticipate that the number of missing persons will absolutely go up. But if there's a doubt in anybody's mind, please, that's what we're here for. Please contact us right away, and we'll guide you through the process so it's easier for you, because very difficult circumstances that we're all under right now.
We're going to go in the middle in the magenta shirt.
Beth Slepaz, KNBC News. NBC News is at Brentwood, where yesterday and today there's been massive lines of people waiting to get into the evacuated area to get things from their homes, medicines, etc. We're being told by folks here that they heard the city was allowing people up to their homes if they came to this location, but then they're not being allowed. Some say they're being told by LAPD 3 cars can go up with an escort every 15 to 20 minutes, but it's not happening. A LAPD officer is telling some resident, in quote, it's all up to the fire department. What's the plan for all these people? Will they be taking people to homes today, and what's the plan for these residents?
Yeah, thank you. I addressed that in my comments earlier. We had tried to facilitate as best we could, people going in for a very short time, escorted, the situation controlled, to get medication and in some case small pets. In the early days in particular, that got unwieldy. Many people came out. They wanted to see, understandably, their property and the condition of their property. Effective today, we've stopped that practice, and as we move forward, we'll reassess down the road. But as I mentioned, we're bringing in beginning search operations, bringing in cadaver dogs, and beginning the recovery of remains process. So in addition to the threats that are posed by downed power lines, gas lines open, we've made the determination that we're no longer able to accommodate that. The winds are coming back tomorrow, presenting additional issues for us to deal with. Thank you.
And can I add on to the medication? And I know for Pasadena, and I'm sure it's out in the evacuation locations, Kaiser and the county have personnel, doctors on site for those that need to get their medication, recognizing that people didn't bring it with them. So if they can't get in, I would really encourage them to go to one of the evacuation centers, because it's important for them to know that we, in fact, do have people writing script. And we're going to put that up on our LA County website so that people know where they can go. to access prescriptions for medication.
Any other questions? Okay.
And I apologize, Tom Hansen with CBS News. What, if any, concern is there about animosity from the incoming Trump administration toward California and its efforts to fight this fire? And that's Mayor Bass, that's directly to you.
Actually, I'm not worried about that. I mean, I joined in the invitation to the incoming president to come to Los Angeles. I joined with the supervisor and the governor, spoke directly with the incoming administration yesterday. It was a fine call, so I'm not concerned about that. There are also, as I mentioned before, a number of my former colleagues who are up for confirmation. I feel like I will have good relations there.
Is the incoming president expected to come here?
I believe so. I mean, it was a positive response yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I will say, knowing what I know, and I represent Altadena, which is probably the most diverse community that in the 5th District, this is the exact constituency that he was talking to. You've got socioeconomics from all walks of life, and they are suffering. So I am confident that this president will come.
Well, my conversation also yesterday was throwing around possible points of timing. No.
Okay. And then, sorry, just one more question. So we are expecting severe gusts of wind in the coming days. Is the city prepared regarding fire hydrants and water pressure?
I believe the city is prepared. I'm going to receive reports in a couple of hours from a couple of the other city departments, and Chief, if you want to expand on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chief. Any other comments? Okay, thank you, and go ahead. Over
Could you clarify the total death count related to the wildfires, and if I could also clarification or guidance from the health departments regarding the air quality for residents? Thank you.
I can confer for the Los Angeles County jurisdictional areas that we are at 14 deaths. That's 11 in the Eaton area and 3 in the Palisades area. But that's just for Los Angeles County. Los Angeles would have different numbers, and the city of Pasadena may have different numbers as well. I would say that the best source for that is the LA County Coroner's Office, because they encompass the entire county of Los Angeles, including the jurisdictions I just mentioned.
Hi, Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director at LA County Public Health. The air quality is improving as we have seen the smoke lessen with the better containment of the fires. At this time, the South Coast Air Quality Management Division is indicating a smoke advisory specifically in those areas close to the fires in the northwest component of the county. County residents should continue to monitor the air quality index, the AQI levels, wherever they are, but we are seeing improved AQI numbers. And so we encourage residents who are closest to the fire, who are smelling smoke or seeing it, who have the AQI levels in the unhealthy zones, to be using masks when they're outside.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm blocked. Go ahead.
Sorry. Simon Bowie, CBS Network News. Just clarity on the discussions with the incoming administration about a visit or communication regarding this disaster. Just to be clear, has Mayor Bass, have you or you, Supervisor Barga, or has anyone in the governor's office actually had a conversation with the president-elect since this disaster has happened? He's been on social media making lots of comments.
I have not had a conversation directly with the incoming president.
So it's only been with this administration, not with him. And Supervisor, same thing, same question to you.
No, I sent my letter yesterday. I'll be following up today. We have been in discussions similar to what Mayor Bass said with high-ranking people within the incoming administration. Obviously, it's a work in progress, but there is no question in my mind that we will be touching base with him.
The sitting president was here earlier this week. Is it not disturbing that nearly a week after what could ultimately be the worst disaster in the state's history, that no one in leadership at the county, local, and seemingly the governor's level has had a conversation with the incoming president?
Well, given the fact that the administration is being put together, I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
Okay. I have another question about the forecast for next week. The forecast going Monday night into Tuesday is calling for winds up to 75 miles or higher. Looking at preemption, are the hydrants working again in the Palisades specifically? Question one. Question two, are water trucks going to be displaced throughout the county and the city preemptively? And also, has there been any conversation, or maybe they're already happening, preemptive frost check drops on areas where homes are right next to very wooded areas, or like, we had Mandeville Canyon the other day, while we have cooperative wind conditions? Is that stuff being done? We're just curious.
Yeah, good morning. I can address the water truck or water tender situation here in LA County. I haven't explained before that on Wednesday, Cal Fire, after coordination with LA County Fire Department, did request 70 water tenders to come into the area for our multiple fires. They have arrived. We have lots of incident water tenders available to us. All of the reports that I've received is that the LA County water system is ready and it will be prepared to assist us in fighting a wildland fire. Your concerns with the FOSCHEC drops, Cal Fire and our federal partners who drop fire retardant only use products that are qualified and on a list. So we're not dropping any products here in LA County that aren't approved. I believe that the use of retardant is safe and it's effective. I know that there's been some social media postings that it is not. I consider that the sinister side of social media, where they're trying to divide us, and we've seen that already. But everything we're doing is approved, it's appropriate, it's efficient, and it's effective. But we are prepared for the upcoming wind event.
Chief Crowley? Chief Crowley, any comment from you?
Yes, so also, just to add off of that, I wanted to make sure that everybody understands, as these additional resources are flooding into our region, the helpful part of that is it's freeing up our other local resources. So as we continue to move forward and pre-deploy fire, air, ground, the more resources that are flooding in to help us with our current fires, the better we are prepared to pre-deploy, knowing that this wind event is coming. I just wanted to add that on top of what Chief Maroney said.
Thank you, Chief. And we're at the end of our press conference. I'm happy to help support one-on-one interviews. So please come forward if you still have questions. We will connect you with the appropriate spokesperson. Thank you.
Tell me, why is an accomplished architect shoveling coal here in Philadelphia?
It is not so simple.
They do not want us here.
Now let's move to the U.S. city of Los Angeles, which is dealing with devastating wildfires. 5 people have been killed, 130,000 have been evacuated, thousands of homes have burnt to the ground, and firefighters are struggling to contain the blaze. By some estimates, the total damages are worth $57 billion. That makes it one of the most expensive disasters ever recorded. At this point, the priority should be dealing with the tragedy, but U.S. politicians are mired in a political battle. As Los Angeles continues to burn, they're fighting over fire hydrants and debating whether they had enough water. Our next report tells you more.
Welcome to the Hollywood Hills, a legendary neighborhood in the heart of Los Angeles. It's home to countless celebrities, a front row view of the world's most influential studios, and the iconic Hollywood sign. But tonight, it's not the lights of Tinseltown that are shining bright, it's the glow of destructive flames. Wildfires are tearing through Los Angeles, leaving devastation in their wake. The Hollywood Hills now stand directly in the line of fire. Across the city, the devastation is heartbreaking. At least 5 lives have been lost. Over 130,000 people have been forced to flee their homes.
Please leave the area.
Even the richest and most famous haven't been spared. Prominent celebrities like Paris Hilton and Adam Brody have lost everything. Entire productions have gone dark, the Oscars have delayed their nominations, and a city built on storytelling now grapples with a real-life tragedy.
Getting everything, our house is on fire. That's our house. You can tell it's next, and we're getting out.
I feel like Governor Newsom, if you're watching this, if you can please help out and reach out to us, that would be wonderful. We live here in Altadena, and yeah, we're just going through it.
The first flames ignited in the Pacific Palisades. Within hours, the inferno spread to 4 other areas: Pasadena, Sylmar, Hollywood Hills, and the Acton region. Only one fire has been contained so far. The others continue to ravage the city. Fast-moving flames, fanned by powerful winds, have leveled 1,500 structures. Many of them are multi-million-dollar homes. Officials are calling it the worst fire in Los Angeles' history and possibly one of the most expensive disasters ever recorded. Early estimates put the damage at a staggering $57 billion.
Well, it's kind of sad, you know. I mean, everybody's lost, not just this community. The community next door, I'm sure all the people up there have lost everything. It's just pretty devastating. This is pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
What's gone up in flames? I can't believe I'm standing here. I broke every blockade to get here. It's just so sad. Excuse my language.
So what caused this devastating fire? Wildfires are a natural part of life in the American West. They even play a crucial role in the ecosystem. Southern California experienced 2 decades of drought, followed by 2 unusually wet years that triggered explosive vegetation growth. This lush growth dried out after 8 months without rain, turning the region into a tinderbox ready to ignite. And this winter, it was one of the driest California has ever seen. All it took was a spark, a single catalyst. Combined with extreme winds, the fires quickly spun out of control. While investigations continue to determine the immediate cause, one thing is certain: climate change is a major player in this tragedy. But as Los Angeles keeps burning, the raging inferno has led to a political battle. California is a blue state headed by Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. US President Joe Biden, too, was supposed to be in Rome today, but he cancelled his visit to monitor the situation.
Trump, did you make a decision?
But President-elect Donald Trump is using this tragedy to take aim at Governor Newsom. He's accused the state government of gross incompetence. He claims fire hydrants ran dry when they were needed the most. And he's criticized policies that prioritized preserving wetlands and wildlife, arguing that these decisions have now come back to haunt Los Angeles. Trump's comments have sparked a fresh wave of controversy, turning the devastation into a political flashpoint.
The biggest homes, some of the most valuable homes in the world are just destroyed. I don't even know, you talk about a tax base. If those people leave, you're going to lose half your tax base of California. This is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water.
Trump says it's an issue he raised during campaigning, and his BFF Elon Musk has chimed in. He says LA's incompetence and the fire department prioritizing DEI, which stands for diversity, equality and inclusion, has left Los Angeles to die right now. So the city faces not only a natural disaster, but a political and social reckoning. This tragedy has exposed fault lines in policy and preparedness, with accusations and blame games shifting as quickly as the fires themselves. While residents grapple with loss and uncertainty, the larger questions loom. How will California adapt to a new era of climate-driven disasters? Who will take responsibility for the failures? And what does this tragedy mean for the future of a city built on dreams? For now, the fires rage on, leaving Los Angeles scarred and searching for answers.
From breaking news to the day's biggest controversies, shedding light on the world's top headlines, detailed analysis on the stories that matter the most to you. Catch it all on Spotlight at 6 p.m. India time and 12:30 GMT, only on First Post.
Through the bureaucracy that holds us back even in normal times. I want to join the supervisor in thanking the governor for his action this morning. That will go a long way to making Los Angeles stronger than ever. And the generosity we are seeing proves that we will. More than 13,000 people have donated over $6 million to the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund. Please join them in supporting the most vulnerable people affected by the fire at calfund.org. Also support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. Let me thank every Los Angeles firefighter and the thousands of firefighters from across the state, the nation, and even the world. People are coming from everywhere to help us and make sure that we are ready for the days ahead. So to them, I want to say thank you. For Angelenos impacted by the firestorm and for Angelenos looking to help, the city has created an online hub at lacity.gov to create a single place for people to go for assistance or to find ways to help our community. This includes evacuation zones, FEMA support, resources for small businesses, and more. In the upcoming days, you will see as we continue to fight the fires, prepare for what is to come this week, but we will also prepare for our recovery. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to start by extending my sincere condolences and sympathies to the families of the victims who have been identified and who continue to be identified through the heroic work of our first responders. For updates in the 3rd District, power is back on in Topanga and significant progress has been made in standing down the fires. I want to thank everyone who's on the front lines in Topanga. I was personally there. I know we're working on the generator issue at the library, and I thank everyone who is staying strong in Topanga to protect that special area. Grateful, again, last night for the firefighters who also worked to protect the Mandeville Canyon area. The chief and I were on site last night and witnessed firsthand the heroic efforts that are happening there, and I know will continue to happen throughout the day to protect the region. SoCal Gas is starting to restore connections in Malibu today as well. Shifting gears to our public health issues, LA County is currently under a local health emergency. This is also declared by Secretary Becerra. Our smoke advisory has been issued that will be likely extended through next week. Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Pasadena, downtown Los Angeles, and areas nearby the fires currently have unhealthy air quality. Everyone in areas with visible smoke or the smell of smoke should limit outdoor activities. If you must go outside, we strongly recommend wearing an N95 or 9100 mask to remove smaller particles from the air. At home, close your windows and your doors. Run air conditioning or air purifiers and check your filters regularly. In your car, close your windows or your vents. Turn air conditioning on to recirculate. Do not use leaf blowers or other actions that will push ash into the air. I know we're working to clear areas. We're not using these blowers. There is currently a do not drink notice for Pacific Palisades and adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard under evacuation notice. LADWP is distributing bottled water at the Westwood Recreation Center and adjacent to the Brentwood Country Club. Please continue to follow all drinking water advisories. LA County Department of Public Health is also currently providing N95 masks at all evacuation shelters and to community-based organizations. Due to ocean contamination, please avoid the beaches at the following locations. Malibu Point at Surfrider Beach near Malibu Tower 3, 100 yards up and down the coast from Lifeguard Tower 3. Solstice Canyon at Dan Blocker County Beach, 100 yards up and down the coast from the creek. Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. Additional county resources, as you heard, FEMA staff are available to provide assistance at 8 county libraries today. We also are providing additional mental health support, and you're able to call 800-854-7771. For more information, continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates and resources. I want to echo my thanks to the governor for his swift action, as well as to the President and Vice President of the United States who personally reached out to extend their support. I want to conclude with my deepest gratitude to all of our first responders who are fighting tirelessly to keep us safe. I know we're trying to help get you a break before the red flag event begins, but I know deep down you will not let us down, and you're going to persevere, and we will have your back. Thank you.
Good morning, Helen Chavez, Communications Director for Board Chair Catherine Barger. Chair Barger recognizes and thanks the following elected representatives for joining us this morning and for their ongoing support during this emergency. Assembly Member Jessica Caloza and Senator Maria Elena Durazo. We will now transition to the question and answer portion of our press conference. When you are called upon, please announce your name and the media outlet that you are with. You can raise your hands if you want to be called on. Anybody have a question?
So we're listening here to the opening remarks made by several officials down there in Los Angeles regarding the wildfires that continue to burn across parts of the county. Now, they are going to transition to the question and answer portion. Before we head to that, we're going to step away for another brief commercial break. A live now look, 4 different vantage points there across Southern California. On your screen, you can see Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson. We'll be right back.
Put a little baby to work, Jiggle could smoke some more herb. Niggas better step.
Double the National Guard. We have 1,680 out there helping on the logistics side. I was just with folks from Mexico, 73 folks will be relieving some of our hand crews. We've got 9 states that are now providing under this EMAC system support. So we've got the resources, but we have more important than this. We have the winds that have changed, and that allows us to be more resourceful with existing resources, particularly the aerial resources.
What's the mission of the National Guard here in Southern California?
Combination of factors. We have the rattlesnake teams that are doing the line and working with the hand crews. We have other logistics packages happening. And we saw our first MAFs, which are these folks that are doing retardant, which are military planes, and the Guards leading that operation. So it's a combination of all those factors. And of course, fundamentally, 600 plus, just focusing on looting and making sure there's law and order on the streets.
Well, there goes, I may as well acknowledge it, there goes another one of your choppers. How many aircraft do you have deployed right now?
There are as many as the traffic control can handle. Aircraft resources are not an issue. We've got fixed wing up today. And then you saw last night, particularly over the last couple of days, just battling the nighttime blazes. By the way, technology that didn't exist a few years ago. The state did not have the resource of these Firehawks that allowed night vision, 6 hours, night goggles. These guys laid down the lines in the Palisade, almost 500 million gallons. To try to hold the line there on the ridge so it didn't come down into the canyon, the Bel Air area, and parts of Brentwood. So it's just remarkable, the heroism of these folks. It's remarkable, the mutual aid system. I mean, you meet folks from Oregon that are working with folks from Kern County, that are working folks overseas that I've never met. And it's hand in glove. It's really inspiring.
In your opinion, is this or will it be the worst natural disaster in the history of the United States?
I think it will be in terms of just the costs associated with it, in terms of the scale and scope. I'll only remind the folks in California, we had the Tubbs Fire, 5,600 houses were lost, and of course Camp Fire, we had 18,000 housing units lost, and 85 people that lost their lives. Currently, we're getting confirmation from the coroner, so we always have to be careful on the death toll, but it's in the 13 range, and I've got search and rescue teams out, we've got cadaver dogs out, and there's likely to be a lot more.
What is your biggest concern over the course of the next 48 hours?
I think is making sure the life safety focus, the property focus is there, at the same time we're addressing the perimeter issues. The challenge is the winds. We've got these winds coming back this evening, Sunday night. We've got peak winds on Monday. We're going to see 50 plus mile an hour gusts, subject to change. So now we're pre-positioning assets. And we're pre-positioning not just here in the theater, those existing 5+ fires, but now broadening that to a number of other counties and moving farther south with some of those resources in anticipation we could see some flare-ups in new places, new starts.
You're here with us on Meet the Press to announce a new executive order. What is this executive order? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Look, we've got to be thinking 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years ahead. At the same time, we're focusing on the immediacy, which is life safety and property. And so that's exactly what we're doing with disaster assistance, making sure people are getting their applications, addressing the issue of fraud, and that's an issue we've got to address. Price gouging, so executive orders on price gouging, recovery. We want to get inspections, units like this. We want to get our inspection teams out here. They're already starting to get out here. We've come up with some timelines so we can get within the next few weeks all that done so people can get their insurance claims. We can then start the big contracts to remove the debris, to address all the hazmat issues. Same time as I got to button up the canyons here as it relates to potential flooding of a lot of atmospheric rivers. Remember, we're in the middle of winter. This is January. In fact, the day of this fire, not a stone's throw away, as the crow flies, there was snow right up the mountain here, the same day as this devastating fire here in Altadena. And so all those things have to happen concurrently. But here's the big thing. I'm worried about issues of rebuilding as it relates to scarcity, as it relates to property taxes, meaning scarcity of resources, materials, personnel. I'm worried about time to getting these projects done. And so we want to fast track by eliminating any CEQA requirements. I've got Coastal Act changes that we're making. I want to make sure when someone rebuilds that they have their old property tax assessments and that they're not increased. So all of that's been done in the executive order we just announced.
CEQA, Governor, and the Coastal Act are both environmental regulations. And if you're going to be suspending those temporarily, are you concerned about problems that may result from the suspension of those environmental regulations and a potential abuse by developers?
Yeah, we're not going to, and within this executive order, we frame those abuses. We basically bookmark that in the context of maintaining the existing footprints. The Coastal Act, they allow just a 10% variant, so we're going to be very mindful of that. California leads the nation in environmental stewardship. I'm not going to give that up, but one thing I won't give into is delay. Delay is denial for people. Lives, traditions, places, torn apart, torn asunder, families, schools, community centers, churches, you've seen it. The number of schools that have been lost in this community, and we've got to let people know we have their back, we're going to be back, we're going to do it efficiently and effectively. Don't turn your back, don't walk away, because we want you to come back, rebuild with higher quality building standards, more modern standards, and we want to make sure that the associated costs with that are not disproportionate, especially in a middle-class community like this.
You've also called for an independent investigation into the issues around water supply that we've seen. What are the questions that you're hoping to answer?
The same ones you're asking, same ones that people when I'm in the streets are asking, yelling about. What the hell happened? What happened to the water system? Was it, and by the way, was it just overwhelm? That you had so much that was used, we drew it down. Was it pipes? Was it electricity? It was a combination of pipes, electricities, and pumps. What was that drawdown impossible because you lost 7,000+ structures right here anyway, and every single structure we lost had a pipe that was leaking, and we would have lost that water pressure anyway. Did it contribute in any way to our inability to fight the fire, or were 99-mile-an-hour winds determinative, and there was really no firefight that could have been more meaningful? So all of us want to know those answers, and I just don't want to wait because people are asking me. I want to know those facts. I want them objectively determined, and that the chips fall where they may. This is not about finger pointing.
You say what to people who insist that these independent investigations or calls for them? Are you passing the blame on to other people?
How could it be when we're doing an independent investigation and we just want the adjudication of the facts? As I say, it's not about finger pointing. It's about answering the questions you and everybody wants answered. And I think there's a propensity to wait to answer those questions, and people want immediacy. They want response and responsiveness, and so that's the idea.
Ultimately here, does the buck stop with you?
I mean, you're governor of California, you might as well be the mayor of California. We're all in this together. We're all better off, we're all better off, we're all better off, and we're working together to take care of people and to make sure people are supported, we're empathetic, and we're here not just in the immediacy of the crisis, but we're here after the crisis, as opposed to creating a crisis in the middle of this by trying to divide people and play political, take cheap political shots.
Do you have faith in Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass?
I have absolute faith in our community. I have faith in our leaders. I have the faith of our capacity to work together.
President-elect Trump has blamed you for this crisis. He called you incompetent. What's your response?
Well, I called for him to come out, take a look for himself. We want to do it in the spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist. He's the president-elect. I respect the office. We have a president of the United States that within 36 hours provided a major disaster declaration over a text. We had support from the president of the United States, Joe Biden, with 100% reimbursement, all the resources you could hope for or imagine, constant communication. I'd like to extend that to the president-elect. I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt and reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full, the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
My understanding is that you have put a call into President-elect Trump. Has he called you back?
No, that was months ago. That was after his victory. So I look forward to him again coming out here in the spirit of cooperation.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but you did invite him to come out here. Have you had any response?
No.
Nothing. Multiple times, Mr. Trump has threatened to withhold aid for California wildfires, both as president and now again as president-elect. Are you worried that he might actually do that?
Well, I mean, he's done it in Utah, he's done it in Michigan, he did it in Puerto Rico. He did it to California back before I was even governor in 2018, until he found out folks in Orange County voted for him, and then he decided to give the money. So he's been at this for years and years and years. It transcends states, including, by the way, Georgia. He threatened similarly. So that's his style. And you know, we take it seriously to the extent that in the past, it's taken a little bit more time. I've been pretty expressive about that in the context of someone threatening our first responders in terms of supporting the immediacy of their needs.
That's what you take it as, that President-elect Trump is threatening the first responders here.
Well, I mean, it's what he said. He said, I'm not going to support the firefighting efforts. I'm not going to support the state of California as it relates to its emergency management. He made this pretty clear during the election, unless they do my bidding. And again, these are familiar terms, and they're familiar to a lot of other states, not just my state, and they're familiar to not just me as governor, but the previous governor of California, Governor Brown, that was battling with these same things. So you just work through these things, and I'm just blessed. I mean this. I'm blessed. I have 40 million Americans that happen to live in California, that Joe Biden's president of the United States and did what he did immediately. And to the extent that we can work with the same relationship and that same spirit with Donald Trump, I hope we can.
President Biden, last time I saw you in the Palisades on Wednesday, right after this fire started, you were on the phone at the side of the road trying to reach President Biden. Subsequent to that, he pledged 100% of the disaster recovery relief for the next 6 months. Is that enough?
Well, it's significant. I mean, in fact, when I was on the phone, you saw me on the phone, I was trying to get the satellite to phone work. I asked for 90%. And he said, no, I'm going to do 100%. It was a big deal. 180 days is a big deal. But he also had just provided the major disaster declaration, and we did the press conference the next day. And that is profoundly significant because that's individual assistance, disasterassistance.gov. People should go to disasterassistance.gov and start filling out applications, get that immediate relief, and then get longer and medium-term relief. But no, he stepped up in a way that an American president should step up, and I couldn't be more proud of him. That's not a political statement. That's not because I'm a Democrat saying that. That's because I'm a human being trying to help other human beings in the most extreme elements, in the most difficult time of their life.
As you know, Governor, there are many California residents who have struggled to obtain fire insurance. What happens to these Californians who cannot afford to rebuild?
Well, we had a major issue after the Camp Fire. In fact, I was governor-elect during the Camp Fire, and it precipitated the largest bankruptcy, or rather, bankruptcy of the largest utility in the United States of America, PG&E. Process of getting them back on their feet and beginning to underground and deal with vegetation and forest management differently in California, which, by the way, we've 10x'd the forest management investments in the state since I've become governor. We created a wildfire fund. That is around the utility issues. On the insurance side, we did an executive order a year ago to do climate modeling and to address some of the wildland-urban interface in terms of requiring insurance to be placed before we can increase rates. We have created a FAIR plan, or at least expanded a FAIR plan, and it has reinsurance. We're assessing, as we do the damage assessment, the total value of the claims, and we will determine what to do after we understand the magnitude of those claims.
Some of these Californians in homes that burnt like this were thrown off of their policies, their fire policies, before this fire season. What do you say to those Californians?
No, it breaks your heart. I mean, this is an issue, and by the way, persists in California because of the acuity of the new realities. Hot's getting hotter, dry's getting drier, wet's getting wetter, these atmospheric rivers, all the flooding that we've experienced in California, but also across the rest of the United States. You're seeing insurance rates through the roof, et cetera. But here's the point. We've been proactive in trying to stabilize that market. That was the executive order a year and a half ago. Insurance commissioner has been moving in that direction. I'll give you a proof point of some of the success of that. Just a week ago, a major insurer announced they were reinsuring in Paradise, California, where the Camp Fire was, because people repopulated. Farmers said they were coming back. So we are very mindful of that, and that's why the FAIR plan is that backup plan. But I'm also mindful of this, as someone on the FAIR plan, intimately aware of how it works. It's not the kind of insurance that you get on the private sector, meaning you're not getting as much in terms of that protection.
It also raises questions about whether or not taxpayer dollars should be used to put people back in these highly vulnerable areas like the one we're standing in right now. Should they?
Well, to the extent look, the issue here, and particularly in Altadena, some of these homes were built in the 20s and 30s and 40s when you didn't have the building codes that we have today. You can see, and you saw this, the camp was a masterclass at that, in the context of seeing why do these buildings survive, these buildings didn't. It's not in every case, I'm not naive about that, but the buildings that tended to survive were ones that were built after 2008 with a higher threshold of building codes. And so as we rebuild, we will have these higher levels of codes and standards that should help protect some of these communities. But I don't want to say to folks that have been here for generations, 3 generations, living in this beautiful middle-class neighborhood, that now you've got to go. So we've got to do everything we can to protect them. We got to make sure, and it was the case up in camp where people are repopulating in Paradise, California, that we have a different system of ingress and egress, redundancy as it relates to emergency preparedness, as it relates to infrastructure. Make sure we underground these wires going forward, make sure the community is more resilient in every way, shape, or form.
Over the course of the next several years, Los Angeles will be host to the World Cup, and then the Super Bowl, and then the Olympics. With this rebuilding effort needing to take place, is LA going to be ready for all of those global events?
My humble position, and it's not just being naively optimistic, that only reinforces the imperative moving quickly, doing it in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, to his credit, was helpful in getting the Olympics to the United States of America, to get it down here in LA. We thank him for that. This is an opportunity for him to shine, for this country to shine, for California and this community to shine. The opportunity with all of that and all that opportunity and that pride and spirit that comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking and reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just the folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan? Tell us about this Marshall Plan.
We're just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires, so we're already talking to city leaders, we're already talking to civic leaders, we're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits, we're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts, and how we can galvanize the community with folks that love this community to really develop a mindset so that at scale we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it at scale with efficiency, like the executive order I talked about, time value of delivering projects, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding and being more resilient.
Governor Gavin Newsom, thank you so much for joining us on Meet the Press.
Good to be back.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Concludes the briefing that we had early on this morning. It started around 11 a.m. Eastern time, so that would be 8 in the morning there West Coast time. Taking a look here on your screen as I continue to toggle back through these 4 live images that we have scattered around Southern California at this moment. You're seeing there Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson. Here at Live Now from Fox, we are going to step away for our final commercial break of this hour, but we are prioritizing all of this coverage regarding the wildfires that continue to burn across Los Angeles County. We'll be right back. From Fox, and thanks for joining us on this Sunday as we are quickly approaching the top of the next hour. So it's just 2:55 here on the East Coast, 11:55 over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Karla Hara. And today, for the remainder of the day, it looks like we are going to continue to prioritize this coverage surrounding the fires that continue to burn across Los Angeles County. I want to put up on your screen right now some of the latest figures that we had courtesy of that briefing that we got early this morning from officials over in the city of Los Angeles as well as the county. So here you can see also information from Cal Fire. The latest they have is that 2 major fires do remain in the area with 16 deaths confirmed, 16 people missing according to LA County. Of course, both of those figures could rise as we are seeing investigators and different agencies kind of stepping into some of these devastated areas and surveying the damage. Also, we know that 29 arrests have been made near locations where some of these curfews have been enacted for people to stay out of the way as law enforcement continues their due diligence, as well as other first responders in the area. And at last check, just over 40,000 acres have been burned because of these several fires across LA County. Now, our partners out at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, we have been relying on them heavily as they continue their reporting and their coverage down there on the ground. A couple of minutes ago, they did do what we call a cut-in, which is basically where they interrupt the regular programming for the day just to bring the latest figures, the latest updates, and they also take a look at the forecast throughout the remainder of today. So let's step into that. It's just about a couple of minutes long, but let's watch.
To burn across Southern California. The 2 largest are the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire. The Palisades Fire has now burned nearly 24,000 acres and stands at only 11% containment. 12,500 structures are still threatened, and at least 5,314 have been destroyed. 5 civilian fatalities have been reported. There is slightly better containment with the Eaton Fire. It is 27% contained with more than 14,000 acres burned. Nearly 40,000 structures have also been damaged with more than 7,000 destroyed. Sadly, 8 fatalities have been reported.
Officials do continue to stress that the number of fatalities are likely to increase as authorities are able to access more areas. With that, let's get out to Mario Ramirez, who is in Brentwood with the National Guard on the Palisades Fire. Mario, what's the latest?
That's right. We are on the north side of the Palisades Fire at 26 in San Vicente, where dozens of residents have gathered, some since late last night, waiting on possible word for escorts into their neighborhoods. And unfortunately, we've just been told by LAPD officers here on the scene that those escorts have all been suspended today because the streets are still flooded with emergency vehicles and hotspots are starting up. Now, you'll also notice California National Guard members are also stationed here. There are 400 that were deployed into these fire zones and more coming in the days. Now, they have been assisting local law enforcement with traffic control and neighborhood patrols to keep these areas safe as the fires spread towards Mandeville Canyon, triggering new evacuations and closer to the 405. For the first time, we can also tell you we're now seeing FEMA officials on the ground, and we spoke to them. They're telling us they're assessing the damage right now before reporting back to D.C. We spoke with so many residents here this morning, desperate to get back to their homes if they're still standing, some without their pets and medications. But again, at this point, all police escorts into the area have been suspended because of the fire activity. In Brentwood on the Palisades Fire, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, we thank you very much. Now over to meteorologist Harvey with an update on our forecast. Morning.
Yes, good morning. We are looking at some improvements to our air quality across the Los Angeles County. Most of us bouncing between a good to a moderate, but we will have some of those sensors that do pick up on the unhealthy for sensitive groups. Otherwise, if you do not have those masks, I say go ahead and get them. And always, if you can, best to stay put and indoors. We do have an air quality alert in effect. It's going to be for all of our gray highlighted area through portions of today. We do have some relief in the wind department. And again, this will be short-lived. We do have our sustained winds at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. And currently, we do have some gusts pushing through the area as well, mostly across Camarillo, Santa Clarita, portions of the valley, and also into portions of the Inland Empire. Our gusts will start to make that decline getting into our afternoon and evening hours, but pick right back up into tomorrow. Moving into Tuesday, we are expected to see the heightened of these winds, and they are likely to stick around with us through Wednesday. So, of course, we do have that red flag warning in effect through Wednesday. Back to you.
All right, Star, thank you. And of course, you can join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond and to help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or simply scan the QR code right there on your screen.
And stay with Fox 11 for all of the latest updates on the California wildfires. We'll break into program if conditions warrant.
Our next scheduled newscast is at 5 p.m. We now return to regular programming.
And that was the cut-in that was just provided by our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. As you did hear, their next scheduled newscast is for 5 p.m. West Coast time. That's going to be 8 o'clock Eastern time. And we are going to stay on the air, I do believe, until at least 10 p.m. Eastern time. So once that does get underway, we do plan to carry it as well. Again, thank you to our partners down there at Fox 11 for their continuing coverage, as they also check in with some reporters on the ground, really giving us all of the viewpoints in regards to these wildfires. You do have a live look on your screen once again there. This is out of Mount Wilson in California. And I want to bring up this graphic that we had moments ago detailing some of the latest numbers. Now, we did update them during that cut-in. So 2 major fires remain, 16 deaths confirmed, 16 missing in LA County, 29 arrests made near some of these locations where the fires first sparked. And then what we updated was the acres that have been burned. So right now, that number, the latest being of 40,300 acres burned. The largest fire being the Palisades fire that at last check was just 11% contained. So let's continue on with some more of these updates that we have been getting periodically here. Now, during that morning briefing that I just showcased for you a few moments ago, you did hear that the sheriff of LA County, he got a lot of questions about some of these arrests that have been made. And earlier today, my colleague here at Live Now from Fox, Josh Breslow, sat down with the Los Angeles District Attorney, Nathan Hochman, to discuss some of the steps going forward, also when it comes to rebuilding for a lot of these communities that have been devastated, but also these arrests and what people need to know going forward.
Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman joining us now to discuss the situation. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I know you have been very busy, so we definitely appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And I do have to ask, because as the district attorney, what goes through your mind as you actually see people are looting from those who have lost so much there as these wildfires are burning? You have folks that are going and stealing people's possessions and belongings.
You know, I'm actually one of the over 200,000 people who have been evacuated as a result of these fires. In fact, my sister's home that she raised her 4 boys and grew up, and they basically grew up in, has been burned to the ground. So I take this very personally, as do all people in Los Angeles, who look at the people who are trying to take advantage of this situation, that basically they are preying, they're predators on those who have tragically lost everything, whether it's looting, whether it's robbery, burglary, grand theft, whether it's breaking curfews and being out there and using up the resources of firefighters and law enforcement, whether it's people flying drones that have now grounded when those drones are up, the super scoopers. In fact, one drone actually hit a scooper and put it out of commission. You know, whether it's people who have engaged obviously in the horrible crime of arson. If it turns out that we find these people, they will be prosecuted, they will be convicted, and they will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. I want to make that crystal clear. So there is no confusion later that I would only get a slap on the wrist if I did any of these crimes. No, these crimes are despicable and they will be punished accordingly.
On that same note, why is it so important for you as district attorney to make sure that is the case? Because we know in situations like this, as you mentioned, people think, I'm going to get a slap on the wrist, no big deal. But, you know, you're making sure to go a step further and say, look, this is despicable. This is horrible, you know, activity that people are doing. So why is it so important for you to make sure that these people do face criminal charges?
Well, I mean, imagine the situation where you've had to leave your home and it wasn't burned down. but the county has ordered you to leave it to evacuate for your own safety. And the police are out there 24/7 trying to protect it. But there's people who are trying to get into your house, trying to rob you at your lowest point when you're suffering from these tragedies, and working as a community to ensure everyone's safety. I want to send again that message to these folks that are trying to do this, that your conduct is despicable, that you, in taking advantage of people in their lowest moment, will be prosecuted to the maximal extent possible.
You touched on this a bit earlier, but when you heard that a drone that was flying overhead had slammed into one of those super scoopers, they're trying to help put out these major fires. What goes through your mind as DA when you realize that someone is flying a drone and it crashed into this expensive aircraft that is just trying to help, and now it's out of commission?
Well, here's what goes into my mind. That the person who launched the drone, whether they did it because they wanted their own private view of the fires, or whether or not they were trying to scope out which houses were still there so they could go rob them, that person has to understand they have violated the law. And not only violated the law, but potentially really hurt people and the ability of the firefighters to fight these fires. And so again, that is that selfish conduct, that narcissistic conduct, that just greedy conduct that put your interest over the interests of your community will be dealt with as harshly as I possibly can.
We saw a video that was circulating and actually spoke with the people who captured the video of a man who had a blowtorch. I know that guy was taken into custody because he was, according to neighbors, trying to set different items on fire. He has not, as far as I understand, been charged in connection with any of the fires, but on a different offense. Are you concerned that there are other people out there who see these fires and want to start their own? As we know, many of the fires that happen, these wildfires, are man-made in some way. So are you concerned of kind of copycat situations?
That's exactly what we're concerned about. That someone thinks that it would be either they're slightly deranged or they have that evil intent to take advantage of this situation, and they want to add to the burden that firefighters are fighting across this county. Again, I can't be clear enough that we will arrest those persons. It's not a question of if, but when. They will be prosecuted and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. The entire book will be thrown at them.
My last question for you here, what message do you have for people, and you've touched on this already, but what message do you want to get across to people who are planning to break that curfew, even if they're not going to be doing anything against, well, it is against the law, but anything criminal, and they do want to go out and be out? They say it's just a curfew, no big deal, or they are going to potentially loot. What message do you want to make sure to get across to them?
You know, these curfews are designed for your safety. They're designed for the community's safety. They're designed to allow law enforcement to focus on bringing back stability to our community. And they're certainly designed to allow firefighters to focus on what they need to focus on, which is fighting the fires and not having to report looters or having the looters get in their way of fighting those fires. So as inconvenient as this is, and trust me, I am inconvenienced as well, having to evacuate from my home from almost a week at this point, you got to abide by the law. The laws are designed for the community's benefit. Don't put your own interest above the entire community at this very, very unstable, sort of tragic time where people have lost so much. The other thing I would like to point out is this. There's other types of people who are going to be taking advantage of this situation. And those are the people who are either engaged in price gouging, whether it's people renting rooms, whether it's people selling services, selling goods. You get to raise the rate by 10%. If you raise it above 10%, you are guilty of price gouging. You will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. You can be sued civilly. So please, please do not do that. And for all those internet scammers out there, please understand that we will absolutely go after you. Your conduct is as despicable as if you were effectively looting. In fact, that's what they're doing. They're looting over the internet of people who have tragically suffered these situations. And by that, I mean someone set up a fake GoFundMe page. Well, I've been in touch with GoFundMe. They have now instituted policies and have policies to try and root out all these people who are predating or predators on their site or setting up fake GoFundMe sites. With respect to people who are going to set up and target people who are seeking insurance benefits, people who are seeking government benefits, please know, check out these resources before you give your confidential information to them and make sure they're the real deal. And as importantly, report them. If you encounter one of these scams, please report it. We will investigate it. We will locate the people who are engaged in this criminal conduct, and they will be held to justice.
All right, District Attorney Nathan Hochman, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
You know, stay safe out there. I mean, it's not just my family that's been affected. I was in the Palisades, the Pacific Palisades region right in the middle, right next to my sister's house that burned down. And I did a 360 look, and it is apocalyptic. And I don't use that word lightly. I've never seen a situation, I've lived here over 60 years in Los Angeles, that gets close to resembling it. I lived through the 1990s with the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots. This isn't even close to that. It is so much worse. So everyone out there, please, please stay safe, abide by the law. We'll get through this together, and we will rebuild better than ever.
All right, DA Hochman, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us. I know you are very busy, so we definitely appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
And thank you to my colleague Josh Breslow earlier on today, speaking with the newly elected Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman. Speaking of these newly elected officials, President-elect Donald Trump also providing a statement via his Truth Social platform regarding these wildfires, in which he says, quote, "The fires are still raging in LA. The incompetent poles have no idea how to put them out. Thousands of magnificent houses are gone, and many more will soon be lost. There is death all over the place. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the history of our country. They just can't put out the fires. What's wrong with them?" But also on the other side of this, California's Governor Gavin Newsom issuing an executive order amid these deadly fires, saying, quote, "When the fires are extinguished, victims who have lost their homes and businesses must be able to rebuild quickly and without roadblocks. The executive order I signed today will help cut permitting delays, an important first step in allowing our communities to recover faster and stronger. I've also ordered our state agencies to identify additional ways to streamline the rebuilding and recovery process." Again, that is from California's Governor Gavin Newsom. A live now look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. As we know that LA city officials have also extended an invitation to President-elect Donald Trump to go visit some of the areas that were most impacted and devastated by these wildfires. We are going to keep a lookout for that and see if the president-elect will be heading to that area at some point this week. We're stepping away for our first commercial break of this hour, but we continue with more of this coverage regarding the wildfires in Los Angeles. Next.
So we'll take you on to the latest briefing from Cal Fire and other officials on the ground there in Southern California, detailing the latest. It has been a rather slow day, but that is a good news day in terms of the firefighters that are battling it. We've talked about the forecast just a little bit ago, how strong winds will return to the region. That could be a problem over the next several days. High wind warnings until Wednesday at the earliest. We're also seeing this, just a live picture right here of that update coming up in just a little bit. You can see the map there behind them detailing the Palisades fire. We're going to have different people in this update coming up in just a little bit. We'll take you out to it as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to talk about another aspect, because this wildfire is, and people are keeping an eye on it, how it impacts so many different people. It's also impacting the NFL playoffs, as the Los Angeles Rams playoff game, Their home game is moved to Glendale, Arizona, the home stadium for the Arizona Cardinals, as the Rams will take on the Minnesota Vikings on Monday night, tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock Eastern. And as we were detailing this, I want to put up a live picture there at State Farm Stadium. There are so many different people out there providing support to firefighters, including COSM in Los Angeles. They're hosting an event tomorrow to watch the Rams-Vikings game, and they're providing support for LAFD. Let's take you out to the conversation I had earlier on today with their CEO and president. Here to Live Now from Fox on this Football Sunday now, and we've been talking a lot about the unprecedented move by the NFL to shift gears from SoFi Stadium to State Farm Stadium for this Rams-Vikings game, and rightly so, due to the heartbreaking nature of the Los Angeles wildfires. Over 100,000 people displaced, thousands of structures destroyed from variety of fires, including the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, as the game will be played on Monday night in Arizona, a road home game of sorts for the Los Angeles Rams. So they'll take on the Minnesota Vikings then. And I know a lot of people will be tuning in at 8 o'clock Eastern for this game. And I want to talk a little bit differently about this because COSM in Los Angeles, that new technology, such a cool venue, as you can catch the Vikings-Rams game at the Dome, and the fundraiser proceeds will go to LAFD, and all proceeds from ticket sales for this event will be donated to the LAFD Foundation to support LAFD members who are protecting our community, saving lives while battling the recent wildfires across Southern California. So it's so very impressive for this to be taking place here on Monday night. And let's continue our conversation right now and bring into the conversation CEO and President of COSM, Jeb Terry. Jeb, thank you so much for joining us here on Football Sunday Now. What initiated this idea, and how important is it for you guys to give back in this way?
Well, it's critically important to give back. We are headquartered here in Los Angeles. These fires have impacted our company. It's impacted a lot of our team members. It's impacted our community. And so we've been trying to find ways to give back, whether it's people bringing by donations for the impacted people, or it's doing things like this, where we can donate all the proceeds to support LAFD and other first responders. It's critical to lean in and support in this time.
Yeah, it's so very critical. And I know a lot of people, and you see, and you must find the helpers that are out there when such a crisis happens. What have you seen in terms of the response from fans? Because LA Rams fans are very passionate.
Yeah, all fans are passionate. Rams fans are passionate, and people are responding incredibly well, as you would expect. Everybody wants to find a way to support these incredibly brave firefighters and lean in and help. And we're just really privileged to be able to do that by opening up our doors and making sure that we can bring these fans in and give them an incredible experience of watching. Being able to get back and benefit those that are out fighting the fires that are still going, frankly.
Yeah, they're still very much burning in different parts, different containment levels for each of those. And we did put up a little bit of video, and you can only imagine what's going through some of the minds of some of those people. We heard Puka Nacua, the wide receiver for the Rams, was in a evacuation warning zone. But some of these images just so very striking to continue to look at. Can you envision, though, what tomorrow night is going to look like at COSM in Los Angeles to see Rams fans support their team? Hopefully they can continue on in the playoffs, but also do it for a good cause. Can you kind of paint the picture what you expect to see tomorrow?
Yeah, I expect to see just fans smiling, cheering, high-fiving, enjoying it like they're there, right? The game was moved. These fans had a home game, and now it's been moved to Arizona. So we're going to create the atmosphere like they're actually at the stadium itself. They'll have the best sights, they'll have amazing food, and I think it'll bring the community together and to celebrate the Rams, to celebrate the game. And, ideally we're raising money for a fantastic cause to support all the first responders out there. It's just going to be, it's a celebration of football. Hopefully it's a celebration of LA and a way to give back and support.
I know you are very familiar with the NFL, so this is going to be so very cool for them. I want to ask you, because maybe people are unfamiliar yet with COSM, with the technology, just uniqueness is an understatement when you're talking about the venue that you guys have in Los Angeles and Dallas. Can you break down a little bit of the technology, what people see inside of it? Because we do have a little bit of video of some of this, and it's just such an interesting perspective. This was during the World Series for the Dodgers, and you can see them feel like they're almost at the park. Can you break down a little bit of this technology, what COSM is about, and what came from this idea?
Yeah, so COSM, the word firstly comes from the Colosseum meets the cosmos. So think about the space and the outer-worldly nature of that and our ability to leverage dome technology. So we are the largest dome maker in the world. We build domes for planetariums and parks and attractions around the world. We're able to bring that technology into a live sports and entertainment atmosphere and build these destinations for fans to come. And it's like you're actually there. We've opened Los Angeles. We've opened also one in Dallas. And also worth noting that proceeds from the game, Rams game in Dallas, will also go to the LAFD Foundation. So both venues will be supporting this cause. But it's a way to celebrate fandom. Fans come in, they enjoy the game. We have multiple camera angles, multiple perspectives, and it's like you're there, Andy. It's one of these things where when we were first building this business, you had that just immediate reaction like, wow, this is going to work. And our ability to now deploy that at scale. And we've got 3 NFL games today, and then the Rams game tomorrow. And it's a fun, energetic atmosphere that we see fans really enjoying.
Yeah, it is just so very different to see it from those different perspectives. And you've had college football games, you've had soccer matches, baseball, as we're seeing with the Dodgers as well. What are the future plans? Because it feels like this is taking off.
It's been fantastic, and we've had basically every sport, whether it's Premier League at 6 a.m. in the morning out here in LA, or college football, NFL, UFC. We just announced the WWE as well. Wow. So we have all content all the time, and we're going to be sharing more entertainment concepts and a lot of other fun programs for fans to celebrate. And our goal is to continue to expand this. We've opened 2 venues. We've announced 2 more in Atlanta and Detroit, and our goal is to continue to roll these out. We've got a few more that we're about to announce, and we want to be able to take COSM global, and that's what we're efforting to do every day.
It's so very impressive. If someone gets a ticket to this, what's advice from you? What's advice from the CEO and president if you want to have the best experience at a COSM?
Well, look, we try to have different seats for whatever type of fan you want to be. Whether you can be on the first floor in the dome, super close, or you want to be in the dome section on the 2nd or 3rd level, or you want to go hang out in the hall. We have multiple types of product types there for fans. I personally love going to level 2 or level 3 in the dome. The Double Wagyu Smash Burger is a huge hit. We have the whole hospitality component there. And so just come ready to enjoy yourself and have fun. That's what we want. We want fans to enjoy the experience, get value for their time, and come in and just have a blast.
Yeah, and if you're not able to go, or you weren't able to change your plans to go from the Rams game at SoFi Stadium, this would be a good alternative there to take it in. And going for a great cause is the proceeds going to benefit LAFD and those continuing to battle the fire. All right, Jeb, thank you again. I appreciate your time. Anything else that you would like to add before I let you go?
No, it's always just remembering what we're doing this for and supporting those first responders out there. I mean, that's the critical thing. It's oftentimes everybody wants to help, and it's hard to find ways to do it, real tangible ways. So we're hopeful that this will make a big impact. And we're here to support the community and those first responders. And but look, we're proud of COSM, but we're more proud that we can help impact in a positive way.
Yeah, building on the future there during a very difficult time, a dark time in Los Angeles. Thank you again. I appreciate your time. Enjoy the games today, and I know tomorrow night as well.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Great conversation there with Jeb Terry there, as this will be the site of the game. But if you're not able to make it, obviously, if you're displaced or whatnot, but you want to take in the Rams game, that would be a good place to do it, as you'll get an inside glimpse. It feels like you're almost inside of State Farm State Farm Stadium there. And of course, he also mentioned giving back, because so many people want to have their impact here, want to give back to the fighters, the heroes that are so bravely battling those flames as they continue to spread in various parts. And of course, also here at Fox, I want to put up this here on Live Now from Fox. If you want to give back in this way, as Fox Corporation has made a $1 million donation to the Red Cross California wildfires relief efforts and continues to partner with the annual disaster giving program. The partnership allows the Red Cross to respond immediately to disasters, providing safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and recovery resources. Here's how you can help. Go to go.fox/Red Cross or scan the QR code right now on your screen. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond and help people recover from this disaster. So I'm going to leave this up here. As you can see, this QR code to help make a donation to help people affected by the California wildfires, the Palisades wildfire. We'll get an update in just a little bit, but significant, tens of thousands of acres burned, over 100,000 people displaced at last check. So it has been a more calm day here on this Sunday, but that could change in the next several days with the high winds, the Santa Ana winds returning to the region. So if you want to provide support, if you want to chip in any way you can, we're going to leave this code up on your screen here for just a little bit as we have now entered a new hour. All right, it is 2 o'clock on the West Coast as we're detailing the latest with these major wildfires, these destructive and devastating wildfires that burn down buildings, burn down homes and businesses, displaced thousands of people. Coming up here in just a little bit, we'll have an update. I want to give you an update from the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, on some of these containments there. As you talk about, the Kenneth fire is 100% contained, the Sunset fire 100% contained. But the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, those are the two really big ones, 27% contained and 11% contained, with the Palisades fire just at 11%. So no real movement in that percentage. We could hear an update if they do have any update here at this press conference, expected to begin at any moment. We'll have at this press conference featuring key officials, including the Cal Fire Director, Operations Section representatives, the Governor's Office of Emergency Management Director, the National Guard General, also California Highway Patrol commissioners here, as you can see them laying out some of the perimeter around this fire near Pacific Palisades, near Malibu. We're talking about the mountains in this area, the Santa Monica Mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains, as they are so very much impacted. But again, it's been a calm day today, which is a good sign, but it could change, and it has changed, as you've seen, just the fluid nature of this. But the death toll also continues to climb, a somber sense to what's going on, as it now stands at 16 as of Sunday morning. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna said 3 additional victims were found Saturday in the rubble of the Eaton fire in Pasadena, bringing the total there to 11. Of course, he said in a statement, quote, "Yesterday, we started a search and rescue operation out in Eaton, where in the first day of this operation, grid searching, we searched approximately 364 properties in the Altadena area. And unfortunately, during that search, we located 3 deceased. As these searches continue, I unfortunately anticipate those numbers will increase. We will start a similar operation in the northern side of the county very soon. At least 5 people have been killed in the Palisades fire." He also said, Luna did, as the searches continue, I unfortunately anticipate these to grow. You can imagine the evacuations orders come very quickly. If you're not aware or not ready for them, they can get on you in a very quick matter of time. I do want to give you just some updates on this Palisades fire, as the latest numbers that we could see change very quickly here at this press conference. But the latest numbers from Cal Fire show more than 23,000 acres have burned, with an 11% containment factor. Evacuation orders and warnings still in effect. At least 5,300 structures have been destroyed, a number that includes automobiles. At least 426 homes have been destroyed, and authorities said approximately 105,000 people are currently being evacuated. In terms of the personnel, in terms of the fire crews, there are over 4,000 personnel assigned to the fire. The Eaton fire, we won't get an update here at this one, but the Eaton fire burning in Altadena and Pasadena has burned more than 14,000 acres, 27% contained as of Sunday morning. In a briefing Sunday, Los Angeles County Sheriff said investigators have inspected 16% of homes and other structures in that Eaton County fire. That is just devastating. That was more structures, more buildings than this Palisades fire, even though this Palisades fire was bigger in terms of just area and acreage. I also want to put up this post from Bill Malusian as he's been on the ground. But just some devastation and destruction in the Palisades fire right there in the Pacific Palisades, Malibu area. But you can just see some of these buildings not recognizable if they were your home. It's so very difficult. You can see the chimneys there, the brick and mortar of those still standing around some of the rubble from these, the wood and whatnot, and some of those cars also. And it's so very difficult to see 100,000 people. That's hard to fathom how many people that is displaced, evacuated from those areas. And we're also talking about just the nature in which in the coming days, the strong winds could potentially spark more fires. That is a major concern, but also the strong winds and the embers from small fires can become large fires very, very quickly. Of course, we're also learning about rebuilding, because that is an immediate topic about some of these people and their homes. Governor Gavin Newsom posting this on social media, saying goodbye red tape. Through an executive order, we're making it easier for victims of the SoCal fires to quickly rebuild their homes and lives. We are also extending key price gouging protections to make rebuilding more affordable. That's also a big component to this, as they're concerned about price gouging. They're concerned about people looting. I think it was some 24 arrests at last check during one of the press conferences I remember hearing yesterday about that being a concern for people, to make sure that even if people did evacuate, even if some of these fires missed your home or didn't miss your home, that there aren't people in the wrong trying to take advantage of a dire situation. So just another element that we watch, not only in fires, not only in natural disasters like this, but hurricanes, tornadoes, other of the like. So we're following this. All right, let's take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll have this update coming up right after this. Palisades fire, as over 100,000 people have been displaced, so lots of structures destroyed, and also evacuation orders still remain in place for large swaths of that area. It's not the only fire that we're watching. The Hearst fire, or the Eaton fire as well, 2 other fires that continue to burn in that region. It's been a calm day, but the Santa Ana winds are expected to return over the next several days, late tonight and at least through Wednesday. So that could cause problems. Gusts of 50 to 70 miles an hour. Not quite the range we were seeing earlier on last week, but still nonetheless very strong winds that could cause problems in that area as well. All right, right now, though, let's continue on. I want to take you out to our Fox weather team as they are detailing the latest with what's to come with this fire. They're doing a great job forecasting it all. Let's listen into their broadcast here on Live Now.
Immediately to disasters by providing safe shelter, meals, emotional support, you name it. You can donate by scanning that QR code or visiting that website right there. Your money will help the Red Cross to respond and help people recover from this disaster. And Lord knows there are going to be many, many people that will need a whole lot of financial help. Hey, much more when Fox Weather Live returns. Keep it right here.
Your wallet. As they were detailing the latest with some of that. And of course, I'm going to put that back up, that QR code to help people donate to the Red Cross. As you can scan this code on your screen or go to go.fox/Red Cross to provide a help. Any donation helps in a big way to those affected by the California wildfires. Fox Corporation has already made a $1 million donation to the Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts and continues to partner with the annual disaster giving program. The partnership allows Red Cross to respond immediately to these disasters. They provide safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and also recovery resources to those impacted. And there are a lot of people impacted in one of the biggest cities, the big metropolises there in the country, in Los Angeles, as a very dire time on Tuesday sparked in Palisades, Pacific Palisades, quickly grew due to the high winds and the inferno there. That was very difficult to see as our Fox 11 team, our Fox Los Angeles team, they were doing a great job at detailing what they were watching and just sharing their perspective in real time. And the evacuation orders came very, very quickly for lots of these people as they were just trying to save some of their most valuable possessions as it happened on Tuesday as it went on. All right, we're still waiting here an update from Los Angeles, Cal Fire amongst them as they're bringing this podium now on the stage there to provide this update on the Palisades fire. They're putting together this podium, which we will take you out to, and then we'll give an update on hopefully the containment, the acreage, and also the death toll, which has risen to 16 on this Sunday. You can see them getting ready with this podium. We're expecting Cal Fire. We're expecting some of the emergency management operations group with California. Obviously, we've heard from Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass today and yesterday. Karen Bass today, Newsom was more so yesterday. We really haven't heard from him yet today, but he's been busy over the last week plus providing an update on all of these fires. The Palisades fire, this one's going to be in particular about the Palisades fire, as we've had updates like yesterday about the Eaton fire. So this one specifically in terms of that. I also want to put up just this post from Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, as she was talking about meeting with people in the community, saying they're coming together to help each other through this crisis. It's what we do. Thousands of volunteers are stepping up to help friends and families throughout the region who have lost everything. And I spoke with the president of the Regional Food Bank in Los Angeles, talking about how some people lost their entire homes and still came out to volunteer, still came out to help those in need. So just a selfless effort for them. And that's not to say anything of the firefighters that continue to battle at almost 24 hours a day as they are getting help from far and wide, different states providing support. And also this post from Gavin Newsom, the governor, saying he's deploying 1,000 more National Guard service members to Los Angeles. Now 2,500 service members mobilized will continue to help keep the communities devastated by these fires safe. So we're still watching and waiting here for this podium for people to step up to it and provide some remarks. Right now, though, let's take you out back earlier to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna providing an update from there. This was a few hours ago. We'll take you out to this live one as soon as it starts.
Unfortunately, anticipate that those numbers will increase. We will start a similar operation in the northern side of the county here very soon. So the numbers I have, and again, it's going to change. Unfortunately, we have confirmed 14 deaths, and that is in our specific LA County jurisdiction. 11 at the Eaton fire and 3 in our portion or our jurisdiction in the Palisades fire. LA cities, that's in addition to. So when you hear the corner, our partners at the corner reporting numbers, that's a little bit different. Missing persons. I cannot emphasize, because I'm getting text and calls. If you believe somebody is missing, please report it to your local law enforcement agency. Right now, with the Sheriff's Department, we have 16 missing person reports. We have 12 in Eaton and 4 in Palisades. If there's any good news, there's no juveniles that are missing within those numbers. But I know just coming here this morning, it sounds like we just got dozens and dozens more. I have to reconcile those numbers. We'll report them at a later time. Yeah, and then as I conclude, I know I talk about arrest. That is negative. Some of the things we're talking about are sad. But in this time of crisis, the calls for people wanting to help and donate are enormous. And that's who we are in the county of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. So I just want to throw this out. If you are interested in donating food, money, clothing, whatever that may be, the Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org. And thank you for all of you who are amazing out there who want to help. And then if you want updated information about evacuation orders, warnings, or road closures, lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald.
Morning. Thank you, Sheriff. In the wake of the devastating fires, I just want to...
All right, looks like they're about to start this podium, this press conference here, and you can see also LA County Sheriff at this press conference as well, so they'll provide yet another update. They're talking about some of these search efforts going through the Eaton fire, as the death toll has risen to 16 from these fires, these natural disasters there in Southern California. Let's put this up one more time as we'll hopefully have this press conference be starting any moment now. You can see them with the map there behind them detailing it. Cal Fire will really lead this off with details on what they're looking at, how the fire efforts are, if there's any update to containment, because at last check, at last note, it was only 11% contained, 23,000 acres burned. You can see them giving a run through, but plenty of people from Cal Fire, from the California Office of Emergency Management, other different crews, California Highway Patrol, so many different agencies and entities working together to do this. It could be one of the costliest natural disasters in U.S. history in terms of wildfires, billions upon billions of dollars impacted in terms of personal property, but also businesses and the like there in this area in Southern California. So you can see them potentially stepping off the podium. I don't know exactly what's going on, but hopefully they'll step up and make some remarks here about what's to come, what they're looking at for this Palisades fire, what they're doing to talk about the evacuation orders, what they're doing in terms of containment and other different facets to this effort for this crisis. So let's just continue to watch this. I don't know exactly what's going on, if they're going to shift to a different location or if they're going to stay here to talk about this. But this was just from a little bit earlier, as we're expecting this to begin about 2 o'clock local time. It doesn't appear that that has met the quota yet, but you can imagine just how busy they are detailing this, making sure everyone's safe, giving everyone in the public information about this, about what's going on with this Palisades fire. So let's just listen in a little bit here on Live Now from Fox as we await them to step to the podium, officials providing an update on this Palisades fire. All right, you can see they're potentially waiting for other people to arrive at this one. They want to make sure everyone is in line, make sure everyone is there. As multiple wildfires have set Los Angeles County ablaze, prompted thousands of evacuations, and many are being asked to leave their homes due to life-threatening conditions. Over 23,000 homes destroyed so far from the Palisades wildfire, and it's one of the most destructive in the area. The fire spread north, prompting even more evacuations. You can see different people on hand. Over 150,000 residents are under evacuation orders. That's over several different ones. I believe that might be Gavin Newsom there on hand for this one. So we might hear from the governor as he was talking about 1,000 more National Guards service members to provide support, some 2,500 now in total, as so many different crews from across the country, so many crews from across the world, Canada, Mexico, providing support, providing aircraft and bodies to this service. You can see Cal Fire, LAFD amongst the crews on hand for this. So this one's just getting going. So we're just going to stick with this a little bit. Los Angeles Fire Department urged Southern Californians to be prepared to evacuate if necessary and also report any suspicious activity. They are remaining under a red flag warning as winds of 30 to 50 miles an hour and low humidity conditions continue throughout the area until Wednesday at 6 o'clock, according to the National Weather Service. I also want to put up just this post here from the Governor Gavin Newsom talking about just the containment levels of these fires. 11% just contained for the Palisades fire, 27% for Eaton, 89% for Hearst, Sunset, and Kenneth, also already contained. All right, looks like they're about to start. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, sound check. This is a quick sound check
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for the Palisades Fire press event for Sunday, January 12, 2025. My name is Thomas Schutz, Public Information Officer for the Palisades Fire. We got a great lineup here to really explain what's going on with this fire. Let's start with some of the basics first. This fire, the Palisades Fire, 23,713 acres, 23,713 acres, 11% contained, and we have 4,707 personnel assigned to this incident. We're going to have our operations section chief jump it off with an operational overview.
Hello, my name is Christian Litz. I'm a battalion chief with LA County Fire. On this incident, on the Palisades Fire, I am partnered up with California Cal Fire Team 2 as operations section chief. So looking at the Palisades Fire, we'll start over here on the Malibu side. Coming on the top half, which is more of a wildland fire, going across the edge, we have crews in there continuing to work the fire's edge. There's still heat. You're not going to see a lot of flame activity out there. It's looking really good as far as activity, low activity, but there's still heat all along the edges. So we have resources, hand crews, engine companies out there scouring the edge, mopping up the edge, securing those edges, continuing to put those control lines in to make sure that we have no fire progression or limit it as much as possible. As we come around past Topanga Canyon, we're looking at neighborhoods of Fernwood, Montanito, Topanga Oaks, and Sylvia Park. We want to make sure we continue to protect and defend those communities. So we have resources in there doing structure defense tactics. What that is clearing brush, clearing the area around from the structures to make sure there's no adverse fire effects to those structures if the fire does move. Coming up top, we did have some activity here yesterday. You saw a good plume coming out of what we're calling Division Zulu, which is around the Mulholland unpaved road, or Dirt Mulholland as the locals call it, and hit it with aircraft, and we have hand crews in there now. Only minimal activity, but you will see some smoke up there, some flare-ups interior. But the crews are in there and just separating the fuel from the black and the green. That's what we do, is we take the fuel away so there's nothing left to burn, so that we secure that edge and limit any kind of western fire progression. And again, number one priority is always life and structure, so we're stopping it from there. The top of Dirt Mulholland, as we come across the top of the fire, still have those crews patrolling that area, doing work deeper and deeper, securing that edge as wide as we can as we're doing around the whole perimeter of the fire. And then coming around, dropping down into Mandeville Canyon. So that's another hot part. We have a couple smokers in there, but the edge is looking really good coming down to Mandeville Canyon Road. But the resources are still diligent in there, going in between the structures, behind the structures, securing that edge. Again, pulling in any kind of vegetation that might come into play and securing it and doing what we can for the communities of Mandeville. As we come around down from the bottom all the way around to PCH to connect back, we have the communities of Westridge, Brentwood, Riviera, the Palisades, Temescal Canyon, Malibu. What we're doing in there, it's more of a structure issue that we're dealing with there. So we have crews in there scurrying around all the streets, patrolling, finding any hot spots that they may found around the structures, concentrating on the structures that are still standing so that we make sure that nothing comes in them. So they're going all the way around using hose line, hand tools, whatever they need to do to make that safe for that structure and the home and defend. And again, number one priority is always life and the structure defense. We always plan to keep the fire as small as we can, but we prepare for something bigger. We always have resources out there looking on the outside, building a contingency line, which is an extra line on a different layer on the outside all around the fire. Still utilizing an abundance amount of aircraft. We have airplanes, we have helicopters, even drones. We're dropping retardant, we're dropping water everywhere we can, again, to secure that edge all around the fire. And we also use the drones and planes that have IR capability, so we can pinpoint isolated heat sources to really get there and bring our ground resources directly to those heat sources to take everything out possible for the fire. Thank you.
Next up, our incident meteorologist with a briefing on fire weather.
Good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. On the 7th, when this fire broke out, the area was experiencing what was one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events that we've experienced in several years. And that's extreme Santa Ana wind event produced some very extreme fire weather conditions. The first couple of days of the fire, we had wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour across the fire, along with a very low humidities, which made the atmosphere very dry. And also we had critically dry vegetation. We haven't had any rain of note in this area since last April. So the combination of those strong winds gusting at 80 miles per hour, the low relative humidity, and the fact the brush was critically dry allowed the fire to spread very rapidly and display some very extreme fire behavior. Now, going to the forecast for the next several days, unfortunately, we're still under Santa Ana wind pattern. We have expectation of moderate to strong Santa Ana winds from today through Wednesday. So there is a red flag warning in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday. We're expecting north-northeast wind gusts anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour, maybe locally stronger on Tuesday. Very low humidity, and again, the vegetation is still very, very dry. So that leads a recipe to produce some very critical fire weather conditions, and therefore that's why we do have the red flag in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening.
Next up, Chief Crowley, Los Angeles Fire Department.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I just want to take a little tactical pause, is what we usually say as firefighters. And I'm looking out in the crowd over here, boots on the ground. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the LAFD. We are very, very grateful for all of your help. And I'd be remiss if I didn't start with that. So thank you, everybody, for assisting us. Yesterday, I visited several of the impacted Palisade fire areas to meet with LAFD firefighters who were first responders to this natural disaster. While the fire's destruction is absolutely heartbreaking, the overwhelming support from across the Los Angeles region is absolutely inspiring. Your LAFD firefighters remained steadfast with their unwavering dedication, commitment, and they are working around the clock as if everybody else who's here assigned to this incident. And this is just not for the Palisades fire, but for our entire city and region. And I'm telling you, they're doing everything they can to put these fires out. Right now, at least from the LAFD side, we're focused on two things: containing the fires and saving lives and protecting property. With the impending winds, we got to pay really, really close attention to this. This wind event is approaching us, and it's approaching us very, very quickly. I want to reassure you that your LAFD, all of our regional partners, every single agency that has come from up and down this state and outside of the state, we are ready. Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, myself, our city leaders are fully committed to ensure that we're ready for this next event. Now, what do we need from the community? And I tell you, we need your help as much as you need our help. We need you to stay informed. Please stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate. We keep going back to that. But with this next wind event, got to stay informed. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders. And the key here is without delay. Also, we ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. I tell you, I'm so extremely grateful. I started with that, but that was purposeful. We're grateful for everybody who's here to support us in one of the most challenging natural events in the history of the city. And with that, it's not over. So we need everybody to stay safe. We need to stay informed. And I tell you, from the first responders that are here, we're gonna keep fighting this fight. We're gonna get this fire out, and we're gonna rebuild. Thank you, everyone.
I'd like to invite all the speakers now to go ahead and come on stage. Apologize, I meant to do that on the last one. Our next speaker is going to be LA County Fire Department Chief Maroney.
So thank you and good afternoon. Elevated critical fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please rest assured that your County of Los Angeles Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County very high. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in the wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective fire safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I would like to express my gratitude to Los Angeles County 3rd District Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for her leadership and unwavering support of our residents in these communities, my fire department, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these fires, thank you for your relentless and fearless dedication and bravery in protecting residents and property throughout this great county. And finally, to all residents, please be assured that we will continue to be here for you until the last fire is completely extinguished. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for the repopulation of evacuated areas, establishment of disaster recovery centers, and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Before I end, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the repopulation of areas that were under evacuation order or evacuation warning. This is a priority for the Unified Incident Command, not only for the Palisades fire, but also the Eaton fire. Unfortunately, those conversations are not going to begin until the next predicted red flag ends on Wednesday. So please rest assured that first thing Thursday, we will start talking about repopulation in evacuation order and warning areas. Thank you.
Next up, Los Angeles County Sheriff Luna.
Thank you and good afternoon. Just wanted to reiterate that we have over 1,200 personnel from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, along with many of our law enforcement partners, which they're doing amazing work from the get-go. I do want to thank Nancy Ward from the Office of Emergency Services, who you'll hear from. We've been talking for days before this event started, and from the very beginning it was, what do you need and what can we get you? Sean DeRee from the California Highway Patrol, who you'll hear from, same thing. We have 60 CHP officers assigned to various areas in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department area. They have been instrumental in helping. And then Major General Beavers, who you'll see or hear from as well. 400 guardsmen, and the minute I saw him out here, he's like, what else do you need? And I told him, we need more. This isn't over. The fires may be closer to being over. You hear that from our fire chiefs if it goes that way, but we do have this pending weather event. We are not going to de-escalate the number of people that we have out. From a law enforcement perspective, that'll stay the same. A couple of other factors. I want to reemphasize that we do have a curfew still in effect for the impacted areas. That goes from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. What does that mean? Simply stay out of the areas if you are not a first responder or have emergency business there. I know there's a lot of folks trying to get back to their houses. We are very empathetic and sensitive to those needs, but your safety comes first. A lot of these areas still look like they were hit by a bomb. There are live electrical wires, gas lines, and other hazards. We want to make sure you're safe, not to mention the health hazards that come with that information. I also just want to quickly reiterate something I said this morning. In both fire locations, we have current search and rescue recovery operations going.
with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, our Los Angeles County Fire Department using cadaver dogs, doing grid searches. I don't expect good news from those. We will keep people updated. I'll get my next update when they're complete at sunset with what they come up with. The death toll stands at 14. Those were our numbers we received earlier today. We will not get updates about that till tonight. And I'll end with saying this, regarding any illegal activity that may be occurring in these areas. Don't do it. The fact that anyone takes advantage of anyone who's been victimized already, whether it is burglary, looting, or any other crime, whether it's a scam of some kind that you're conjuring up to make money off of the poor people that have been involved in this. As a matter of fact, I'm set for a press conference tomorrow with Chief Jim McDonald, where we'll be with the district attorney, and we will be with probably the U.S. attorney. They are very eager to prosecute anybody involved in anyone who thinks they're going to take advantage of the people who have been through this tragedy. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of your support.
Next up, LAPD Chief McDonald.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And you've heard a lot of these updates. You hear much of the same information each time. That's good. We're moving in the right direction. Tomorrow and the following day, we're expected to get some high winds. So as you've heard before, we're working together as well as we can to try and prepare for that. Thank you for the cooperation that we've had from so many people and the support that we've received. It's something that is very humbling. Our job remains to be the same: evacuation, and that may happen again in the next couple of days, traffic control and crime suppression. All of those things that are ongoing efforts, and we're getting feedback. We're trying to adapt what we do to be able to meet the needs of the community that we're serving. You've heard over and over again about looting and about the efforts we're making to try and prevent that, and then to try and hold people accountable who are engaged in that activity. We have an awful lot of police officers out there from LAPD out there looking for people that are taking advantage of other people. As Sheriff Luna mentioned, the curfew is still very much in effect from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. The access that was provided on a limited basis is completed. We will no longer be doing that, and we're moving forward with the curfew, the closed areas for those areas that have been so designated. The new phase that was mentioned earlier that we're moving into, again, search, recovery of remains, and dealing with the downed power lines and gas lines that are in there. And again, with the winds returning, still a very dangerous environment. I want to thank everyone for the patience, the resilience that we've seen, the teamwork, everyone looking out for their neighbors. There's people, elderly people, people who can't get around that well. Reach out to them and see if they're okay, particularly in the next couple of days as things pick up again and things could become, again, very challenging. Sheriff Luna mentioned the scams. Educate yourself before you give. Everybody wants to be helpful, wants to donate, and wants to be part of the solution. But before you do that, do some homework, get on the web, and make sure the entity you're given to is actually a legitimate one. I mentioned earlier the task force that has been assembled with our federal partners, led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, bringing in the national response team. That brings in tremendous expertise and resources from across the nation, and they work very closely with the LAPD Major Crime Section, with the FBI, with the LA County Sheriff's Arson and Explosives folks, and then others who bring expertise to the table as well. That will continue, and we will continue to keep you updated as we move forward with this. And again, thank you all.
Next up, Cal Fire Director Tyler.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tyler. I am the Director and Fire Chief of Cal Fire. Cal Fire is also referred to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. First, let me start by putting my thoughts to the constituents and community members of the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, Pacific Palisades, Malibu, Altadena, Pasadena. You have gone through a tremendous natural disaster. I am proud as I drove around today to see the community helping each other, neighbor helping neighbor. I'm proud of our response by our fire department, Cal Fire, law enforcement, EMS, our public works, and our nonprofit organizations coming together. The women and men, not only of the California Fire Service, but those who have come to support us as well. Support us from other countries like Mexico and Canada. Support us across the West and the Midwest, whether it be Oregon, Nevada, Washington, Montana, Texas, just to name a few, have all come to California to support the efforts occurring here. And prior to the beginning of this siege, both Cal OES, our local government fire departments, were pre-positioning resources across Southern California. As a statewide fire department, we recognized the fire conditions diminished in Northern California. So we moved our fire engines, we moved our aircraft to Southern California. We were here to start the fight on the first night. Together, as the California Fire Service continues that fight, putting out every hot spot, every smoldering ember, and removing the hazards that are occurring in the neighborhoods and the communities as part of the work of our law enforcement entities being able to create a repopulation plan. At the same time, we have 53 damage inspection teams across the Eaton and the Palisades fire who are working to assess every structure that's occurring, and 8 more of those teams are on their way. But we can't just think about today. We have to think down the road. We have to think what's going to come next as part of recovery that Director Ward and others will talk about. So as part of that, as part of our natural resource protection mission, we brought our watershed emergency response team together, we call it a WERT, to start evaluating things such as burn soil severity, identifying the values at risk, modeling and developing emergency protective procedures. It's not if we will get rain at some point, it is when. And certainly we have not had enough rain thus far. In preparing for the next event that you heard about already, starting today through Wednesday, not only in Los Angeles County, but the affected portions of Riverside, Orange County, and San Diego. If you look at the wind models, the winds are picking up in those areas as well. So we all need to be prepared. As part of that preparedness, Cal OES, our local government fire departments, our whole of government together are preparing ourselves for this next event, including the creation of a mobilization center that is currently located in Beaumont, California, outside of the fire-impacted area, so it is able to send resources north, south, east, or west. Finally, I will reiterate that everyone should remain vigilant. Listen to firefighter and law enforcement officer commands and directions regarding evacuations. You can find many near real-time updates by going to fire.ca.gov, which will also link you to many of the local governmental organizations and the information that they are putting out as well. Additionally, in preparation of this next event and California as a whole in a fire year, you can go to readyforwildfire.org on how you can be prepared. Thank you.
Next up, California Office of Emergency Services, Director Ward.
Good afternoon. I am Nancy Ward, the Director of the Governor's Office of emergency services. And I too want to say that my heart goes out to all the Southern California and residents who've been affected by these fires, who may have lost loved ones, have lost their homes, or who are displaced as we speak. I'm here in Los Angeles along with the highest level of state government, where we have established the structure and the support needed for the ongoing fires and the recovery ahead. Cal OES is in lockstep with FEMA for assistance for the people and the communities affected in Los Angeles County. Assistance workers from FEMA are on the ground as we speak to help with your applications and getting assistance to you quickly. We've also stood up robust operations and expertise in anticipation of the massive recovery ahead, to include watershed protection, debris removal, housing, public infrastructure restoration, and support to businesses. As you've heard, though, we're not out of the woods yet. We have some very significant fire weather ahead of us, and we need to provide the people and the first responders in Southern California the support that they need. We've pre-positioned additional engines, fire crews, helicopters, bulldozers, water tenders across all of Southern California, in Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and San Diego County, all poised to assist and support the additional fire threat. The whole of government remains in place on the existing fires, including firefighters, Cal Guard, service members, CHP officers, fire dispatchers, pilots, Caltrans crews, shelter operations, and more recovery support personnel pouring into the county. A force right now of more than 14,000 people. I too urge the people of Southern California to be vigilant. Be aware, follow your local emergency officials. Know that we're here in Los Angeles to support you, and we'll be here for the long haul. If you need to apply for disaster assistance, you can go to www.disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362 or 1-800-621-FEMA. Thank you.
Next up, CHP Commissioner Dury.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Dury. I'm the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. Let me add my voice to those that have gone before me and just offer our sympathy and condolences to those impacted by this tragedy. This morning, Director Ward, Chief Tyler, and I accompanied the governor. We toured some of the damaged area. It's devastating, and our heart goes out to you. For the Highway Patrol, this is personal. We are members of this community as well. Some of our officers, some of the members of our department have lost their homes and have also been displaced. And so to all of you, our thoughts go out to you, and we'll keep you in our prayers. At the onset of this event, the California Highway Patrol went on tactical alert in Los Angeles County. That means 750 officers, 12-hour shifts, days off canceled. Right now, we have 74 uniformed members dedicated to fire assignments, and the others remain able and willing to respond. We're supporting the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, with general law enforcement, with road closures, with traffic direction, with enforcement of the curfew, and also enforcement of looters. I want to recognize our partners with the Los Angeles Police Department and Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. We're lucky in LA County to have two of the finest law enforcement agencies in the country right here in LA County, under the leadership of the chief and the sheriff. They both know, they have my phone number, they know any asset that the CHP has is at their disposal. In closing, I'll just reassure the members, the people that are impacted by this, the citizens, we're in this for the long haul. The CHP will be here with our other state partners. We'll remain dedicated to this, not just through the fires being put out, but through the cleanup and also through the rebuild. Thank you.
Next up, California National Guard Major General Beavers.
Good afternoon, I'm Matt Beavers. I'm the Adjutant General of California. And on behalf of the 18,000 service members, civilian employees, and their families that serve in the California National Guard, Our thoughts and prayers are with those that are affected by this fire emergency that we're talking about today. That said, we have 1,800 boots on the ground right now from the California National Guard. About 1,054 of those are supporting law enforcement agencies across this area to ensure that law enforcement officers can do that work, ensure that they can do counter-looting operations, ensure that they can continue to do law enforcement operations while we man traffic control points and checkpoints across the area. On the firefighting front, we have 529 service members currently supporting CAL FIRE. 355 of those are currently employed with CAL FIRE. That's from our task force Rattlesnake. And 174 are continuing their training down at Camp Roberts, and they'll be available to CAL FIRE on the 16th of this month. On the aviation side, we continue to man 11 Type 1 bucket-equipped UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters. And on top of that, we maintain 5 today, 8 tomorrow. 5 today, modular airborne firefighting system equipped C-130s from the California Air National Guard and from Air National Guards across the country. It's important to note every MAFS-equipped aircraft in the United States is currently in California supporting this emergency. Can't say enough about our DoD, Department of Defense partners. They've been extraordinarily helpful and supportive throughout this. And I'd like to just reach out one time to the sheriff and let him know that if he needs additional folks, we'll have them there tonight. Cheers.
Next up, Palisades Fire Incident Commander, Chief Hudson.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Jim Hudson on behalf of the Unified Incident Commanders for the Palisades incident. Provide you a brief overview of what has occurred and our actions moving forward as we stand here this afternoon. Obviously, since the ignition of this fire Tuesday morning, it's been a very dynamic situation. Resources were surged in, but anybody that was here in the first few hours or the first 24 hours will tell you that wind event was something that they've probably not experienced before, and the firefight that occurred was extraordinary. It's been, when I said it's been dynamic, along with perimeter control, we have been fighting, or we're fighting, and continue to monitor the situation of new structural ignitions in the area. So our priorities will continue to be life and safety, property, and perimeter control. We have been pushing that message forward, and how we're able to accomplish that is, as the weather shifts, we are moving resources around this fire as the best of our ability and prioritizing where those resources need to go. Crews have been working and will continue to work 24 hours a day. Many of them have been working over 36 and 48 hours at time, and our aircraft has been working 24 hours a day when the weather permits. We did have some periods where the wind was too strong, but we've been had good success the past few days. It's important to note that even though if you look at the acreage growth on this fire, the majority of it was ahead of Friday morning. But we have seen growth with the wind shifts in the last 2 days. And as we move forward, I want everybody to know that those flare-ups that did occur in the last couple days, we are prepared for those. Everything that has occurred has been within our primary plan, and if necessary, we'll always fall back to alternate or contingency plans. So it does look very impressive on the news. We are able to surge firefighters into those areas rapidly, and we do have a plan. We are planning 2-3 ridges away. We are planning well ahead of any communities that lie in the fire's path that could potentially be impacted, and that is part of our thought process. So I assure you that anything that could possibly occur that we are not considering and we have a plan for. So as we move forward, I just wanted to leave you with that and assure you that you have full dedication. Our Unified Incident Commanders, represented by all the agencies on this stage, are aligned in our priorities, objectives, and we'll continue to provide you updates daily. Thank you.
Next up, Los Angeles County Supervisor Horvath.
Good afternoon. At this stage of the event, I have 2 messages. First, one of gratitude. The people on the front lines fighting this fire are nothing short of excellent. They are not here by choice. They are here by calling. They are strong, they are sophisticated, and they will get this job done. We are grateful to them and to their families who are sacrificing time with their loved ones in order to ensure our safety. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Second is vigilance. We are not out of danger yet. As you just saw, we are entering yet another red flag event through the end of day Wednesday. It is essential that every resident in an evacuation zone evacuates immediately. And if you are in an evacuation warning zone, be prepared to evacuate. The best thing that we can do to support those on the front lines is to be prepared, to move swiftly, and to listen to instruction. Those who are on the front lines are giving it their all. The thing that will determine their success is whether we are partners or whether we are in their way. It is essential that we follow instructions to get this job done. Thank you once again to all who are fighting this fire. We are grateful to you.
Next up, City of Los Angeles, Councilmember Park.
Good afternoon. I am, of course, joining us this afternoon with a heavy heart, and I'm profoundly saddened by the unimaginable devastation that has swept across Los Angeles. Obviously, raging fires have claimed more than a dozen lives, destroyed thousands of homes and beloved businesses, and scorched more than 60 square miles. Thousands of families have been displaced, their lives turned upside down in an instant. The Palisades fire alone, the most destructive fire in our city's history, has engulfed over 23,600 acres since it erupted on Tuesday. Even now, it's only about 11% contained. The destruction is staggering, with entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble and ash. Yesterday, I was with Chief Crowley on the front lines in Mandeville Canyon as our firefighters strategically pre-positioned for that fire. Thanks to their heroic efforts throughout the night, Mandeville Canyon has been spared so far. These brave men and women from the LAFD and supporting departments from all over California and beyond deserve our deepest gratitude. Currently, more than 150,000 people in Los Angeles County are under evacuation orders, and we continue to receive new arrivals at our 9 emergency shelters. Curfews remain in place for Palisades and Brentwood, a measure that is necessary to ensure public safety as high winds are expected to pick up again tomorrow, which could potentially fan the flames and lead to further spread. This fire remains active, and as others have said, this situation is far from over. Pacific Palisades still faces dangerous conditions, including downed power lines, broken gas and water pipes, and now slide conditions because of water activity. Today, our LAPD had to suspend operations, escorting residents back into evacuation zones to receive essential items. But this decision was made because of the anticipated wind conditions and the need for escorts for our utility personnel who we have to get into the area so they can stabilize the conditions on the ground and make it safe for us to have those discussions about bringing folks back in at some point in the future. We know it will be at least until Wednesday, until the wind conditions abate. These are hard decisions, and I know that many of my constituents are disappointed and frustrated, but safety must remain our top priority. Another important piece of information that I want to share is that effective tomorrow, January 13th, parcel and postal pickup for Palisades residents will be available at Rancho Park Post Office, located at 11270 Exposition Boulevard in West LA. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades in particular who have lost so much, I see your pain, and I feel your heartbreak. And I want to assure you that we are going to do everything in our power to ensure that you have the resources you need to rebuild your community and your lives. We can't replace what has been lost, but I am going to fight like hell to help you recover and move forward. And to our fearless firefighters and law enforcement and emergency personnel, including the men and women of the National Guard, your courage and determination inspire us all. To the countless crews from around California, across the U.S., and even Canada and Mexico, thank you for standing with us in this time of need. Once these fires are contained, and they will be, we're going to hold community meetings to ensure that residents have the answers they need and a voice in the path forward. Together, we're going to rebuild, and together, we are going to ensure that no community in Los Angeles has to ensure this devastation again. Also, to President Biden, Governor Newsom, and all of our partners in leadership, thank you for your commitment to seeing us through this disaster. In the weeks and months and days to come, we are going to need more than commitment. We're going to need action. I'm determined to fight for the resources our community needs and deserves, and I know that we are going to rise from this tragedy stronger, more resilient, and more united than ever. Thank you. Stay safe and stay strong.
Thank you very much. That concludes our presentation portion. We'd now like to open it up to questions. If you do have a question, if you could just throw your hand up. My partner, Captain Scott, has a mic. He'll bring it to you. Ask your question. We'll find the best person to answer it. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Chase Beach, Spectrum News. My first question is, I think it was Chief Maroney who said that all of LA County needs to be on standby over the next few days as this new wind event comes through. I mean, can you clarify that? I mean, are you saying that everyone across, or I can't remember if you said city or county, but everyone needs to have a go bag ready? I mean, obviously people are concerned.
Yeah, I think I said that anybody in LA County that's going to be under the red flag conditions needs to be ready and prepared to evacuate. It puts the entire region at risk, and although wildland brush fires are not normal for January, we all have to look at the situation that we're currently in. So for me, I speak on behalf for all the residents that are in the LA County areas, those 59 cities and all of the unincorporated areas.
Just be watching carefully, be ready to go.
Yeah, make sure that you haven't silenced your emergency alerts on your telephones. Make sure that you have your own individualized wildfire action program. Make sure that you have your own individualized wildfire action plan. Go to www.fire.lacounty.gov/RSG, ready, set, go, and you can prepare. Thank you.
Thanks. Barry Johnson, KCAL News. Can you clarify the concept of curfew? Because don't we effectively have a 24-hour curfew right now, at least until Thursday, as you were saying, because civilians cannot go into areas now at all that are under mandatory evacuation?
So in regards to curfew in the impacted areas, that does go from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. There are other areas that are under evacuation order, which means that nobody who is unauthorized should be in those areas. They are covered by different portions of the penal code. Technically speaking, if you are there during the day and you have no business there and you are confronted by law enforcement, and we've been doing a great job at it, you can be subject to arrest under a misdemeanor. I don't know of any cases where we've done that, but that is a tool in the toolbox. Bottom line is, you don't live there, You don't belong there, stay away from there. There's no reason for you to be there to not only impact the residents that have been victimized, but more importantly, the first responders who need to go in and out of there, and other utility folks that are working there to repair a lot of the things like electricity, gas, and water, and internet that are down.
Matthew Bigler, KNX.
Hi, thank you. This is probably a question for, I'll step back a little bit to avoid feedback. For some of the electeds, we've been getting questions from LA County residents who have heeded the evacuation orders. They've left their homes, and now they're incurring lots of expenses, food, clothing, especially shelter. Can they expect to be compensated by insurance companies, by the government? What is being put forth to help those folks who are now paying a lot of money because they can't go back home?
You know, I'll address the repopulation because I said it at the end of my remarks. They can't go home simply because it's not safe. We've all spoke up here about the evacuation order areas and the evacuation warning areas. The minute it's safe, it's our collective priority, whether you're elected or appointed, to be able to get residents back in their home just as quickly as possible. That conversation is not going to occur until the end of the predicted red flag event that's on its way. The last thing we want is for Sheriff Luna or the police chief, McDonald, to be reporting on more fatalities. Homes and communities can be rebuilt, but we cannot allow any other fire fatalities. That would be terrible. So thank you for your understanding. It is our priority, and we're going to do the best that the very best that we can. Thank you.
I'm Jackie Irwin, the assembly member that represents this general area, the 42nd Assembly District. We've had 5 fires here in the last 6 weeks or so, so we are quite familiar with what the residents are facing. The first thing that we would say insurance-wise is you have to get in touch with your insurance company. You have to put together lists of what your costs are. And on our website, our assembly website, we have a list of everything you need to do and some tips for insurance companies. Secondly, residents have the ability to apply for FEMA funding. And again, there's a process you go through. The website has been pretty bogged down, but I would say contact us in our office. We will do everything we can to help you connect with FEMA. And within the next week, we are going to start working with our other partners, the Tracy Park and Lindsay Horvath's office. And I think right now at the libraries, we're going to be having resource centers that residents can go to. The last thing, not exactly along the lines of what you're talking about, but what we're already hearing is about price gouging. And we urge anybody that suspects price gouging as they're trying to rent housing to contact the Attorney General's office. This is absolutely unacceptable and illegal to do in the face of this horrible tragedy. So any of our residents that have questions, please contact our office. Unfortunately, our Pacific Palisades office burned down. Our district office in Thousand Oaks, because of the fires, doesn't have phone service right now. So we urge you to contact our Capitol office or look at our website, and you can just do a Google search for that.
Next question is in reference to fire cause investigation. Morgan Windsor, ABC News National.
Yeah, I was hoping someone could expand on the status of the ongoing investigation, and specifically, I'm wondering, has the LAFD considered the New Year's Eve fire in Palisades in the investigation, the potential that this was a rekindling? And once that fire was contained, did the LAFD ever revisit the scene? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can't speak for LAFD, but I can speak to general practice, and we have a task force where LAFD, LA County Fire, LAPD, LASD, ATF, and as needed FBI are all working together in task force configuration to try and find source and origin of this fire and all of the fires we've experienced. So as they go through this, we won't speak as to where the investigation is or what the findings are at this point, but we will, once it's complete, you'll be made aware of what we know. So thank you for your patience on that.
I'll just briefly talk about your question from a previous fire that had occurred 7 days prior. We do not have any information that there's any connections, but that's the good thing when we bring in an outside resource that is going to look into every single detail to make sure that the fire service knows, the community knows exactly where and how and when all of this occurred, and that's across the region in regard to all the other fires that occurred even outside of the Palisades. Thank you.
Next question is in reference to our air support. Jeremy Lee, NBC Universal.
Hi. What contingencies are there if air support has to be suspended, and how are you preparing for this wind event in a different way than earlier last week?
Yeah, so with aircraft being able to fly, that can be weather dependent. Obviously, it has to be safe and it has to be effective. They are, as I spoke earlier about contingency lines, we, with the aircraft, obviously the rotor wing are dropping on hotspots and extinguishing fire with our fixed wing that drop fire retardant, as well as our helicopters that we have set up a mobile retardant base in which the helicopters actually drop retardant as well. We are pre-treating with fire retardant well ahead of the fire, and if they get grounded, we have actually built ourselves a little bit of barrier in time for crews to get in there and make and get on the line, go direct as possible, and extinguish the fire. So it's important to remember, though the retardant might not extinguish it, it is a barrier. It does provide us some time. So it really comes to that planning piece, like I talked about earlier, with our primary plans and our backup plans. So.
That concludes the questions from reporters.
That concludes this briefing. We'd like to remind folks that we are holding a virtual community meeting every night at 6:30 p.m. Thanks to everybody who joined us last night in person. We're going to have virtual tonight and tomorrow, so please jump online, LAFD, LA County Fire, or CalFire at fire.ca.gov, and go to the Palisades Fire page, and you'll see the link there. Thank you.
All right, this is Andrew Crafty. You've been listening there to Los Angeles officials update us on the progress of containment efforts for the Palisades fire, still around 11% contained, though the message was there that they are not out of the woods just yet, especially with the extension of these red flag warnings and these red flag events, and the end of some of those warnings and the guidance there has been extended now till Wednesday, January the 15th. You heard there from the fire department chief, Marone. Residents, he said, will not be allowed to return to evacuation zones until the end of that forecasted red flag event, which is now forecasted to end on January the 15th. That's this upcoming Wednesday. But you heard a lot about the guidance of what some of these impacted residents need to look out for, including when it comes to price gouging, including when it comes to scams. If so many people who are feeling compelled to donate, to give their time, talent, and treasure in order to watch out for some of the warning signs on scams. Also, we got an update on some of the efforts that are being undertaken to combat looting and the arrests that have been made in relation to that. Also, some of the penalties that could be in place for those who might be breaking curfew. Remember, the curfew is still in place from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific time here. But they are cautiously optimistic that they are knocking the Palisades fire down. It is somewhat contained, but it is nowhere near out of the woods yet. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this Sunday on Live Now from Fox. And we have been covering, of course, these devastating wildfires there since they broke out just last Tuesday. And remember, the other message is they are still ongoing. The firefighting efforts continue apace there in California. And I want to talk about some of the Santa Ana winds, the wind events, the red flag advisories that are upcoming, that are leading to so much cause for concern here. The National Weather Service just put this out about an hour ago saying, heads up, strong, locally damaging northeastern winds will affect West LA County and much of Ventura County through Wednesday. They say critical fire weather is expected, so please have multiple ways of getting notifications in case of new fires and prepare ahead of time. So that is the guidance as well. Prepare ahead of time if you may fall into upcoming evacuation zones and orders here. In the meantime, like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to take a quick commercial break. We are also, I believe, sometime later this hour, expecting an update on the progress of containment efforts with regard to the Eaton fire as well. So if we do see that pop up live, we'll take that for you live. All right, in the meantime here, let's take that quick commercial break. We'll see you in just a moment.
Then dub it, Now I ain't tryna cuff it, I'm just tryna fuck it, Smack an ass and then rub it, So good that I love it, and I treat it like nothing. And I got everything I'm also wine from. Out of Mississippi, shit flooded. They said that it's contaminated or something. I bet somebody went in there with an truck. We coming to get, I check, just tell them cut it.
That have wrought so much damage and death and destruction there in parts of Los Angeles County, effectively wiping off the map the Pacific Palisades and parts of Altadena, California as well, near Pasadena. In the meantime here, we've been relying on our colleague, Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen, who's down there on the ground. He just filed this latest report. Let's listen.
The California wildfires have left a large swath of Pacific Palisades destroyed. Now neighboring communities are on eggshells with that same fire threatening the Brentwood neighborhood.
Honestly, the entire perimeter is threatened. The concern is these winds as they go back and forth.
New evacuation orders are now in place for much of that area, including where Vice President Kamala Harris's home is. A dusk to dawn curfew still in effect for the Palisades and Eaton fire zones. Several people have been arrested already.
I saw a gentleman that looked like a firefighter, and he was not. He just got caught burglarizing a home.
The National Guard also deployed to keep the areas secure. Officials are warning that areas already hit by the destructive wildfires can still be dangerous.
Some of these areas, they literally look like war zones. There are down power poles, electric wires.
But some evacuated residents say they want to return back to their houses, walking from checkpoint to checkpoint, hoping for a police escort to their neighborhoods.
We never thought this would happen. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
And another threat is on the horizon for the Los Angeles area. Strong Santa Ana winds could force authorities to cut off power in some places to contain the spread.
The atmosphere is very continuously changing. We have to adapt to the conditions that are presented to us.
And those strong winds are supposed to pick up again on Monday, making things much more difficult for fire crews already working around the clock to contain multiple large wildfires. In Los Angeles County, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. And remember, that was one of the main reasons people are citing for the rapid spread of the Palisades fire on Tuesday night. The fact that Santa Ana winds were so gusty, were so high that air assets could not get up into the air to knock them down because the winds were so dangerous, and it prohibited and precluded air assets from flying to drop water and to drop fire retardant there. But that was a question at the latest briefing to see whether or not those same conditions will be felt as well going into next week, Monday and Tuesday. Will that be the same scenario? And you heard there, they're going to have to wait and see whether or not they can get the air assets back up into the air, or keep them in the air, rather, depending on how strong the winds are going to be with this next event. That, remember, now a red flag advisory is in place until Wednesday. In the meantime here, we do want to just give you a sense of the scope of the response and how many states, how many countries are responding to help California battle these fires here. In addition, we brought you this news earlier this afternoon. California Governor Gavin Newsom says he's deploying 1,000 more California Guard service members to Los Angeles as we battle the unprecedented wildfires in the region, he says. The approximately 2,500 total service members mobilized will continue assisting local public safety efforts in communities devastated by the fires. So it's not just assets coming from the state of California or within the state of California and elsewhere in the United States, but also our neighbors to the north and south. This is a multinational effort now. Justin Trudeau, Canadian Prime Minister, saying today Canada is deploying 60 firefighters to help battle the California wildfires. Also, just yesterday, we heard from California Governor Newsom, 72 firefighters and emergency personnel have arrived from Mexico to help respond to the LA fires. He says emergencies have no borders, and we're deeply grateful to President Claudia Sheinbaum for your unwavering support during one of California's greatest times of need. Also, many states are contributing their firefighting forces to help combat the spread of these blazes. Texas Governor, the Republican Greg Abbott, saying, and this was from yesterday, saying, today I directed the Texas Department of Emergency Management to deploy firefighters, fire engines, and firefighting equipment to help battle wildfires in California. He says, join Cecilia and me in prayer for those who lost their lives, for the heroic first responders, and for California. Texas stands with our fellow Americans. In the meantime, remember, my colleague Josh Breslow this morning has been speaking with so many stakeholders about this, so many different angles about how to fight the fires, including those super scoopers, and this is really just remarkable, and you watch this live here on Live Now, seeing these aircraft hover near the water, picking up water, and then dropping it so precisely on these blazes to blunt and to stop the forward progress of these fires, like the Eaton fire, like the Palisades fire. Well, like I said, my colleague Josh Breslow spoke with someone who knows about how these pilots pull this off. It is so well choreographed here. Here's this conversation.
Over the last several days, you've probably heard a lot about the Super Scooper and also seen some of these images after a drone struck one of them, forcing it to be grounded for several days as they're trying to fight all of these wildfires across the LA County area. You can see them raging out of control there. I want to talk more about those aircraft altogether, what they are and how they work. So let's bring in John Gradick, the coordinator of McGill University's Aviation Management Program. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss this a little bit further.
My pleasure, Josh.
All right, so first off, I want to ask you kind of an overall question here. Can you break down what a Super Scooper is and how it works?
It is the top-of-the-line aerial water bomber that's built by Canadian operations, both in Vancouver as well as in Alberta. It's an airplane that has been around the business for about 60 years, built originally in Montreal as a CL-215 aircraft. And it is a unique aircraft in as much as it can pick up a lot of water very quickly from either a lake or an ocean, and then quickly go to a fire and drop about 3,000 gallons of water in about 4 seconds on a very targeted area. So it is a very, very mean fighting machine when it comes to aerial firefighting.
Are these all Canadian made, or do they make them in the U.S.? Are they used often in the U.S.? Because we've seen a lot of them here in California.
And we have a contract, Canadian government, or the Quebec government, in fact, one of our provincial governments have a contract with the California Fire Suppression Group. We've been flying 2 of these units every winter to California to base them at Van Nuys. And that contract's been around since 1994. So this is our 30th year that we have these aircraft based in Southern California. They are built in Canada. They're only built in Canada. But the latest version of these aircraft, something called a CL-415 extended aerial firefighting platform, was sold to Bridger Aerospace in Montana about 4 years ago, and that's a CL-415. And it really is the state-of-the-art aircraft. So the U.S. operators basically have 6 of these units, and they are as state-of-the-art as you can get.
Do you have to have special training, I guess, to actually fly one of these? Is it different than being able to fly another aircraft?
It's a very, very fickle airplane to fly. It really, I consider this to be a machine that has aerobatics capabilities. It's really got some very, very fine controls on the airplane. It can fly into canyons. It can fly at very low altitude, 100, 150 feet above ground level. And it's very, 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 it's difficult to fly because you're flying in conditions where you have heat, wind, you're buffeted left, right, and center, and you have to have pilots who really understand the capability and what you have to do to basically safely deploy and drop 3,000 gallons of water in about 2 seconds.
We've heard from our Fox 11 LA team out there. Sadly, there's been a water issue as crews are trying to fight the fires out there. And some of the firefighters have had to watch buildings burn. They've been in tears as a result of that lack of water. So how does a super scooper provide maybe an advantage to help firefighters in those areas that don't necessarily have that water?
Yeah, we had this aircraft that been built to basically scoop water from either lakes, rivers, or in the case of LA, from the ocean. It can handle fresh water as well as salt water. And it can drop, with a pair of these units, which is what you have now in California, you could drop somewhere in the range of about 150,000 gallons of water every 4 hours. So these airplanes cycle back and forth between the water source and the source of the fire. So if the fire is about 5 miles away or 6 miles away from the water source, these airplanes can really cycle quickly, to the fire, back to the water, and back on the fire in the space of about 10 minutes. So they can drop a lot of water on a fire.
What sort of maintenance is required overall? Because as you said, it's I believe you described it as a fickle aircraft. How much maintenance is really required for this? I imagine it's more than other aircraft.
It is a fickle aircraft, but it is sturdy. It's well built. These airplanes are built to fly into treetops and into high altitude fires, but they are mechanical devices, and so we keep these airplanes in pretty good shape. I would say for every hour of flying that these airplanes do, there's about an equivalent amount of time spent in maintenance. And in the winter operations, typically, Quebec has about 12 of these units. We've shipped 2 to California, and there's 2 showing up, I think, tonight. So we'll have 4 in California by tomorrow morning. But we'll have the other 8 are going through their annual maintenance, and then those airplanes are in various states of disassembly to get their airplanes back into shape for the spring-summer operations here in Quebec.
And if you look at some of the images there on the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to see some of the damage that was done when a drone struck one of them and caused pretty extensive damage there. What goes through your mind as you have the knowledge about all of this and you see a drone just strike one of these very expensive aircraft?
It's very disheartening for me when I see that drone image, damage on the wing. If that drone had struck the aircraft 10 feet, inboard of that location. It would have hit the engine, and that airplane would have had some extreme difficulty in returning to base if it in fact could return to base. So drones, are nice units to have around to take pictures from afar. When you're in a firefighting zone, that airspace has to be clear. There's a fire boss aircraft that's around that kind of directs traffic, and they're directing big airplanes, they're directing helicopters, very heavy lift tankers, and there's no time for those drones to be in that airspace whatsoever. So it is, catastrophic. It could have been catastrophic if that drone had hit that engine.
And the LA District Attorney has said not only will he issue citations and things of that nature, but there could be arrests as a result of those drones that are captured flying overhead, as obviously they're working what is a very active scene. These fires are still burning and causing all of that devastation there across the LA area. Talking again about the super scoopers, do you think somewhere in the future we are going to see more of them made, more manufacturers that are working to build these?
I think, this is a pretty unique aircraft to be built. You need specialized manpower and specialized tooling and jigs to build this type of airplane. In the U.S., you have the AT-802, which is air tractor units, which have a scooper capability of about 800 gallons and do, water from lakes and reservoirs, as we see in California. They can't do salt water very easily. The corrosion would be pretty nasty in those airplanes. So, this type of airplane is pretty unique. We are looking at having this new plant just north of Calgary build the next generation of CL airplanes, which are the 515. Plant is currently under construction. We're looking at that delivery of the first aircraft coming out of that plant somewhere in 2027, 2028. The first 22 aircraft coming out of that plant have already been sold, and our friends in Europe have basically bought those airplanes. So if you want to get an airplane, you're going to have to wait until 2029, 2030. They're going to be producing somewhere between 12 and 15 of these aircraft a year.
Yeah, it's going to be a while because, again, I know we keep saying fickle aircraft, but I think that's a good way to describe it. John, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help explain that a little bit further. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Yeah, I think that, one of the things about, the current situation when it comes to looking at the fires in LA, that we're looking at situations where we're getting more and more urban fires and looking at, these types of aircraft being deployed. So, yes, there is a crying need for these airplanes. I think that there is a possibility that we can increase the production plant to produce more aircraft. But, it is the Canadian product, Canadian built airplane. We've got the world expertise in terms of building world class. And our friends in Europe don't call these CL-415s. They don't call them super scoopers. They call them Canadairs. And, the president of France says he can't get enough of these Canadair airplanes into France as an example of the fires along the coast. So they're very, very reliable and will be there for the future.
All right. John, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Josh. Have a great day. Take care.
You too.
All right, back on live there to our shot on top of Mount Wilson. You see some of those very air assets discussed in that interview you just watched there. So that's a live pic. You see the air quality not so great there in LA County after these fires. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take yet another quick commercial break, though. Now the questions are arising, and they have been since these fires broke out. Well, what caused them, and who's investigating that question to get to the bottom of that question, to get answers to that question? We'll have a little bit of news on that after the break.
Crazy, but I'll go retarded when I'm in the sheets. I'll put that as the beat.
in the area for then canceled events regarding land conservation and land preservation there in California. He was able to kind of address this crisis in real time. He went to one of the command centers there, and he met with California Governor Gavin Newsom. We aired that as it happened. That was last Wednesday. And now the question turns to whether or not President-elect Donald Trump might also visit the impacted areas. Some new reporting from our colleague at Fox 11, Alex Michelson, regarding what LA Mayor Karen Bass has done on this front. Bass saying she is in communication with members of the incoming Trump administration about the fires. She says she'll share more details in the coming days. Also, LA County Board Chairman Catherine Barger reiterated her invitation as well. Now, Alex is saying, I am confident this president will come, quoting LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, talking about a potential Trump visit to LA. And Mayor Bass says she was also throwing around potential dates with Trump's team. So Supervisor Barger essentially saying, I'm confident this president will come. We also know that California Governor Gavin Newsom did take time to sit down with the Pod Save America podcast. Newsom there saying he was not getting straight answers from local leaders about the fire and says there is an investigation into who is responsible for the wildfires. Newsom, though, also inviting Trump out to California to see the damage. The Trump team says that he would go, but they have not shared a specific timeline on the podcast. Also, Newsom saying Trump has no empathy and no capacity to even understand the tragedy. So kind of the Trump-Newsom battle royale throughout this crisis continues apace here. And remember, all last week you heard there on Donald Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, blaming Governor Gavin Newsom for these devastating wildfires, saying that he should resign in the wake of them, calling him with the moniker California Governor Gavin Newscom. That is what Trump has termed Newsom there. In the meantime here, I do want to say, put this tweet up from Forbes, reporting that LA Mayor Bass says she had a positive talk with Trump team after Trump accused her of gross incompetence there. So we'll just have to wait and see whether or not the president-elect can get this on his schedule in the next, of course, 8 days. You know he's being inaugurated, sworn in as the 47th president in just 8 days' time. In the meantime, we do have some live pictures coming out of Los Angeles here. Take a look at this. So I believe this is at some volunteer site in the LA area where you can see a lot has been donated. I mean, take a look at that. Toys, clothes, it looks like, essentials for those who have lost everything in just a matter of hours. So I'm not entirely sure where this kind of parking lot command center is, but you see how expansive it goes and how many people are there that this was set up for those impacted by the fires, for those who want to volunteer, for those who want to help, and who want to donate some of their belongings to those who no longer have any. We also got this live picture up there. So it doesn't seem like this is going to be virtual. Looks like this is going to be live in person. This is going to be an update there at what appears to be some type of high school auditorium in Pasadena. An update on the Eaton fire. So we'll get an update on containment efforts there. We'll also get an update from community members. They will be addressing their local and state leaders directly about what they need. Remember, the community of Altadena, a majority of it which has been destroyed and damaged due to the Eaton fire. So we are going back and forth between these two live looks, and we're waiting for this one to get underway. We're going to bring it to you live. And then I just have to go back because this just shows you the outpouring of support and how people come together in the worst possible tragedies. Look at all that. Crates and crates of water you see there stacked on top of each other. All right, Skyfox there. Looks like they're flying away. But in the meantime, we do have that live vantage point inside what appears to be, I believe, the high school auditorium there at Pasadena High. for those impacted by the Eaton fire to ask questions of their local leaders about what happens next for them.
After 185 years, Perovskite's technological potential is finally becoming...
All right, in the meantime, while we wait for this to get underway, I was being told this is not at a high school. This is at Pasadena City College in the auditorium there, where we await this to begin. And we're going to hear from a lot of stakeholders in this. In the meantime, though, what we do want to do right now is replay for you the latest update on the Palisades fire from so many LA County and LA City officials updating us on containment efforts, on the progress to stop the forward motion of the fire, and what residents who have lost everything need to know going forward, especially with these red flag advisories and warnings still in place until Wednesday. We're expecting gusty Santa Ana winds tomorrow, Tuesday. It ends Wednesday. We'll see whether or not there will be any more advisories past that date. But let's listen to this in case you didn't catch it live last hour.
Information officer for the Palisades fire. We got a great lineup here to really explain what's going on with this fire. Let's start with some of the basics first. This fire, the Palisades fire, 23,713 acres, 23,713 acres, 11% contained, and we have 4,707 personnel assigned to this incident. We're going to have our operations section chief jump it off with an operational overview.
Hello, my name is Christian Litz. I'm a battalion chief with LA County Fire. On this incident, on the Palisades fire, I am partnered up with California Cal Fire Team 2 as operations section chief. So looking at the Palisades fire, we'll start over here on the Malibu side. Coming on the top half, which is more of a wildland fire, going across the edge, we have crews in there continuing to work the fire's edge. There's still heat. You're not going to see a lot of flame activity out there. It's looking really good as far as activity, low activity, but there's still heat all along the edges. So we have resources, hand crews, engine companies out there scouring the edge, mobbing up the edge, securing those edges, continuing to put those control lines in to make sure that we have no fire progression or limit it as much as possible. As we come around past Topanga Canyon, we're looking at neighborhoods of Fernwood, Montanito, Topanga Oaks, and Sylvia Park. We want to make sure we continue to protect and defend those communities. So we have resources in there doing structure defense tactics. What that is clearing brush, clearing the area around from the structures to make sure there's no adverse fire effects to those structures if the fire does move. Coming up top, we did have some activity here yesterday. You saw a good plume coming out of what we're calling Division Zulu, which is around the Mulholland unpaved road, or Dirt Mulholland as the locals call it, and hit it with aircraft, and we have hand crews in there now. Only minimal activity, but you will see some smoke up there, some flare-ups interior. But the crews are in there and just separating the fuel from the black and the green. That's what we do, is we take the fuel away so there's nothing left to burn, so that we secure that edge and limit any kind of western fire progression. And again, number one priority is always life and structure, so we're stopping it from there. The top of Dirt Mulholland, as we come across the top of the fire, still have those crews patrolling that area, doing work deeper and deeper, getting that, securing that edge as wide as we can, as we're doing around the whole perimeter of the fire. And then coming around, dropping down into Mandeville Canyon. So that's another hot part. We have a couple smokers in there, but the edge is looking really good coming down to Mandeville Canyon Road. But the resources are still diligent in there, going in between the structures, behind the structures, securing that edge. Again, pulling on any kind of vegetation that might come into play and securing it and doing what we can for the communities of Mandeville. As we come around down from the bottom all the way around to PCH to connect back, we have the communities of Westridge, Brentwood, Riviera, the Palisades, Temescal Canyon, Malibu. what we're doing in there, it's more of a structure issue that we're dealing with there. So we have crews in there scurrying around all the streets, patrolling, finding any hot spots that they may found around the structures, concentrating on the structures that are still standing so that we make sure that nothing comes to get them. So they're going all the way around using hose line, hand tools, whatever they need to do to make that safe for that structure and the home and defend. And again, number one priority is always life in the structure defense. We always plan to keep the fire as small as we can, but we prepare for something bigger. We always have resources out there looking on the outside, building a contingency line, which is an extra line on a different layer on the outside all around the fire. Still utilizing an abundance amount of aircraft. We have airplanes, we have helicopters, even drones. We're dropping retardant, we're dropping water everywhere we can, again, to secure that edge all around the fire. And we also use the drones and planes that have IR capability so we can pinpoint isolated heat sources to really get there and bring our ground resources directly to those heat sources to take everything out possible for the fire. Thank you.
Next up, our incident meteorologist with a briefing on fire weather.
Good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. On the 7th, when this fire broke out, the area was experiencing what was one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events that we've experienced in several years. And that extreme Santa Ana wind event produced some very extreme fire weather conditions. The first couple of days of the fire, we had wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour across the fire, along with a very low humidities, which made the atmosphere very dry. And also we had critically dry vegetation. We haven't had any rain of note in this area since last April. So the combination of those strong winds gusting at 80 miles per hour, the low relative humidity, and the fact the brush was critically dry allowed the fire to spread very rapidly and display some very extreme fire behavior. Now going to the forecast for the next several days, unfortunately we're still under Santa Ana wind pattern. We have expectation of moderate to strong Santa Ana winds from today through Wednesday. So there is a red flag warning in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday. We're expecting north-northeast wind gusts anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour, maybe locally stronger on Tuesday. Very low humidity, and again, the vegetation that's still very dry. So that leaves a recipe to produce some very critical fire weather conditions, and therefore that's why we do have the red flag in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening.
Next up, Chief Crowley, Los Angeles Fire Department.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I just want to take a little tactical pause, is what we usually say as firefighters. And I'm looking out in the crowd over here, boots on the ground. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the LAFD. We are very grateful for all of your help. And I'd be remiss if I didn't start with that. So thank you, everybody, for assisting us. Yesterday, I visited several of the impacted Palisade fire areas to meet with LAFD firefighters who were first responders to this natural disaster. While the fire's destruction is absolutely heartbreaking, the overwhelming support from across the Los Angeles region is absolutely inspiring. Your LAFD firefighters remained steadfast with their unwavering dedication, commitment, and they are working around the clock as if everybody else who's here assigned to this incident. And this is just not for the Palisades fire, but for our entire city and region. And I'm telling you, they're doing everything they can to put these fires out. Right now, at least from the LAFD side, we're focused on two things: containing the fires and saving lives and protecting property. With the impending winds, we got to pay really close attention to this. This wind event is approaching us, and it's approaching us very quickly. I want to reassure you that your LAFD, all of our regional partners, every single agency that has come from up and down this state and outside of the state, we are ready. Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, myself, our city leaders are fully committed to ensure that we're ready for this next event. Now, what do we need from the community? And I tell you, we need your help as much as you need our help. We need you to stay informed. Please stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate. We keep going back to that. But with this next wind event, got to stay informed. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders. And the key here is without delay. Also, we ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. I tell you, I'm so extremely grateful. I started with that, but that was purposeful. We're grateful for everybody who's here to support us in one of the most challenging natural.
All right, that's LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, a name you're very familiar with by now. Let's step away from this. That was earlier. You'll hear a little bit more on the update from the Palisades fire. That was from last hour. Wanted to show you that yet again, let you listen to that yet again. In our continuing, though, fire coverage of the LA County wildfires there. An update right now is about to start there on the Eaton fire and how much of it has been contained. This is taking place there in the auditorium at Pasadena City College here. So this is getting underway right now. Let's take that live.
College for providing us this great establishment to do this community meeting in. My first speaker, I apologize, is that better? Now I got an echo. All right, my first speaker is going to be Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger.
I want to be short and to the point and let you all know that I've been out there and I make you this promise. I keep saying it, but I mean it. We are going to rebuild, whether it be in Altadena, Pasadena. We are going to make sure you all get everything and anything you need. We have here today federal representatives and state representatives. And as a county official, we're going to keep this momentum going. I know people who've lost their homes. I've met people who've been in their homes for 3 months, who lost their home. I met a man yesterday who worked at Altadena Town and Country, who now has no job and lost his home and had no insurance. We're going to fix it. So I want you all to stay positive, ask the questions so we can give you the answers. So with that, that's all I have to say. I want to hear from the people that are going to tell us what we need to do next to get you all back into your homes.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we'll have a few words from the Mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just echo the supervisor's comments. We've been in touch with the governor's office. We've been in touch with the White House. We've been in touch with our state representatives. We, together with Congresswoman Judy Chu, brought a delegation of Southern California's congressional leaders. The difference.
Over 1,908 recalls in 20...
Up in Altadena says it was more than a neighborhood. This was the beacon of opportunity because it was one of California's first middle-class black communities. Joining me now is Allison Carlisle, who lost her childhood home in the Eaton fire. Her aunt, uncle, and cousin's home a couple blocks away also destroyed. Allison, first of all, so glad that you are able to speak with us and you are safe. So sorry about the devastation. Tell us about how your dad, and tell us about your dad and how he tried to save your childhood home.
Thank you, Phil. My dad, he stayed until the water cut off. He tried to water the roof, he tried to water the yard, and he said that he had a pretty good handle on it, but then the carport caught on fire, the water stopped, it spread to the bushes, which spread to the garage, which was connected to the house, and he couldn't do anything. And then at that point, he left him and the dog.
It must have been terrifying. How is he doing?
He's doing okay. He has some burns on his fingers. One of his eyebrows is singed, and he's having nightmares. But he's just trying to pick up the pieces and figure out how to move forward.
But incredibly brave. Glad he is doing okay as well. We understand that your relatives who live just blocks away also lost their home.
Yes, there's 4 total homes lost, one being my grandparents' home, which my grandparents bought 51 years ago. My aunt and cousin live there now. I also lived there from birth until I was 4 years old. This is kind of the cornerstone to not only my immediate family, but my extended family. They would always come here and we would always have celebrations, spend holidays, and as you can see, it's also gone.
Allison, tell us about growing up in Altadena and the cultural significance, as I mentioned, it has as an historically black middle-class neighborhood.
Yeah, it's great. It's wonderful. You get to see people of color that are very successful, but also other races. There's many other races that are there. It's kind of a melting pot. Everyone is always willing to help, which we've seen this week. It's really like a small town right outside of kind of a big town. Like if you're from Altadena, you say you're from Altadena. You don't say you're from Pasadena. Like you want to make that distinguishment because it's just a great place to grow up, a great place to live, a lot of small businesses, a lot of culture, a lot of community, just helping each other succeed and grow this community to be what it was. And we will continue.
Yeah, and that was my next question. We were just showing some pictures of the Altadena Community Church burning.
Yes,
which is,
that's 1 block away from my mother's house.
Yeah, it's all so horrific, and it's gone now, just like so many other things in the area. You say moving forward, there are times like these when there's a catastrophe and some people just don't have it in them to rebuild, but the community you're describing isn't that.
No. Everyone's going to be strong. We have the support of people outside the community to lift us up and continue on and rebuild. We have to rebuild and keep our land. This is a historically black area. It's a hodgepodge of all different races. Lots of generations live here. People don't really leave if you don't have to. So we have to rebuild. We have to make Altadena what it was, the beautiful Altadena. You see lots of license plates that say beautiful Altadena. We have to make it what it was.
It'll be beautiful.
Even better.
It'll be beautiful, yeah, and even better again. Allison, let me ask you one final question. With such a tight-knit community and so many people who have lost so much, how are you all coming together and helping those who maybe have lost everything as opposed to just losing some things?
Yeah, so luckily we're in a social media time, so there's been a lot of information, a lot of outreach. We have a GoFundMe. People are donating, so people are reaching out to me, classmates I haven't talked to in years, personal friends, and they're bringing stuff to me, donating to me so I can distribute to my family. Anything extra we have, we're distributing to other families and donation centers. So it's getting to a point where it's almost too much, but it's too much love that's out there. Everyone is willing to give the clothes in their closet, the food from their own houses to people that have nothing.
Yeah, if it's going to be too much love, if people will take. Allison Carlisle,
Yes.
I can't thank you enough for taking the time to share your family's harrowing story and all it has lost over the past couple of weeks, and your community story with us. It's a beautiful story, and it will be beautiful again. Allison, thanks so much.
Thank you for your time.
Do you feel like you might be stuck in them forever? Philippa makes putting on and taking off your boots hassle-free no matter your calf size. Even after a long day with swollen feet and ankles, you can...
As the devastating wildfires continue to spread across Southern California, thousands of structures have been destroyed and damaged. You've seen the pictures. So far, at least 16 lives have been lost, and officials do expect that number to rise. But the wildfires have also taken and are taking a heavy mental toll on the first responders trying so desperately to keep everyone safe. Joining me now with more on this is Susan Farron, founder of Executive Director of First Responders Resiliency, Inc., a nonprofit dedicated to helping first responders and their families. Susan, it is good to see you. Thank you for coming on and talking about this. You know, we talk about them as heroes. You yourself, a first responder for, 30 years or so.
Yeah.
We talk about you and all first responders as heroes, but we don't often think about what happens after heroes perform their jobs. You began by helping about 40 first responders 7 years ago, and now you're up to about 12,000 across the country. What kind of care do those on the front lines need that we may not be thinking of and they may not even be thinking of right now?
Yeah, that's a great question, Phil. The truth is that we're trained to do this work in advance of the disasters that we face, but we're not trained how to recover from that usually. Traditionally, those approaches are reactive. We provide proactive training, allowing the first responders and their families to recover from the impacts of the trauma and stress that they're being faced with every day.
This is the kind of trauma and stress that people, I mean, it's obvious you're fighting a fire or you're going to whatever kind of catastrophe and trying to save lives. You're doing your job, but it's the kind of trauma that you may not even realize you're experiencing, right? And you try to get to people before it gets overwhelming.
Absolutely. The phrase that we use is you can't see the label from inside the jar. So oftentimes first responders and their families, they recognize the impact of the event that they're going through at the time, but it's what's happening to their nervous system, how they're being impacted physiologically as a result of what they're being exposed to, that most of us are completely unaware of until sometimes weeks, months, or even years after we've been doing this work, that those symptoms of post-traumatic stress begin to show up. So our goal is to help them mitigate, sometimes prevent, but absolutely prepare for those so that they can recover and get back to their lives, get back to their work, and be in touch with their families again, which can have a huge impact, is that breakdown in the family unit after they've been exposed to that kind of stress and trauma.
And Susan, you do this work, you've been doing it now for about 7 years. I know people can help first responders through your organization, but, you know, as civilians, when we say, you know, thank you for your service to a vet or someone in the military, or we say to firefighters, thank you so much for trying to save my home or saving my home, what can civilians do? What can you tell civilians that they can do to help first responders?
Well, I think just that gratitude is a lot of why we're in the work in the first place. Is it feels good to be serving others. It's the greatest gift you can give another person, is to protect them. But part of what we're doing right now is we're trying to create our conferences across the country so that we can help these first responders who are exposed to these disasters to get the help that they need without any cost to them, working in collaboration with organizations like the Raven Drum Foundation and Friends of Firefighters, so that we can have people who want to help us help those folks who actually need this kind of training and education and the tools they need to be able to stay healthy and alive.
And Susan, I'm curious, is there any legislation you're looking at or you think would be necessary to help in this battle?
Absolutely. One of the things that we're working on is getting legislation changed so that it's a cultural shift, and that educationally, first responders, before they go into these careers, are trained about the most important piece of equipment they'll ever have, which is their nervous system, training them in what's happening to their brains and spinal cords so that we can give them the education and the tools before they hit these careers, before they're exposed to these disasters repeatedly without any real breaks, as you're seeing right now in Southern California, so that they know what to do when they have these short breaks, how to get that nervous system back online, how to get themselves out of this chronic state, of fight or flight. We'd like that in the academies before they hit the job.
Yeah, we're watching pictures of the firefighters actually fighting. We're talking about hurricane force winds whipping around fire and embers. These are human beings, brave human beings. They are not machines, and they are going to need help. So thank you for everything that you do with your organization and Raven Drum and all these foundations.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for letting us be here.
Good to talk to you.
You know what's really fun? Making a website on with.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, 3 childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from...
A bit quicker than they normally would. So that's on the positive side. The negative side is it still provides a heat source, and if it generates enough heat, we could see spot fires, and with the predicted winds, we could potentially see spot fires up to 2 miles, maybe even farther. For some of you that were up a little bit earlier this morning, you saw a column of smoke coming out of that. That's one of those drainages. It's also one of the areas that Ernie was mentioning that we've got to work with aircraft. However, part of that drainage has high tension power lines running through it, and our aircraft cannot drop through wires. So, but it's a good thing that those fuels are burning out, and we've got people that are boxing that out. But that is a potential source on this fire of, and if we saw any spotting, we would expect it to go in this direction. The other thing that, and you can't really see it by looking, but there's still a lot of smoldering fire in these areas, and because of all the rubble from all the damaged homes and whatnot, it's those buildings pancaked on top of that heat. So it's going to require a lot of time to lift all that out. So those sources of heat continue to be a concern for us, and they will continue there just because of so much material that that we have in our houses. So those are also sources of heat that are a concern. We're not expecting a significant amount of spotting potential out of here. It's more in the wildland areas. So that's pretty much where we're sitting. We're not as concerned on this side of the fire and in the lower elevations in the vegetation, mainly because the fire burned so hot initially that it basically mooned.
Chopper. When I saw it come over this peak, I thought Topanga was done for. Oh my God, that's crazy. That is crazy. Dang. Miracle they stopped over here. Look, it made it all the way to the road. Yeah. Oh my God, dude, look, it jumped. It did make it up. Oh, fuck, and there's a chopper. Yeah. Chopper? Yeah. Oh, there's a smoke plume. He's gonna drop. Watch over this power line. Look at that. That's so interesting. See that wet mark there? Yeah. Where there's water. That's been a secret waterfall that I've never seen in 20 years because there's so much vegetation covering it, and now you can see the little drip of water. I think I flew my drone through there. Because if there was water, there was a full-on waterfall there.
Yeah, during the flood, there were all waterfalls up and down.
Yeah. Wasn't it cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, it's crazy how different it looks.
There's another one. Remember that waterfall?
Yeah.
That was flowing.
Yeah.
That one.
They were all just cranking.
Now you can see them. They haven't been visible until now. You know? You kind of suspect there was water there, but never. So we got a landslide here. Always terrible landslides here. This road was closed for a big portion of last year. Big landslides. And the fire is part of that, right? That's part of it, right? Jeez. Ooh, smoky right here, dude. Smoky. Look at this. Oh.
So Dad grabbed a Puffs Plus lotion to soothe her with ease. Puffs Plus lotion is gentle on sensitive skin and
locks in moisture to provide soothing relief. A nose in need is
Wipe your nose just like a cleaner. Even if you stepped on a sneaker, you getting beat up. That's up we was. You don't wanna see no reruns.
I was thinking about bringing all mine and being like,
Let's bring in President of the California Professional Firefighters, Brian Rice. He's also the chair of the California Fire Foundation. Welcome, Brian.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. We know this is a trying time for you all. Oh, Alicia, I think Alicia has the question for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
just help us understand the intensity of these fires, what's driving the intensity of these fires, how you track fires like this, and the extent to which firefighters find themselves at the mercy of the wind.
So we'll talk about what drives these fires. And Alicia, you mentioned it. It is the wind. And imagine trying to fight a fire in hurricane force winds without the rain. And they drive the fire. Not only do they drive it in speed, but that inflow of oxygen, it helps the fire create its own weather at the site and then out ahead of it. And it intensifies the heat and it spreads the radiant heat. And when you get winds that are predicted for today, you know, they're talking about 35 to 40 mile an hour sustained and up to 80 mile an hour on the ridge tops. If those winds hit like that, the game changes, and firefighting is going to, it'll be intense, but it'll also be getting people out of harm's way. The resiliency of the firefighters, here's what we know. There's nobody else coming. It's us. And I mean the people on the line. We're getting help from out of state. We're getting help from the National Guard. The governor, state Cal OES has intensified the response. There's probably 14,000 firefighters on the ground today, over 1,700 fire engines, water tenders, 80 aircraft. So the men and women on the line know that those resources are coming in behind them. It bolsters their morale. It bolsters their resiliency. But the biggest thing is, you guys showed at the top of the hour that young family that lost their home. We see that every day in person, and firefighters don't lose. And when we see families like that, no matter how tired we are, if we're on hour 80 or 90, it just re-energizes us to double down on our effort.
Brian, I am struck by the fact that the firefighters who are fighting these fires in California, they're also protecting their own neighborhoods and own homes. Many of the men and women who have put themselves on the front lines, some of them have lost their homes. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you all are providing resources, not just to communities, but to the firefighters who are fighting these fires themselves? And people are wondering, I mean, even the president-elect, he tweeted, he posted on his social media site a version of, why can't they just put out the fires? This is not like a fire breaking out on your stove in the kitchen. Can you just explain even further about how this is not just something someone can run up and put out, and you all are literally battling against Mother Nature?
Simone, that's exactly right. It is a firefight. It is a fight against nature. And until somebody can have control over the wind, we're at the mercy of the weather right now. I try to really stay away from the social media tweets. It does get very frustrating. I didn't follow the tweet on X, but I followed a newspaper article from a print media, and they were quoting a congressman from Ohio who probably has little to no experience with a wildfire, and certainly not a California wildfire, but opining that the federal government should stop aid until we control the fire problem. People need to understand fire's been a part of the nature of California in this country since the beginning of time. When you add people, there's 40 million people in California, changes the fuel load. You can't manage every acre of forest land. And this is not a forest fire. This is a brush fire that transitions at the higher levels to more forested areas, at the lower level to urban areas and urban conflagration areas. When the wind is blowing and the fire gets ahead of steam, you are not going to stop it. California firefighters are the best in the world at fighting this type of a fire. And right now, you mentioned it, the mayor of LA and the fire chief, everything is settled down. Tensions are high everywhere. And it's really easy to let that get in front of things. Locally, that's ramped down. Everybody is focused on really two things that are, number one, the most important: getting our community out of harm's way and taking care of and putting this damn fire out. And until the weather changes for us, people can say and talk and do all they want, but we're at the mercy of the weather right now. You talked about the efforts. Yes, I'm the president of the California Fire Foundation. I was on the ground at the Eaton fire yesterday at the Evacuation Center in Pasadena, passing out what we call our Save cards, and it's a prepaid MasterCard. It's very small, $250, but I interacted with hundreds of residents of the Altadena area that lost their home. And when you see the grace and the determination and having people ask me, how are you? How are the firefighters? And you're dealing with somebody who's lost everything. That's who we need to take our inspiration from and double down, because that's who we're here for. As far as the foundation goes, we're expending the resources we have. We're getting resources in. We're going to be there. If people are looking for a donation, I'm not necessarily wanting to do a pitch, but the CaliforniaFireFoundation.org, those donations, we go right directly into the community as low down as we can get to have the most effect on the citizens. We're just in one of those spots in our nation, you know, with social media and instant news and everything. You just don't know who's talking or if they know what they're talking about. And I would caution people, don't buy into stuff, really stick to trusted sources. And, you know, we're trying to just stay out of that fray and focus on the job. The leadership in this area, it's tense. We got through that. Our focus is not shifted. It's doubled down, get the fire out, save the community, start the rebuild.
All right, Brian Rice, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Stay safe and all the best to the firefighters out there.
Have 4,707 personnel assigned to this incident. We're going to have our operations section chief jump it off with an operational overview.
Hello, my name is Christian Litz. I'm a battalion chief with LA County Fire. On this incident, on the Palisades fire, I am partnered up with California Cal Fire Team 2 as an operations section chief. So looking at the Palisades fire, we'll start over here on the Malibu side. Coming on the top half, which is more of a wildland fire, going across the edge, we have crews in there continuing to work the fire's edge. There's still heat. You're not going to see a lot of flame activity out there. It's looking really good as far as activity, low activity, but there's still heat all along the edges. So we have resources, hand crews, engine companies out there scouring the edge, mopping up the edge, securing those edges, continuing to put those control lines in to make sure that we have no fire progression or limit it as much as possible. As we come around past Topanga Canyon, we're looking at neighborhoods of Fernwood, Montanito, Topanga Oaks, and Sylvia Park. We want to make sure we continue to protect and defend those communities. So we have resources in there doing structure defense tactics. What that is clearing brush, clearing the area around from the structures to make sure there's no adverse fire effect to those structures if the fire does move. Coming up top, we did have some activity here yesterday. You saw a good plume coming out of what we're calling Division Zulu, which is around the Mulholland unpaved road, or Dirt Mulholland as the locals call it, and hit it with aircraft, and we have hand crews in there now. Only minimal activity, but you will see some smoke up there, some flare-ups interior. But the crews are in there and just separating the fuel from the black and the green. That's what we do, is we take the fuel away so there's nothing left to burn, so that we secure that edge and limit any kind of western fire progression. And again, number one priority is always life and structure, so we're stopping it from there. The top of Dirt Mulholland, as we come across the top of the fire, still have those crews patrolling that area, doing work deeper and deeper, getting that, securing that edge as wide as we can, as we're doing around the whole perimeter of the fire. And then coming around, dropping down into Mandeville Canyon. So that's another hot part. We have a couple smokers in there, but the edge is looking really good coming down to Mandeville Canyon Road. But the resources are still diligent in there, going in between the structures, behind the structures, securing that edge. Again, pulling in any kind of vegetation that might come into play and securing it and doing what we can for the communities of Mandeville. As we come around down from the bottom all the way around to PCH to connect back, we have the communities of Westridge, Brentwood, Riviera, the Palisades, Temescal Canyon, Malibu. What we're doing in there, it's more of a structure issue that we're dealing with there. So we have crews in there scurrying around all the streets, patrolling, finding any hotspots that they may have found around the structures, concentrating on the structures that are still standing so that we make sure that nothing comes in them. So they're going all the way around using hose line, hand tools, whatever they need to do to make that safe for that structure and the home and defend. And again, number one priority is always life in the structure defense. We always plan to keep the fire as small as we can, but we prepare for something bigger. We always have resources out there looking on the outside, building a contingency line, which is an extra line on a different layer on the outside all around the fire. Still utilizing an abundance amount of aircraft. We have airplanes, we have helicopters, even drones. We're dropping retardant, we're dropping water everywhere we can, again, to secure that edge all around the fire. And we also use the drones and planes that have IR capability, so we can pinpoint isolated heat sources to really get there and bring our ground resources.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Meanwhile, there are thousands of professional firefighters as well as volunteers battling the fires, but you might not know that there are also nearly 1,000 inmates, prisoners of the California correction system, also out there on the front lines. The Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program works to assist those who were released from being incarcerated transition into a professional career in forestry and wildland firefighting. Royal Ramey is the co-founder and chief of this program. Royal, thank you so much for joining us and talking to us about this. We appreciate it. I worked in LA, covered news for a long time, and I remember covering the wildfires. You would see, the inmates up there, cutting those fire lines. Talk to us a little bit more about the program that you represent.
Yeah, so first off, I want to say thanks for having me. I also want to send out my thoughts and prayers out to the families who have been impacted by the LA fires, and a big thank you to all the first responders and volunteers who are serving the LA community. What we do pretty much is 4 ways we do it. So we recruit, we train, we help them get a job, and then we mentor them throughout their career. And we're so proud that we have our graduates that came out of our program out there in LA right now fighting those fires, and we are proud of them.
And I understand this is personal for you because you helped found this program. Talk about what this did for you in your life and career.
Yeah, so I learned to be a firefighter when I was in prison. I was a part of the California Fire Camps program, which trains, deploys those that are incarcerated to fight wildfires. And since the 1940s, thousands of people have gone through this program, and it really changed my life. It gave me an opportunity for a career path, but it was difficult, coming home and understanding the process of actually becoming a firefighter. And, I consider myself a modern day Harriet Tubman and wanted to give other folks the opportunity to, pursue a career in firefighting.
Let me ask you this. There is some criticism, some people suggesting that, look, this is the state just taking advantage of cheap labor, right? Like where you can get some of these inmates and they might make a few bucks a day and they're doing this, life-threatening, difficult work. What would you say to them? How would you respond to that criticism?
It is a voluntary program. There's a lot of benefits that come with it. You get better food. You get visits in the park-like setting. Dormitory living. You get out in the community and folks are eligible to get time off. But for me, it exposed me to that career that I love now. And that's one of the reasons why I started FFRP. So for me, and my experience was kind of a roller coaster mentally, physically, emotionally. But for me, I turned that negative into a positive and I found a career path that, that I love. And I'm just trying to help others find their path too.
Well, Royal Ramey, thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate you and all the incredible work that you and your colleagues are doing out there, saving lives and property. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's probably a year ago when I saw that video. It was called My Deconversion from Christianity. And before I could fully process what that even meant, started autoplay.
I grew up in a Christian home, in the Christian subculture. And I want you to know, when I left home, I realized everything I thought I knew about Jesus was a lie. Creation, sin, hell, salvation, it's all a myth.
What is already a dangerous situation in California could get worse when fierce winds are expected to pick up again this week. Nearly 10 million people across Southern California are under a red flag warning as multiple wildfires continue to burn. Now we're learning at least 16 people have died, though officials warn the full scope of the loss of life is still unclear. ABC's Alex Stone is covering the disaster from California.
In Southern California, thousands of firefighters and first responders are working around the clock to contain the historic destruction from several major wildfires burning for 5 days now. Also joining the fight, a specially equipped California Air National Guard plane dropping fire retardant on the mountains above Pacific Palisades. While firefighters report they are making progress battling the blazes, that progress could be in jeopardy as a forecast is calling for a return of more powerful Santa Ana winds, the hurricane-strength gusts that helped the fires intensify last week.
These winds, combined with low relative humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County very high.
LA's fire chief says they are ready.
Every available LAFD firefighter is on hand and will remain in place through this wind event.
Firefighters from across the country and from Mexico arriving today to help. Over 100,000 people are under evacuation orders. The sheriff saying he knows people want to return to see if their homes are still standing, but it's just not safe.
Some of these areas, they literally look like war zones. There are down power poles, electric wires. There are still some smoldering fires.
FEMA now focusing on the recovery.
Starting to plan for how we're going to be able to bring in temporary structures for schools or other critical facilities that were lost. We need to really start to take this time to put that plan in place.
California's governor is predicting that these fires will be the worst natural disaster in U.S. history based on cost. The state of California now inviting President-elect Trump to visit the state. Alex Stone, ABC News, Altadena, California.
Scammers and looters have been taking advantage of the wildfires in Los Angeles, according to police, with one man dressing as a firefighter to try to burgle a home. 16 people have died in the fires and 16 are missing. More strong winds are forecast, but firefighters say they are making progress. One of the 4 fires burning through Los Angeles, the Kenneth Fire, is now 100% contained, meaning they've stopped it spreading. Firefighters are trying to prevent the sort of devastation seen in the Palisades village. This video shows the before and after in the upscale shopping area. On the left is what it looked like in March last year, and on the right is how it looks now. Well, let's join Emma Vardy, who's in Los Angeles for us. Emma.
Well, among all that devastation here, as well as people's homes, are a number of schools and churches also now lying in rubble. And today, on a Sunday, congregations have been finding new places to come together. Meanwhile, of course, that monumental firefighting effort is now being helped by new crews coming in from Mexico and from Canada, as LA tries to sustain its resistance against the flames as this crisis continues. The race to stay ahead of the deadly fires enters a 6th day. Helicopters fly just above the smoke. Below, the flames rage. But just as progress is made, other areas ignite. In the fire's wake, residents continue to journey back to where their houses once stood. For one, the reality is overwhelming.
Oh my God.
Grown here, made here. Where unique and fertile land meets passionate growers, winemakers, and pioneers. Here, on the Seneca Lake Wine Trail, we are the local community. We are welcoming hosts, inspiring connections, and providing wines that are uniquely Seneca Lake. Wine isn't just what we do, it's who we are. There is something special here, something you'll have to see to believe. Choose the Seneca Lake Wine.
For people to stick to nighttime curfews, police urging the need for order.
I saw a gentleman that looked like a firefighter, and I asked him if he was okay because he was sitting down. I didn't realize we had him in handcuffs. We were turning him over to LAPD because he was dressed like a fireman, and he was not. He just got caught burglarizing a home.
That was my house. This is the main house.
With tens of thousands of people staying in emergency hotels and shelters, they're safe for now, but have no idea where they will go next. Serenity's family of 11 fled minutes before their home burned.
People like me without insurance, we don't know what we're going to do. We're at shelters like this. We are going all around town. Some of us have lost our cars. Some of us have lost our sense of being.
The city faces a massive task to provide housing for the areas that are lost. At a church in Pasadena, Sunday's congregation summoning the strength to face the day. The community is pulling together to weather this disaster, but there are fears over how some are being affected.
You know, people can take the land and they can buy the land, so we want to make sure they remain the landowners and they continue to retain their property.
My concern is mainly for the underserved and the at-risk, which are the elderly and then also the children.
The scale of the destruction in neighborhoods is vast. Whole schools gone.
As you know, our beloved South Campus has been severely damaged by the recent fires, and many of our families and staff have experienced great personal loss.
Crews have slowed the spread of the Eaton fire, but strong winds drive it back into life.
Well, you can see here that it's burning on both sides of us, up the hill and down into the valley too. There's helicopters flying just above us, just dropping water now, trying to keep those flames at bay. And there's a renewed sense of urgency because down here is a large NASA facility that the flames have been moving towards.
16 people have now died in these fires. They are already among the deadliest in California's history, and officials say the death toll will rise. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, despite the major ongoing challenges, firefighters have told the BBC that they are cautiously optimistic that they're beginning to gain the upper hand. The crucial difference, they say, has been the ability to bring in aircraft as the wind speeds dropped. Over the past week, our correspondent John Sudworth has spent days and nights watching the work of the fire crews up close, and he sent this report.
In this unprecedented disaster, fire crews have faced an unprecedented fight. An overwhelming wildfire ripping through one of America's most densely populated cities, fueled by hurricane-force winds.
Let us know if we're in your way too, okay?
One guy down there working. So.
All right, cool, thanks guys.
But Battalion Chief Brent Basqua now believes their fortunes are shifting for one main reason.
We're cautiously optimistic because it's not going to be 70-mile-an-hour winds. The rug got swept out under us from the winds downing our aircraft. We can't use them. It's too unsafe for the pilots, and the retardant doesn't even make it to the ground when it's over 50 miles an hour. So we had to ground our aircraft. The helicopters did what they could, but it still just shows you how important it is to have that coordinated effect with the firefighters on the ground and the ones in the sky.
Now, as those wind speeds have dropped, the aircraft have been able to get off the ground, bombarding the fire with water and fire retardant. For the past 2 days, they've been flying sortie after sortie, right around the clock. In coordination with the ground teams, the hills around this city have been turned into a smouldering moonscape as they begin to get on top of the fight.
It's a shame so many people struggle with the most common teeth and gum problems when this simple 30-second bedtime warm water ritual helped me reclaim stronger, healthy teeth faster than I thought possible. As a dental hygienist, I'm always interested in the latest dental health techniques for my patients. Recently at a family dinner, my father, George, a dentist for over 30 years, shared with me an intriguing new discovery. He learned of an amazing bedtime warm water ritual from several patients who began doing this.
How firefighters without the air support were left helpless. Facing water shortages as pressure dropped, this crew was forced to watch these homes burn while trying desperately to save the other side of the street. 2 days on and the fires here have finally burned themselves out. As expected, every single property here now a gutted shell. This is where the fire truck was that night, and the extraordinary thing is, against the odds, they won the battle they were fighting. Their careful use of the small amounts of water they had, saving every property on this side of the street. Many thousands were not so lucky, left facing a crisis on unimaginable scale. But in the fight against the fire, at least, they're now daring to hope the worst may be over. This is still no time for complacency. Everybody is certain of that. There are still some 4,000 firefighters on this one fire alone, the fire they are calling the Palisades fire. There are more than 100,000 people across this city of Los Angeles under evacuation orders, and everybody is keeping a careful eye on those forecasts for strengthening winds later into the week. But here is the crucial difference, Rita. Those forecasts from late Monday through to Wednesday suggest we will see wind speeds with gusts of around 50 to 55 miles an hour. That is a long way short of the 100-mile-an-hour gusts we were getting on Monday and Tuesday. It's within the normal range of the Santa Ana winds, the kind of things these crews here say they are well used to dealing with, and it should also mean, absolutely crucially, they can keep those aircraft that you can hear going overhead up in the skies, getting above the fire. So, growing confidence, not complacency, but growing confidence that they are still retaining the upper hand.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. There's been some progress in containing the fires ravaging the Los Angeles area. The Hearst fire is nearly 90% contained, while firefighters battling the much larger Palisades and Eaton fires are racing to contain those blazes during a lull in the winds, which are set to strengthen again later tonight. This morning, Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley spoke to reporters.
Strong Santa Ana winds are also expected to last through Wednesday, with the strongest winds occurring on Tuesday. Every available LAFD firefighter is on hand and will remain in place through this wind event. Additionally, firefighters continue to pour into Southern California region to bolster our firefighting capabilities.
16 people are now reported to have died in the fires, with another 16 missing. Officials say those numbers will undoubtedly go higher as search and rescue teams go door to door. Aerial footage of the Palisades fire today, still only 11% contained, shows widespread devastation. Charred remains are all that are left of thousands of structures. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna says that's one reason residents aren't being allowed back into their neighborhoods to check on their homes.
In driving around some of these areas, they literally look like war zones. There are down power poles, electric wires. There are still some smoldering fires. We want to get you back into your homes, but we can't allow that until it is safe for you to do so.
Safety is also a factor in deciding when schools may reopen. The 500,000 student Los Angeles Unified School District is the second largest in the nation. All of its campuses have been closed since Thursday. Alberto Cavallo is the superintendent of the district. Mr. Cavallo, do you have any idea or any sense yet when you may be able to reopen?
Good afternoon, John. We are looking at all of the factors. Key to us is the containment of the fires, wind, speed, and direction. And the most important element is the quality of air index across the 720 square miles of our jurisdiction. Conditions have improved, but we know over the past 3-4 days, they have been dynamic and unstable. So we're buying a little bit more time, getting more information in. Meanwhile, we have inspected, assessed all 1,000 campuses. We are engaged in indoor and outdoor cleaning, removal of dust, and replacement of air conditioning filters based on need. That will all be completed by tonight to ensure we are ready to reopen. But health and the safety and protection of our workforce and students are our highest priorities.
How many of those 1,000 campuses have either been burned down or damaged?
So at this point, we had impacts to 3 schools. The 2 elementary schools that provide services to the Palisades community. We're speaking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary, have been either totally or near completely destroyed by the fires. I was on site as the fires were raging, and unfortunately, those schools will require a complete replacement. Palisades High School, a school with over 2,000 students, was partially damaged. About 30% of the campus sustained heavy fire damage, the bungalows, the athletic facilities. We're talking about close to 3,000 students impacted by the fires. But look, in addition to those schools, we have 7 schools currently in areas that are under mandatory evacuation order. We do not anticipate those schools coming online in the foreseeable future.
You've got students, staff, faculty, all displaced, many of them displaced because of these fires, the evacuations. How big a challenge does that present in getting students to school, getting staff and faculty being able to get to the schools?
You're absolutely right. Based on our assessment, we are surveying our workforce to really determine the actual impact to our workforce, specific to individuals who lost their homes, but also those who were evacuated. We believe that that number of individuals, members of our workforce who were evacuated is around 700 or so, maybe a little bit less as evacuation orders continue to be lifted. But that is definitely a concern. That's why constant communication is important. Deeper level of surveying of staffs is important. We've made some arrangements to provide impacted members of our workforce with free days for them to resume normalcy in their lives, recognizing the challenges they're facing. We're working with entities to provide also direct assistance in connecting them with housing opportunities. Many challenges, but considering the size of our workforce, the areas of impact have really narrowed significantly those who have been deeply impacted, but it's still a challenge.
Schools are not just places of education. You've got students who rely on them for meals. Parents rely on after-school activities for childcare. How have you been dealing with that?
So during the first 2 days of closure, Thursday and Friday, we stood up on Thursday 8 feeding centers for grab-and-go food distribution at no cost to the parents, obviously. Critically important considering that 85% of our students live at or below the poverty level, and they absolutely depend on those meals.
Superintendent Alberto Cavallo, our thoughts are with all of you out in the Los Angeles area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, wow, it's flexible too.
Ooh, I like the feel of this. I can get into this. This is heaven. I would like to have this underneath my feet all day. Ooh, this is nice.
Well, that feels good.
And that left the region packed with fuel and primed to burn.
The obvious impact of climate change in this situation is that the average number of days per year where the vegetation is very available for fire has doubled since the 80s. So the fire season has been growing longer and longer in California.
An uncanny glow fell over the Los Angeles area as the morning sun rose up against a thick cloud of wildfire smoke hanging over the city. A similar scene was witnessed in Malibu. Take a look.
Fires still continue to ravage Southern California uncontained. Neighborhoods consumed by towering blazes, thousands of people sent frantically fleeing their homes, and the sky blanketed by smoke as swathes of US's second largest city lay in ruins. At least 10 people have been confirmed dead, but the number is likely to increase. Over 150,000 residents have been evacuated and 10,000 homes and other structures have been destroyed. People who had been forced out of their homes are now returning to its remains.
There's nothing no one could do. They were just stretched too thin. You know, by the time firefighters from different counties got here, it was just too late for us, you know. So I don't hold any grudges. I just, just wish it could have been different.
And so I continued to fight. My son was calling me. My other kids called, "Dad, get out of there, get out of there." Evacuate me and who lived over there, Jason. We don't know where he is right now. He and I continued to fight until we couldn't fight no more.
A vast firefighting operation continues for a third day, bolstered by water-dropping helicopters. A couple of massive wildfires menacing LA are still burning uncontained 2 days after they ignited. But firefighters have managed to beat back another fire scorching the Hollywood Hills. Ferocious winds that drove the flames have calmed somewhat, permitting crucial aerial support for crews on the ground. This could provide an opportunity for firefighters to make progress, reining in blazes, including massive ones in the Pacific Palisades and Altadena. Even as it continues to spread, the Palisades fire is already the most destructive in LA history. It had ripped through over 19,000 acres of the upscale.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
What takes 7 minutes to cook has up to 22 grams of protein, only 6 grams of net carbs, and is 100% plant-based. Hey, I'm Kevin from IMI, and I want to introduce you to the world's first plant-based, low-carb, high-protein ramen. Here at IMI, we are a team of ramen innovators and enthusiasts, and we believe unhealthy meals can become a thing of the past. Since January, over 500,000 of you have welcomed our ramen into your diets and your homes. For the last 3 years,
but amid the devastation, one veterinarian is doing her part by rescuing and sheltering dozens of helpless animals. And joining me now is that veterinarian, Dr. Annie Harveless, working, of course, in L.A. You run 2 animal hospitals, so hats off to you, Annie. Thank you for joining us. So this all began after your brother asked you to take his pet cat and rabbit while he had to evacuate the Palisades fire. You realized what was happening. You go and post on Facebook that you could help shelter pets for evacuees. So what was the reaction after that?
The reaction was amazing. I couldn't believe it. It was like right away I received so many messages, so many emails. And the amazing thing was the vast majority of the messages were people ready to help. How can I help? How can I help? We actually didn't get as many people needing help as we thought we did. We were so inundated with people that were willing to help. And the moral of the story there is, how great is it that people are coming together to help each other in this time of crisis? It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is definitely a silver lining to all this just heartbreak. How many animals do you have right now? And have you been able to find space for all of them? Because, it's not like they're all going to get along right. Or do you find animals that they're in shock, they're scared, and they're kind of more sheltered in their behavior when they're with you?
Yes, it does take a little while for them to warm up to being in a new area. Currently, we have 18 dogs here and these 2 cats behind me that both these cats need homes. We're trying very hard to get them in and get them out as fast as possible. Mm-hmm. Basically, because of what you just said, they get really stressed out, and I don't want to have these animals be stressed out any more than they need to. So the ones that are very nice and sweet and can go into homes, we're putting them into foster homes.
Got it. Okay. And I mentioned 2 animal hospitals that you have, but you also run the nonprofit Animal Wellness Foundation. Describe that work, Annie, and how it has helped prepare you for what you have had to deal with this disaster.
So I've been doing rescue work, rescuing mostly dogs and cats for actually 25 years. But Animal Wellness Foundation, I started 14 years ago. And there are 3 main things that we do. The first thing is we do rescue, rehabilitating, and rehoming dogs and cats and occasionally other animals. We've been doing that for a long time. We also assist people that have pets that are in low-income families. So we've been helping those families with veterinary care for about 14 years. And then lastly, we do help out in situations like this where there's just a special need to help out with animals. Several years ago, I helped do a caravan of veterinary supplies and dog foods to the Ukraine to help during the Ukrainian war. So we're definitely, this is an organization that's been doing things like this for a long time now. But we never took on anything of this magnitude, and it's really because it's in our backyard, essentially.
Yeah. Of course. Well, again, for everyone, it's the Animal Wellness Foundation. You are Dr. Annie Harveless, and I'm just going to say this. Your last name rhymes with marvelous. So if anybody's looking you up, there it goes. From one big fan to you. Thank you so much. Well, joining me right now is our dear friend, California Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove, whose district includes parts of southern Los Angeles County. It's been a hell of a week, but thank you for joining us. I know you surveyed the damage there in Pasadena and Altadena, all that stuff relative to the Eaton fire. Tell me what you saw and heard from the residents there.
Well, first, I hope that you and your family and friends are safe. This has been a devastating week for all of Los Angeles County and the state. I did tour the Eaton fire devastation with a number of Congress members and local officials. It is devastating. You drive through across streets and you see nothing except maybe a chimney standing, and that is all landmark spaces like the Altadena Country Club completely leveled. And then you see the air quality and how bad it is. The business centers completely burned down. This is about containment right now, but we have a long road ahead with regards to rebuild.
Yeah, let me just say thank you for asking. My family's okay. Many of my friends, however, are not. So it has been, like I said, a hell of a week. But as we look at your district, it is southeast of the Palisades fire. But as I look at it, I'm thinking, all right, Culver City is probably the most western area of your district to the Palisades fire. Winds, is there any risk? Have you been told, okay, we got to do a heads up with Culver City? You were even south there of the Sunset Fire in your kind of Vermont area of your district. Talk about any concerns you have for your constituents. Also, as you talk about the air quality, schools are closed as well. I mean, overall, how's that community coping?
Well, the northern part of Santa Monica was asked to evacuate, and that is not far from my district at all. We've certainly been on high alert because there are a number of hills that are in the district. We have an oil field in the district. We have Kinney Hahn Park in the district. If any of those things catch fire, we are in trouble. While we have not been directly touched by those fires, we have family members who have been impacted because they live in the Palisades, they live in Pasadena, they live in Altadena. So many folks in my community are turning into community responders. They are taking in friends and family. They are helping with donations at the shelter and at the Pasadena Convention Center. Doolin's Restaurant, a local restaurant on Crenshaw, has been working with World Central Kitchen. I went to see him in Altadena cooking prepared hot foods to give to folks who have lost their homes. So we are working with the first responders in a way that a community should.
But look, blocks and blocks of burnt out communities, that means many people are displaced in a city that's already short on housing. How big of a challenge is this going to be, and what can Congress do to help?
Well, this has been huge. 40,000 folks homeless before the fire and now thousands more. I'm going to be on a call right after this. We're talking with insurance companies. We're talking with adjusters. We are asking FEMA to send us the money that we were owed from COVID and asking them to do more. This is all hands on deck. The convention center is already seeing folks coming and preying on folks who have lost their homes with scams, asking them to pay their property assessments on homes that have burned down. And then we have to think about the economy of Los Angeles that has been changed because folks were working in homes, they were teaching, they were caregivers, and the homes where they were working have now burned down. So it is as much about containment as it is, how we move forward in rebuilding in a way that does not change the character and the essence of Los Angeles County.
Yeah. As you know, President Biden approved that major disaster declaration this week, pledging the federal government is going to cover 100% of the costs associated with the fires. In just days, the next administration will be tasked with approving future spending. President Trump on social media overnight called politicians incompetent, saying they just can't put out the fires. What's wrong with them? And then here's Vice President-elect J.D. Vance this morning.
There is a serious lack of competent governance in California, and I think it's part of the reason why these fires have gotten so bad. We need to do a better job at both the state and federal level. President Trump cares about all Americans, right? He is the president for all Americans, and I think that he intends to have FEMA and other federal responses much, much better and much more clued into what's going on there on the ground.
Okay. Do you get the sense that President Trump cares about all Americans? Let's go specifically with California. Are you confident the Trump administration and this new Congress will follow through with the federal aid distribution that this, the Golden State needs?
Well, one thing I know, no leader can control wind gusts or lack of rain. And those are real issues that California is facing. You know, Donald Trump claims that he fights for the underdog. And right now, California is the underdog. We know that fires are nonpartisan. They do not check voter ID. And right now, California needs leadership that operates in that same way. Donald Trump's next administration, that will be about his legacy building. And I am hoping that he sees that there are Republicans and Democrats who have lost everything because of these fires, and he steps up and helps all of us.
Let's hope so. I hope you're right. Sydney Kamala-Dove, thank you so much getting through it all. Appreciate you checking in with us. Thank you.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first. Delivery. I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert, not a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Bill Whitaker is Covina, California.
The story will continue in a moment.
The Eaton fire burst out of...
Hundreds of animals have also been displaced because of the fires, and shelters are working around the clock to care for as many as possible in this crisis. One of those shelters is the Pasadena Humane, and we're joined now by the group's communications manager, Kevin McManus. Kevin, thanks so much for making time for us today.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Now, Kevin, I see that you adjusted the camera because there's a special little guy in the room with you. Are you able to manage him and tell us a little bit about him?
I think I can wrangle her in a sec. She's
or her. Excuse me.
The wrong dog to be on TV.
So, Kev, while you and she negotiate who's going to be in charge of this interview, tell me about the past few days. What's happened since the wildfires broke out? What have you all been dealing with at your shelter?
Well, since the fires broke in, we've taken in 550 plus animals into our care. We're right at the almost the epicenter of that fire, in that it's right above Altadena, which is the neighborhood just to the north of Pasadena where we're located. The fires impacted so many of our residents, so many of our neighbors in both Altadena and Pasadena, and also the other surrounding communities that also rely on us every day for animal control and care services.
So how are the animals coming to you?
I think a great thing and a great way one positive thing right from the start was a lot of people evacuated with their pets. And so being the emergency evacuation area or the evacuation for animals in our neighborhood, we knew that we would get a lot of folks in who had their pets with them. So we were prepared for that. And about 350 animals the very first day came in with their families. Their families knew to take their pets when they evacuated and bring them to us.
And we're looking at some of the images as you were speaking of the animals that have been brought in. There she is. Talk to us about some of the injuries that you've been seeing and how you all are managing this immense amount of pressure.
Well, we have, of course, as we would expect, seen a lot of animals come in with burns, with smoke inhalation, dehydrated. And we have an animal ICU that we operate all the time, just in case, any kind of like a hit by a car animal or anything like that. So we have the capability to do some triaging and treatment of animals in any kind of an emergency situation like that. We've never had to have so many animals in our ICU at one time, but thankfully we have some really great veterinarians on staff, and we've received a ton of support from the community with help from other vet hospitals who've been able to assist and send people who can help.
And this little girl who's with you right now, is she someone that was brought in because of the wildfires?
Well, we know she's here because of the wildfires, but she actually came in stray. So that's kind of the second wave of animals that we received. This one, thankfully, was able to dodge any kind of injury, so she's super healthy and, as you can see, a little bit active. But those are the animals where we saw more of the burns and the other injuries. And we suspect a lot of people, because of the way they had to evacuate so quickly, were not able to either get back to their homes or to wrangle their pets and bring them with them. So we do have a bunch of animals who are lost, and hopefully their owners will be able to reclaim them soon.
And if owners are not able to reclaim them, or if you have a bunch of strays or abandoned animals that are brought to you, what's going to happen to those animals?
Well, we are, so in California, we have, for any stray dog that comes into a shelter, we have a mandatory stray hold period. We are prepared to extend that stray hold period. We know that people had to leave at a moment's notice, and we know that people are looking for their pets. So on a positive note, we have all of our lost pets on our website, and that way people can quickly kind of scan through who's come in, see if their pets are here, and hopefully come in and reclaim them. But we've also decided made the, I think, correct call to extend that hold for as long as, I heard 3 weeks yesterday. And that way people have that window. Some people probably are out of the state at this point, but at least they have that chance to come back and get their pets.
And so many of us have soft spots for animals. I mean, we're all feeling and hurting for the people, of course, who have lost their homes. And we know at least 16 people have died. It's so devastating. But there's something so tragically helpless about these animals. And you want to jump in some capacity. So how can people help?
Well, unfortunately, I think the care for the animals that have already come in and will be coming in does require a lot of funding. So if people are willing and able, financial donation immediately helps us to direct the resources where they're needed the most. People in our area, in Southern California, we've had to such an outpouring of wonderful support that we've had to stop taking in-kind donations temporarily, but we know that is going to be a need going forward. We will also, I'm sure, need, because we're going to hold on to these animals until their families get back on their feet. So we're going to need a lot of volunteer assistance with that. That's another kind of next week question, or this, I guess, it's Monday already. But we're going to start making a plan for how we can long-term care for the animals that we know will need that long-term care.
Kevin, I have to ask you this before I let you go. How do you do this? I mean, just looking at those pictures is so heartbreaking. These broken-hearted animals and the devastation all around you. And you guys are also dealing with your own personal safety. I mean, so far, your facility seems okay, but we've seen how chaotic the situation can be. How are you managing all of this?
You know, we're so lucky. We have an amazing staff here at the shelter, and we've all, of course, just like we would do in any kind of tragedy, bonded. We've got people who are normally working in our shelter shop, directing traffic. We've got people who are normally caring for cats and dogs in the front office, helping just with the massive amount of paperwork that is building up. And we have just amazing volunteers. So everyone is banding together. Pets unite us no matter what our political views are or differences we have. Who could not, look at a dog like this, licking one's face and think, oh, you know what? Everything's going to be okay. And so I think that's how we do it. Animals, we all know that animals bring out such great emotions and give us such a good emotional state. So in that sense, we're lucky.
Kevin McManus, thank you so much for your time and best of luck.
Thank you so much for having me.
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, can you use seawater to fight the fires in Los Angeles? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, a lot of questions regarding this use. Can salt water be used to extinguish the fires that are currently ravaging around Los Angeles? This channel is about global shipping. However, my background is as a former merchant mariner, but I've also been a 25-year firefighter, both paid and volunteer, currently a captain on my volunteer fire department. And I've fought fires both on ships and ashore. And so I know a little something about using seawater and salt water when it comes to fighting fires. So there's a lot of issues, rumors, myths going on about it. The number of stories that are out there in the press regarding this is a lot. However, what I want to do is tackle some of the biggest issues that have been identified, and in particularly there's 4 of them. Number 1, does salt water corrode fire equipment and therefore should not be used? Number 2, salt water doesn't provide as much cooling as fresh water, therefore it's not as efficient. 3, using salt water will harm plant life and, more importantly, create a barren landscape afterwards. And 4, is it difficult to draw from the ocean? We're going to address all of those coming up here. First, let's talk about the underlying situation, which is the shortage of water in fighting this fire. Everybody has heard the stories about hydrants and water supplies going dry in the fight for this. So a couple of things to be aware of. Number 1, because of the large number of homes that are involved in this fire, most people, when they evacuate their homes, fail to do 2 very important things. Number 1, cut the gas off to their homes, and second, turn off the water. Now, when houses burn down to the ground, which is what's happening here, if you have failed to turn off the water, even the individual valves in your home, I'm talking about the valves to your sinks, to your toilets, to the washing machine, to the dishwasher, what happens is when your house burns down to the ground, those pipes are wide open and it places a drain on the water supply. This is why when you go to home fires that have burnt down, you'll see water spraying everywhere. You either need to individually shut those off in the house, or better yet, turn it off at the master coming into your house. In North Carolina, we have that by the driveway or the sidewalk or the roadside. There is a cutoff so that you can do it. I would think in Los Angeles, in an area that's very prone to wildfires like this, there should be an automatic shutoff of some kind that does this. However, what this does is it drains down the water supply. So when you start burning entire areas and neighborhoods, that water is flowing. Second, water systems are designed to use gravity as much as possible. You can't usually physically pump water, especially uphill, and supply everyone. So this is why you have large water towers that are in areas. Water towers use height and gravity and the weight of the water to provide pressure in the system. And water towers are almost constantly being refilled. Water companies can monitor those tanks. They can determine how much water needs to go in, usually during really off-peak water hours at night, and when water consumption isn't high, the tanks are being filled back up. The problem is that when there is a heavy demand on water, you usually cannot match the output versus the input. And so what happens is this fire burned, it started putting a heavy drain on the tanks, and the tanks started getting lower and lower. As water tanks get lower and lower, you start losing pressure because there's not enough weight on the water to push it through the system. And in the case of the wildfires in California, what you had was the tanks started going dry. You had a reservoir that was short of water or no water whatsoever. And so therefore you don't have it. This is why in part of infrastructure for communities, you need more water towers. Water towers are not sexy. No one likes to talk about them, but you need them. You also at times need independent water tanks to provide a separate system. So the loss of water for this fire is not new. I mean, we've seen this happen before, and most safety regulations are written in blood. Go back to 1906 and the San Francisco earthquake. Most of the city of San Francisco was not destroyed by the earthquake. It was destroyed by a subsequent fire that ravaged the city. Gas lines fractured, multiple fires were ignited. And one of the things that they found out in San Francisco was their water source was insufficient. If you go to San Francisco today, you'll see two types of fire hydrants. What are known as Laurel fire hydrants. These are skinny fire hydrants. Most fire hydrants in all cities are hooked into the same water system that goes into your houses. So those water pipes that go into areas all have the same water source. And this is being pumped from towers and from municipal systems throughout the area. So when you look at a fire hydrant in front of your home, that water comes out of there is the same one that's in your house. The problem, of course, is that as the system loses pressure, loses water, you can't sustain it. So what they did in San Francisco was build a second system, a loop system that's known as the Hardy system. These are bigger, fatter, rounder fire hydrants. They are hooked up on a separate pipeline system to a series of reservoirs high up on the hill. And then as a backup, should those reservoirs fail or drain or something happen, they can be hooked up to pumping systems that pump salt water in from the ocean. And so San Francisco has a redundancy in this. The problem why most cities don't do this is very simple. Money. It costs a lot of money. Usually to build systems, developers, home builders want to build the smallest water pipe hose system into your subdivision, into your area that they can get away with. And that robs water. It's a big problem. Plus, you don't have water retention systems that allow you to prevent this fire from spreading. All right, that's the background why there isn't water. Let's talk about how you use salt water here. So back in 2021, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, along with Long Beach Fire Department, conducted a series of training exercises down in the port of Long Beach. They used some U.S. government vessels to train in how to fight fires on board ships. And to do that, they brought several assets in, including the big fireboats that both the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles have. Now, these fireboats are absolutely essential in fighting fires because not only do they do the traditional spraying water, which you've always seen before, but they have manifolds, which means that those boats can pump water ashore through what's called large diameter hose. So the two boats down in the Port of LA and the Port of Long Beach, 41,000 gallons per minute and 31,000 gallons per minute. Give you an idea, a forestry hose sprays roughly about 13 to 60 gallons per minute out of it. A firefighting hose used for house extinguishment can spray anywhere from 125 to 250 gallons per minute. So these boats can pump enormous amounts of water, and they have a system of manifolds located around the ship so that you can hook up what's called large diameter hose and you can start flowing water. Now, you can also get portable units that can be used to pump water ashore. So in the case of the fires taking place in the Palisades, for example, you could have the Los Angeles fireboat, you could have the Long Beach fireboat right off the coast, and through a system of afloat or underwater hoses, which the military use a lot. As a matter of fact, they have some of this right over at Port Hueneme, which is just right by where this is taking place. You can be pumping large quantities of water ashore. And if you use fire trucks and large diameter hose, this is big 5 or 6 inch portable hose, you can actually lay into the interior here and provide water refilling points. This is known as relay pumping. And you don't even need the fireboats because you can get portable pumps on trailers that can be brought up into the surf or along a dock or pier into the water, suck in the salt water and use it. Has strainers on board. This would give you a lot of water, and there are fire departments that I know that train on laying over a mile of large diameter hose. Most trucks are required to have roughly about 800 to 1,000 feet, about a fifth of a mile of that hose, fifth to a sixth of a mile on board each truck. And so you can pre-position this equipment so that you can lay in hose from the beach and set up fill points so that fire trucks can shuttle water to the fire. So that addresses number 4 there. Number 1, corrodes fire equipment. So both the Fire Department of New York, representatives from the Fire Department of New York and from Oregon have come out and said that is not exactly true. If you read some of the statements that are out there, you would think that if salt water touches your truck, it is going to crumble into a pile of rust. This article is out on X. Why firefighters fear salt water. Salt water is a harsh mistress laden with salt and minerals. It is an arch nemesis to metals, pumps,
Your contractors will soon be asking for their 1099. Don't keep them waiting. Go to
your SCE bill. The answer is no. What we did is all of the zip codes that had been evacuated as of last week, we did suspend billing. You do not need to take any further action. I do want to share the last bills that went out were on January 9th. That's because of the billing cycle. No bills have gone out since then, so there is a bit of a lag of a few days. But January 10th forward, for every account we have in a zip code that's been evacuated, that account is in suspension. No action needed on the customer's part. Another question that's come up, again, really good questions, thank you, was around undergrounding. Let me talk just briefly about SC's approach to rebuilding the grid in the Altadena community. We want the grid to be better. We want it to be more resilient. So what we will be doing is we will be rebuilding the grid to newer standards. For example, where we have a circuit where we had not yet deployed what we called covered conductor, which is a coated wire that will not spark or is less likely to spark if a tree branch or a palm frond comes into contact with it. What we will be doing when we rebuild the grid is all the wire in high fire risk areas will be that coated wire covered conductor so that it's much more fire resistant, helps us harden the grid, and hopefully prevent future ignitions. A couple of you asked in particular around undergrounding. We've been using a targeted undergrounding program already in our high fire risk areas. I'm expecting undergrounding will be among the things we will be looking at to make sure that the grid is resilient and more fire resistant going forward. Another question that has come up from two of you was around the safe operation of your solar system. My recommendation there is please consult with either a licensed solar installer or an electrician to consult with you once you're able to access the solar system to make sure that it is in fact operating safely. And those are the questions that I had. Thank you for providing those. I'll turn it back to Steph now. Thank you.
And to close us out on our question and answer, I'm going to ask that the mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo, comes up. Sir, we have an answer for that, and I'll make sure you get it.
The question that I have is, many of us are staying with friends in Pasadena who do not have adequate parking on site for our cars. Has Pasadena temporarily abolished their no overnight street parking rule? We have not, but you've got Councilmember Gene Masuda, Jason Lyon, Councilmember Lyon, Councilmember Hampton, and Councilmember Jones here, and we'll certainly bring that back for a process that maybe treats it on a case-by-case basis. And so we'll commit to doing that, and you can look for more information. One of the other things that I heard, and I'll close with this, is the issue of people wanting to go back into their homes. Safety is first and foremost. And this is the escort issue. Can you be escorted back? Safety is, of course, first and foremost, but if it's a matter of resources, we'll also take back the possibility of the Pasadena Police Department partnering with the sheriff, if it's safe, to help provide some of those escorts. Thank you.
So that is going to conclude our meeting, but we will have a virtual meeting tomorrow night where we're going to address some more of your questions. Sir, Chief Augustine has answered that question on several occasions. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Bitch, I ain't make the rules. I tried to stay by the code, but with that money Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on.
Talk more about this terrible insurance situation. We're bringing in Kaya Stanley, a CEO of the California Restaurant Mutual Benefit Corp and attorney. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us more about this. We're hearing about this catastrophic situation where these insurance companies have dropped fire coverage from thousands of policies in the years leading up to this. Is this even legal, and how did this happen?
These are for-profit insurance companies. And so if they can't make a profit, they're going to leave the area. And that's exactly what happened. And it's legal. They don't have to keep doing business in California. Is it ethical? No. I mean, I run a nonprofit insurance company, so we don't do things like this. But a traditional insurance company is in it to make money.
What can homeowners and business owners...
It's going to happen.
Yeah, and it's going to happen again and continue. What can homeowners and business owners do if their fire coverage was dropped? I mean, are they simply out of luck? Is there an appeals process?
There's not an official appeals process, but ultimately what's going to happen when, they're going to first try to get state assistance, FEMA assistance. But if they don't have insurance, they're not going to get insurance coverage. And even what we find and what we've seen across the country in other natural disasters is that even when people have insurance, most of the time they don't have the insurance that they think they have, and they're underinsured. So even people that have insurance are going to be damaged by this. So what's their recourse? Eventually this is going to be lawsuits left and right, because people are going to have no other options, and insurance companies are going to end up settling these lawsuits, and the only people that are going to win are the attorneys that get to fight the lawsuits.
We just heard our Mills Hayes reporting on this. So we see California now, the state banning insurance companies from canceling or not renewing policies for homeowners affected by the wildfires for 1 year. But this doesn't help people who didn't have fire coverage or were underinsured or were dropped before this, right?
No, it's like calling the fire department after the house is already burned to the ground. It's too little, too late. This should have been handled before this, when that many thousands of people were dropped, in the last year. Something should have happened before this. Someone dropped the ball here. And even this moratorium is still, it's not what people think it is. Even though they're not allowed to leave the state, they're still underinsured. So even in these places that they still have to have the insurance, there's nothing that I've seen in the mandate that says you have to insure at a certain level, or, all of the things that are going to leave people high and dry, even if they had insurance. So for example, if you don't have a guaranteed replacement value in your insurance, and your valuation was done, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, then your valuation has completely changed. So what it would cost to rebuild it today is completely different than what it would have cost 15 years ago. And then you're also going to be rebuilding with thousands of other people, and there's going to be a labor shortage, there's going to be a materials shortage, and some of these policies even have a limitation that says you have to rebuild within a certain number of years in order to get your coverage at all. And when you're trying to rebuild along with thousands of other people, that's just not possible.
Yeah, this is such a mess of epic proportions. I want to ask, because we've been hearing pieces of advice. For example, if it's safe to do so, try to take a quick video of everything in your home, even opening the drawers, to help have an inventory of what will be lost. To not accept that initial offer from insurance because it's really the beginning of a negotiation. I've also heard be nice to your adjuster because they really can be your advocate. Do you have any specific pieces for advice for these residents or any Americans who will be going through something like this?
It's going to be really hard. My advice for people that even if you're not in a natural disaster area, you need to go and check your coverage now. I'm a CEO of an insurance company and an attorney, and we checked our coverage when this happened, and we found out that we were underinsured. Our valuation was not correct. So I'm telling everybody, you need to go call your broker, call your agent, check your policy, make sure that you have coverage that includes the guaranteed valuation, but also includes ordinance changes. So the other thing is, if you built your house 20 years ago or 50 years ago, now to rebuild now, there might be completely different ordinance and expectations that are double the cost of rebuilding. If you don't have insurance that covers that, that becomes your expense. So that's my advice to everybody. Go look at your policy now. Talk to your agent now.
Kyle, last question for you. What needs to happen so that the insurance industry can't just pick and choose, especially as natural disasters and just become more common and more severe?
So the problem is there's this ripple effect. We're going to see it for decades. This isn't going to be a quick fix. The insurance companies are in it to make money. And there's a new thing that the insurance commissioner did also next year, requiring that if any insurance company does any business in the state, they can't just cherry pick the lines of coverage that are profitable. They also have to include fire, which is appropriate, it should have always been that way. But now look at what happened because it wasn't that way. So that's one of the things that has to happen. But the ripple effect of this is that they're going to have to go to their reinsurer to get insurance, and then their rates are going to go up for the reinsurance. So what happens is the insurance company covers it up to a certain amount, and then the reinsurance covers it after that. The reinsurance rates with this billions of dollars of exposure, it's going to go up through the roof. So then the regular rates are going to go up. Then the insurance company is going to still need to profit because it's for profit. So then they're going to go to try to recoup their money in other ways. So we're going to see insurance go up across every state in the country because they have to recoup their money.
What needs to happen here? I mean, we have a new president coming in 9 days. Is it on the federal level that there need to be mandates and there needs to be change industry-wide?
Yes, there needs to be changes industry-wide. I mean, one of the other things, there's just going to be market forces. So hopefully the federal government is going to do something to try to, assist with these ripple effects that I'm talking about that are going to be felt in every single state economics. But the states also have a lot of power on this too, because they're the ones that are dictating how an insurance company is doing business in their state. So yes, it's going to be, there has to be a lot of reform.
For those who had lost their homes, how long are you expecting it'll take to rebuild in these communities? Are we talking about a couple of years?
I think it's going to be decades. And I looked at other, fire areas or natural disaster areas, and a lot of them, the people took the insurance money and sold and left. So, and then someone else came in to rebuild. And that happened a lot in New Jersey during the Sandy hurricanes. And so we're expecting to see a lot of that here because the rebuilding it's going to be an unbelievable, codes have changed there. It's going to be just decades.
So Kaya, as people are looking at their own plans and wondering what's going on here, what do they need to be looking for?
The biggest thing is the guaranteed replacement cost. And even though I'm giving this advice, I want to say to people, some people still can't even get that insurance. There's some places that, like in the areas that we're talking about, no one would sell them insurance. So they went and got insurance on the fair market, which is the state's, like they call it, the insurance of last resort, because it's not good. It's high premiums and then low benefit.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Joining me now is Shaniqua McClendon, Vice President of Political Strategy at Crooked Media, along with former Florida Representative and MSNBC political analyst Carlos Curbelo. Glad to see you both here. So Shaniqua, your organization, Vote Save America, is raising relief money for California. Rumors spread online, including from Republican operatives, that the money was being funneled through a Democrat super PAC, or even that some of this relief money would actually be diverted to Democrats. Just take a moment to set the record straight. And how dangerous is it to politicize these disasters?
Yeah, so Crooked Media and Vote Save America have been around for about 7-8 years. And the work that we're doing, our audience always wants to be very engaged. Whenever something happens, they come to us, they want to know what they can do. And so we set up a fundraising opportunity to give money to organizations on the ground in Los Angeles responding to the wildfire disasters. And All of the money we raise goes out the door. We actually never touch it. If you go to our relief page, it's votesaveamerica.com/relief, you'll see that your donations go directly to those organizations. But what this really is, I've been watching your show as it's been on today, and you've talked a lot about people coming together. And in a moment where so many people are coming together, Crooked is based in Los Angeles, and a lot of our staff, a lot of our audience have been impacted by these fires. And in a moment when so many people are coming together to help out, we have these essentially trolls trying to create chaos and take attention away from the fact that they're not trying to help anyone. Right now, a lot of the work we do when we are responding to these disasters, we did it for Hurricane Helene, is because we're trying to fill the gap that a lot of Republicans have created in making our government unworkable. Government should be responding to all of this, but they can't, because we have a lot of people who are just really committed to sowing chaos in government. And so we're trying to meet a need that is there right now. And so all the money we're raising is going directly out the door, and we are trying to help people, not help Democrats or ourselves.
Okay, let's just drop the mic right there then, because I'm glad you've clarified for anybody who wanted to think otherwise. So, Carlos, there has been criticism of Mayor Karen Bass over the fire department's budget. The LA Times reports that while the department lost some positions and overtime funding, its operating budget increased year over year once firefighter raises and equipment purchases were approved. But that has gotten lost amid much of the criticism. When basic facts and truth aren't agreed on during a disaster, does it harm the response?
100%, Alex. And look, people do need to be held accountable. There has to be a review of policies. I mean, that makes perfect sense. But when we're in the middle of the fire, literally, it shouldn't be about that. Look, my district was hit in 2017 by Hurricane Irma. Parts of the district were devastated. Then Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy visited my district with then Democratic leader Steny Hoyer. And at that time, it was all about how do we help these people, many of whom are living through the most difficult times of their lives. What can the federal government do to support local recovery efforts? And that's what it should be 100% about. Here in the state of Florida, should we have a debate about coastal resiliency, about how we rebuild, about those policies? Sure, but not while people are still homeless and suffering and grieving a very difficult situation. That's how it should be now in dealing with Los Angeles. We have to put those people and their immediate needs first. Over time, we can figure out what went wrong and what needs to be done better in the future.
Yeah, 100% agree with all you've said there. Shaniqua, in terms of rebuilding, Governor Newsom announced some landmark environmental laws in California. They're going to be suspended to allow the wildfire victims to rebuild their homes, their businesses more easily. Republicans have tried to completely, and by the way, falsely, blame this on environmental policies. Will states be pressured under Trump to not take action against the climate crisis, even when that's what contributes to disasters like this?
Yeah, I think they absolutely will. And we should acknowledge that denying climate is not something that Donald Trump brought to the Republican Party. It was happening long before him. But I do think with him in the White House, we're going to continue to see him put pressure on states that actually care about it. We've seen him across different issues threaten to withhold federal funding if state governments don't do exactly what he wants them to do. So I think we will see that. Something else that Governor Newsom said was that he wasn't going to back off of the work that California has done to care about the environment and make sure we're protecting it. He just wants to make sure there aren't delays for people who are in need right now. And so I think that we'll see leadership from people like Governor Newsom and other governors around the country who are not going to back down, but I do think they're going to see pressure from Donald Trump.
Yeah. Carlos, disregarding more of those bad faith arguments, what policy changes are needed to deal with the worsening and more frequent natural disasters?
Look, Alex, we have to talk about adaptation, how we rebuild communities, how we protect communities for a lot of these threats that even if we were to get our environmental house in order, that's not going to change for a long time, right? So much of this is baked in. In California, they deal with these horrible fires. Here in Florida, we deal with more and stronger hurricanes, right? That's not going to change overnight, even if we do more and more every day to clean up our economy and the environment. But the federal government has to be there to invest in infrastructure. The federal government has to be a partner to local governments and to states in helping rebuild in a way that prevents this from happening in the future. Next time there's a big fire, perhaps there are different provisions in place to prevent it from growing out of control in this way. All of these conversations about forest management, sure, all of the above. We need to figure out everything we can do to prevent this kind of tragedy in the future, or at least to mitigate it so it isn't so devastating to so many people.
Carlos Cabela, Shaniqua McClendon. Guys, thank you so much. We'll see you next week.
Less is more delicious with RX Bar, nut butter and oat.
The industrial grade products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal One, we can help. So, you've started your own company, but feel unsafe using your home address for business use.
Doing toy drives for these kids and families, housing one another. The resilience and compassion has been incredible, but exactly, we wanted to get them back to a physical campus, avoid online learning if we can. And you know, the nice thing about having them together as one community is that continuity of what they already knew. We can also target mental health support and trauma counselors, given what these students have been going through. Not only losing their schools, but for so many of them, losing their homes as well.
Well, with respect, government doesn't always move fast, and the bureaucracy sometimes takes forever to do something.
But I know.
So the fact that all this is happening that quickly and everybody's
really
going to get to stay together is definitely something to celebrate. In addition to celebrating your 3 impressive degrees behind you, Nick.
I know. This is what I realized when I went to Zoom. It's like my childhood bedroom on one side and a doctor's office on the other. Thanks so much.
We appreciate it. Thanks for your tireless work over the last week. I know this is your hometown, and this has been an emotional experience. And it's good to see you, Nick Melvoin. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
All right, let's talk about this as well. So, let's just, again, go over what we have there. Most schools open tomorrow in the LAUS school district.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on. Anxious residents displaced by fire evacuations may have been disappointed by the response of LA County's fire chief when asked, when can they go home?
They can't go home simply because it's not safe. We've all spoke up here about the evacuation order areas and the evacuation warning areas. The minute it's safe, it's our collective priority, whether you're elected or appointed, to be able to get residents back in their home just as quickly as possible. That conversation is not going to occur until the end of the predicted red flag event that's on its way.
As far as any compensation for housing for evacuated residents, elected officials are suggesting residents contact FEMA to request assistance.
So we just talked about schools that are moving. Now let's talk about some churches.
After one church burned down in the Eden fire, another church miles away answered their prayers. Laura Diaz joins us now live with that story from Montebello. Laura.
Yes, Susan, 6 churches were destroyed in the Altadena area during that wildfire. So then the question becomes, where do you go for Sunday services? Well, one church here in Montebello said, we've got our doors open for you. We've got you.
The fact that we have no place else to go, this was wonderful.
Victims of the catastrophic Eden fire found a place to worship and heal this Sunday after their church, the Altadena Community Church, burned down to the ground this week. 27 miles away from the fire line in Montebello, there were tears, prayers, and fellowship. The location? The Montebello Plymouth Congregational Church.
As soon as I heard that Altadena's buildings had all burned down, there was no question that if they wanted to worship with us, it would be a joint service.
Someone's going to reach out and invite us to come, and they did.
What we saw was an amazing example of generosity. Church faithful, side by side. Dozen sought solace and the belief that faith moves mountains.
It means a lot to me. I almost didn't come because I didn't know if I could handle it. I wanted to see my family from the church. I know over, I guess, 19 homes from our congregation were burned down.
This married couple took a final picture as they fled their neighborhood turned inferno on Tuesday.
So I took this last picture. I said, this is just what I need for, for memory.
At Sunday services, they found strength.
To know that they put on this extravagant welcome for us is just heartwarming.
The church is not a building. The church is the people. And the church can worship anywhere.
And we saw that worshiping take place today. A common theme was, God is with us in troubled times. Now, in addition to having the worship take place inside of the church, there is also an outreach to be able to help people find hotel rooms if they've lost their homes, and the collection of clothing. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Montebello. Sending it back to the studio, Alex and Susan.
I love that sentiment. The church is not the building, it's the people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laura.
And that's probably going to be true with the schools, too. Like what Nick was just talking about. You can move the whole school together. The kids get to stay together just like the congregants get to stay together. Thank you, Laura. We take a live picture right now from Skyfox, and we don't see a bunch of flames from this picture. Just a quick note on schools. We were talking about the LA Unified School District. Santa Monica, almost all of their schools are going to be open tomorrow. In Malibu, though, those schools are going to be closed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, out of precaution when it comes to the Santa Ana wind event. So Malibu schools are closed, but most of the LAUSD back open. We have more news when we come back.
Okay. Lisa Scott, I really appreciate you taking the time tonight, and wishing you all the luck in the world with the journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Introducing the new EcoPower Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment. Featuring Ego's peak power technology, it combines the force of two of Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium batteries, delivering the power and performance of gas while pushing through even the heaviest of wet snow. On just a single charge, this self-propelled snowblower can clear up to 8 inches of dense snow from an 18-car driveway before launching it 50 feet in the direction of your liking. 4 bright LED headlights, durable, quick and easy controls, and heavy-duty, thick-tread tires make commanding your way through a whiteout effortless. Take on anything winter throws at you with the all-new EcoPower Plus 2-stage snowblower. The power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes.
Yeah, and Natasha, you notice that the winds are pretty light right now, but we have already felt some strong gusts, and the forecast for even stronger gusts tonight is a big concern for firefighters. Yesterday, they told me it was a great day for firefighting. Today, I have not heard that at all. We are seeing a ground attack here in Mandeville Canyon, which stretches into Brentwood. Down below there, look at those crews. I believe those are crews from Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, Anaheim. They are on the ground, and they have actually laid down hose line like over 8 miles of hose line into a hotspot that is over the ridge here. We've also seen quite an air attack by helicopters today because of stronger winds. We haven't seen as much of the fixed wing aircraft.
Our next guest shooting one video in the Carbon Canyon area of Malibu. Alec Gellis said he did everything he could to try to save his girlfriend's home out there. Before the fire came on too strong, he had no choice but to flee, and this is what he saw. You can see those embers swirling in the air. Alec is coming to speak with us now, and I so appreciate you making the time. I'm so sorry for what you both have been through. How are you both doing tonight? How are you coping with this?
Hey, Natasha. Yeah, it's pretty bad out here. She went back home to San Diego. I'm still here up in the LA area, just ready to help out wherever I can. And yeah, it's not good, but we're staying positive and just looking to the future and all the opportunities ahead.
Yeah. Is your girlfriend's home a total loss? Was she able to salvage anything out of it?
It was a total loss. It was a complete inferno, a hellscape. There wasn't anything I could do. It was no joke smoke. Every breath had 0 oxygen in it, and I barely made it to my car. Everything is gone, and it's super devastating, and a lot of people lost a lot in this fire.
Yeah, tell me about your efforts here, and I can't believe you shot this video. I've never seen, and firefighters last night were describing, they have never seen a storm of embers like this in the air. What was it like to actually be in this? What was it like to try to fight this fire yourself? And at what point did you realize that you needed to turn around and just get out of there?
Yeah, so I have a hose in one hand. I got my camera rolling in the other, and I couldn't breathe. Honestly, there was a point where I thought I was gonna lose. Wasn't ever gonna have to get a haircut again. You know what I mean? There was so much embers going. It was like a blizzard of murder hornets that were on fire. And honestly, it was just so beyond. It's just like being out of a scene from hell.
And I know you're trying to drive out of this. Was there a moment you thought you may not be able to get out of this alive?
There wasn't a moment where I thought I wouldn't be able to get out of it alive. But I did for a minute, it took me a really long time just to catch my breath, and I was just taking oxygen from the car. But yeah, I wish I could have stayed longer. I wish I could have done more to save the house. It was a really special property and a really special place to be and hang out. And yeah, it's just really sad, and I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'm just so glad that you got out okay. This looks unreal. Have you been back yourself to see the damage? And if so, what does that neighborhood look like?
It's super sad. Been back there. The house is gone. A lot of the houses on the beach are burned. Hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate. Some houses that cost $100 million or more. And a lot of these houses are behind on permits. A lot of them are owned by people who've had them in their family for a long time, and they won't really be able to rebuild. And it's hard to get permits. Sometimes takes more than 10 years. So it's a complete loss for a lot of people. A lot of them are underinsured.
Is she going to be okay? How is she doing in terms of insurance, moving back to this area? And I know that there's a GoFundMe as well we're going to put up on the screen. How can people help?
She didn't have insurance, and yeah, I mean, people can go and find her Instagram on my page. It's all over, and yeah, and please support her GoFundMe.
All right, Alec Gellis, I certainly appreciate your time. I'm glad that you're all right. I know that it'll be a long road for both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Did you know that if you're over 65 and suffer a fall, you have over a 50% chance of dying within a year? That's why seniors are rushing to buy these revolutionary winter boots. Grounded footwear boots don't just help prevent deadly falls. They're engineered with military-grade traction technology that gives you absolute confidence on any surface, from icy sidewalks to snowy trails. What makes these boots truly special is their triple protection traction system, originally developed for Arctic military operations. Now it's finally available to the public, and they're selling out faster than you can imagine. These boots use advanced
Hi, Natasha. Thank you for having me and my sweet Delilah Jane, who I hope she stays asleep here. It was the morning of 10:30 in the morning on Tuesday, and I was one of the few friends who had been texting everyone the night before saying, hey, stay on alert, there's winds coming. And so, we knew there was a high chance of a drastic fire hitting anywhere within, our neighborhood. But when the fire hit that morning, it was about 10 acres. And where you see my building in the Pacific Palisades on Sunset Boulevard, the fire was up in the hills. And so I thought, Delilah's 11, I want to get her away from the smoke. If you see the streets where they were bulldozing cars, my van is there and I knew the fire trucks needed to access. I saw super scoopers coming from the ocean and fire trucks racing up. So I really thought, like so many of the fires in the past, that they would get it under control at some point. As I was evacuating, I thought this is a precaution to just get my dog away from all of the chaos and the smoke, and to make sure that, the air quality is okay for her. I grabbed my laptop and I didn't think, I thought I was crazy. My boyfriend was kind of like, why are you, taking what I did take, which is more than so many people. I just figured if I'm displaced for a week because of smoke in the neighborhood, then I can try to get some work done. And never in a million years did I think that our entire beautiful community of the Pacific Palisades and Malibu and Altadena, my best friend Nicole, she lost everything too. And I don't know when each of our places burned, but it's just wild looking at the map of Los Angeles and thinking about how many thousands of people are displaced. And I have Delilah, and I have a lot more than a lot of people right now. So
yeah, Laura, I appreciate that. I know you say you brought things, like your passport in that moment, but any personal items, the memories are just gone. I know the photos of your mom who has passed are gone. And you shared one detail in particular that really is on my heart tonight, that you lost something related to the son who you lost. If you're comfortable, could you share that with us?
Thank you. I've been going through IVF for the last 6 years, and I had finally gotten pregnant, and I should have given birth in November. And instead, I lost my baby at 17 weeks, my son, in June. I had lost my dog 2 days earlier, Penelope, and I lost the ashes of my heart dog, Preston, my middle dog, Penelope, and my son. The only thing I had were hand and footprints from the hospital and the card that all the doctors had signed. And I just remember walking out of my apartment, and I have a photo of my mom and my dog, and that was where my birth certificate was, which is why I just grabbed it thinking I was crazy. And you've never even looked at your birth certificate, why are you taking it? And I looked at my mom and Preston, and I said, I hope to see you soon. And then in that moment, I thought, gosh, do I take these photo, these glass frames? And I thought, that's crazy. I'm going to walk out with my dog and a laptop. And it was so early, and there hadn't been the destruction to any of the homes or structures at that point. And so I left every photo from my childhood, my teen years when I moved to LA, like so many dreamers when I was 17, all of the photos through my 20s. And the hardest thing that I've lost is my mom, who passed away when I was 6. My sister and I recently were gifted photo albums and scrapbooks from her when she was a child, and she lived to be 36, so there were about 20 years of memories from her. And I had put them in a fireproof safe, thinking my sister and I would go through them and, just get to know our mom, because we didn't really have, a lot of people talk about the memories that they have, but it was just a treasure chest of clues into who she was, because we didn't have those memories with her. And so I don't know if by some miracle it could be in the rubble. I lived in a building with 75 units, and it was 3 stories that are just demolished. And I think about all of my neighbors and everyone who lost every memory, everything that you curate through your life. People, they save for a sale. A lot of people think about Pacific Palisades and they think it's millionaires and celebrities. And my building was, very hardworking people who were middle class. There were a lot of elderly in the building who were living on a fixed income. And I'm just thinking, I'm very blessed. I have this friend who's given me her guest house as a retreat for now, but I think about how many people are displaced and how many people are in shelters and just are left with nothing.
Yeah, Laura, I'm so incredibly grateful that you're willing to share some of those details with us tonight. I know it is so raw and it is so personal, and I think what it really illuminates as we have watched this unfold, it is not just multi-million-dollar homes and celebrities' third or fourth homes that we're watching burn tonight. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
After I got my first plant, I was hooked. There's just something so peaceful about watering them and nurturing their growth. It gives me a sense of purpose, you know? Yeah, there you go. They're also great listeners.
Response by our fire department, Cal Fire, law enforcement, EMS, our public works, and our nonprofit organizations coming together. The women and men, not only of the California Fire Service, but those who have come to support us as well. Support us from other countries like Mexico and Canada. Support us across the West and the Midwest, whether it be Oregon, Nevada, Washington, Montana, Texas, just to name a few, have all come to California to support the efforts occurring here. And prior to the beginning of this siege, both Cal OES, our local government fire departments were pre-positioning resources across Southern California. As a statewide fire department, we recognize the fire conditions diminished in Northern California. So we moved our fire engines, we moved our aircraft to Southern California. We were here to start the fight on the first night. Together, as the California Fire Service continues that fight, putting out every hot spot, every smoldering ember, and removing the hazards that are occurring in the neighborhoods and the communities as part of the work of our law enforcement entities being able to create a repopulation plan. At the same time, we have 53 damage inspection teams across the Eaton and the Palisades fire who are working to assess every structure that's occurring, and 8 more of those teams are on their way. But we can't just think about today. We have to think down the road. We have to think what's going to come next as part of recovery that Director Ward and others will talk about. So as part of that, as part of our natural resource protection mission, we brought our Watershed Emergency Response Team together, we call it a WERT, to start evaluating things such as burn soil severity, identifying the values at risk, modeling and developing emergency protective procedures. It's not if we will get rain at some point, it is when. And certainly we have not had enough rain thus far. In preparing for the next event that you heard about already, starting today through Wednesday, not only in Los Angeles County, but the affected portions of Riverside, Orange County, and San Diego. If you look at the wind models, the winds are picking up in those areas as well. So we all need to be prepared. As part of that preparedness, Cal OES, our local government fire departments, our whole of government together are preparing ourselves for this next event, including the creation of a mobilization center that is currently located in Beaumont, California, outside of the fire-impacted area, so it is able to send resources north, south, east, or west. Finally, I will reiterate that everyone should remain vigilant. Listen to firefighter and law enforcement officer commands and directions regarding evacuations. You can find many near real-time updates by going to fire.ca.gov, which will also link you to many of the local government governmental organizations and the information that they are putting out as well. Additionally, in preparation of this next event,
keep on eating till I look like Cletus. You niggas some cheaters, get your shells. I ain't talking about Adidas, fuck with me, get reefer. I don't fuck with coke, don't give a fuck.
and California as a whole in a fire year, you can go to readyforwildfire.org on how you can be prepared. Thank you.
Next up, California Office of Emergency Services Director Ward.
Good afternoon. I am Nancy Ward, the Director of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and I too want to say that my heart goes out to all the Southern California and residents who've been affected by these fires, who may have lost loved ones, have lost their homes, or who are displaced as we speak. I'm here in Los Angeles along with the highest level of state government, where we have established the structure and the support needed for the ongoing fires and the recovery ahead. Cal OES is in lockstep with FEMA for assistance for the people and the communities affected in Los Angeles County. Assistance workers from FEMA are on the ground as we speak to help with your applications and getting assistance to you quickly. We've also stood up robust operations and expertise in anticipation of the massive recovery ahead, to include watershed protection, debris removal, housing, public infrastructure restoration, and support to businesses. As you've heard, though, we're not out of the woods yet. We have some very significant fire weather ahead of us. And we need to provide the people and the first responders in Southern California the support that they need. We've pre-positioned additional engines, fire crews, helicopters. Government remains in place on the existing.
If you've stopped driving at night because of vision problems, try this simple ice hack with water before bed and watch your vision go from this to this.
Top story coming on the air right now with breaking news out of Los Angeles, and that's because the city is under a state of emergency as firefighters work to contain multiple dangerous wildfires ripping through the city of Angels. This is a live look right now, and you can see in the distance there, that is not a cloud. That is a massive smoke-filled sky. You can no longer see the horizon there. This is looking out from Los Angeles International Airport, and you can see the danger right now that
Tonight, breaking news from Southern California. More red flag warnings as firefighters race to contain multiple major fires. Authorities announce additional arrests for looting as the ATF begins the task of finding the cause of the deadly fires. But first, the race against the clock, with winds expected to pick up within hours. Gusts could reach 70 miles per hour. 8 million residents remain at the whim of the wind, facing a critical fire risk. More than 100,000 are under mandatory evacuation orders as the death toll rises. More than 12,000 structures believed to be either damaged or destroyed. An army of thousands on the ground and in the air joining the fight against the deadly Los Angeles fires. A California National Guard aircraft dropping fire retardant. Authorities warn about the threat from looters. 2 people were arrested near Vice President Kamala Harris's Brentwood home after a call about a possible burglary. Additional resources pour into the region. Crews from Mexico, Canada, and 9 other states are expected to deploy to the front lines. Officials say they're moving resources before the strong winds return, and they're urging residents hoping to return to their homes to be patient. The ATF takes the lead in the investigation, trying to determine the cause of the fires. Authorities now on the scene. The trained teams are looking at all potential causes, including arson or downed power lines. Our team is spread out across the Los Angeles region, and we time out the critical forecast for the next 24 hours and beyond. Across the country, a frigid Arctic blast returns with wind chills plummeting well below zero in some places. Days ahead of crucial confirmation hearings, the FBI investigates Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth's past as we look at the other Trump picks preparing to go under the microscope. Countdown to a historic launch. Blue Origin's new Glenn rocket gets ready to blast off. Where and when, you might be able to catch a glimpse. And America strong tonight in the face of the horrific disaster. People helping people with random acts of kindness. It is, after all, the City of Angels.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this Sunday. I'm Lindsay Davis. We begin once again with those deadly wildfires raging across Southern California. At least 16 people are dead and nearly 10 million more are under fire weather alerts. And moments ago, authorities issued a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, for red flag warnings. More than a dozen people are reported missing, and authorities warn that number is rising by the hour. If firefighters have nightmares, this scenario is likely one of them. It is a bulletless war against the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires, and now crews are bracing for another round of powerful Santa Ana winds that could threaten new communities. Look at this view from the cockpit of the California National Guard as they drop fire retardant as parts of their effort to contain the fires. A short time ago, President Biden met with key officials at the White House to explore ways to try to suppress the flames. And police say 2 people were arrested for violating curfew near the Brentwood home of Vice President Kamala Harris, as authorities now crack down on looting and price gouging. The damage from this deadly inferno could exceed $150 billion, one of the costliest natural disasters in American history. We, of course, have team coverage tonight. ABC's Matt Rivers leads us off from the fire zone.
Tonight, after an intense firefighting weekend, firefighters racing against the clock to contain wildfires burning across Los Angeles County before those Santa Ana winds pick up again.
Across LA, firefighters are laying thousands and thousands and thousands of feet of hose line like this in anticipation of fires coming back when those winds come back. Firefighters like these going around putting out any hot spots to make sure that this hillside, which already burned, won't reignite when the winds return.
More than 8 million people now facing critical fire risk.
Every available LAFD firefighter is on hand and will remain in place through this wind event.
Overnight, an all-out aerial assault on the Palisades fire. Helicopters making water drop after water drop. Ground crews armed with tools and reels of fire hoses, navigating steep terrain, headlamps lighting their path to face the flames head-on. Smoke and embers billowing into the air, and tonight, the toll this fire and others have taken across Los Angeles County since Tuesday is staggering. At least 16 dead, at least 16 are also missing. More than 12,000 structures believed damaged or destroyed, more than 60 square miles burned, and more than 100,000 people under evacuation orders.
We will continue to battle these wildfires from the air and on the ground until they are fully contained.
This weekend, the Palisades fire making a new run to the north. This is the view from inside a low-flying California Air National Guard aircraft engaged in the fight. You can hear the altitude alert, then the sound of the retardant being dropped. We were with crews on the front lines in Brentwood yesterday. LA Fire Department Captain Scott Quasigro telling me,
helicopters have been hitting us pretty hard, so we're kind of just letting it creep up to us, and then we'll knock it out as soon as it gets to us.
We saw firsthand the impact of those gusting winds.
These gusts are what you got to worry about. I mean, even just in the last minute, we could see those houses 30 seconds ago, and now the gusts pick up, and that's the danger.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
Also in Brentwood, early yesterday morning, police responding to a call of a possible burglary at Vice President Kamala Harris's home. The neighborhood has been under an evacuation order since Wednesday. Authorities said they did not find evidence a burglary had occurred. However, they say they did arrest 2 people for violating the curfew. And the FBI releasing these images of the Super Scooper aircraft struck by a drone while battling the Palisades fire Thursday. That hole about 3 by 6 inches in size. They say this is the drone that caused it.
There's so many unauthorized drones in the area that they are impacting law enforcement and firefighters' efforts to suppress this fire and actually get it contained.
And east of the Palisades fire, at the Eaton fire, where firefighters are also battling hotspots, a big jump in the containment figure today. It now stands at 27%. And Lindsay, right now we're inside the LA City Fire Air Operations, and that right there is one of the several dozen helicopters that we've been watching make water drop after water drop against these fires since it all broke out early last week. And we know right now crews are gearing up to go back out, both to fight existing fires and to fight any new fires that pop up over the next few days. Lindsay?
Progress, but still not enough. Matt, thank you.
Sis, I'm turning into a mom.
The sweater vest.
No, my super soft skin. See?
Jergens Original Cherry Almond Lotion.
Smooth.
Mom will be so proud.
You're like one big baby butt.
And try Shea plus Cocoa Butter Moisturizer. Jergens.
Thank you. Next tonight, the frontline firefighters are getting reinforcements and support from around the globe. Dozens of firefighters from Mexico are in California tonight to help. And at the Vatican, Pope Francis offered prayers for those devastated by the flames. ABC's Jacqueline Lee reports again tonight from Southern California.
Tonight, with the grueling firefight expected to continue through the week, urgently needed assistance arriving from far and wide to combat the flames. First responders from California and 9 other states now on the front lines. Dozens of emergency personnel arriving on 2 planes from Mexico. California Governor Gavin Newsom greeting them on the tarmac.
This is what friends do. We're incredibly humbled and grateful that the president was willing to send the crew you see behind me. They'll be out on the lines within the next 24, 36 hours.
Fire crews from Canada also expected to arrive Monday, joining the more than 14,000 personnel already deployed. 70 additional water trucks also arriving ahead of that potentially dangerous wind event.
It's freeing up our other local resources. So as we continue to move forward and pre-deploy fire, air, ground, the more resources that are flooding in to help us with our current fires, the better we are prepared to pre-deploy.
We were there as firefighters from Kern County, who traveled more than 100 miles to assist, inspected the destruction in Altadena.
These firefighters physically walking house to house to make sure there's no chance a hotspot can grow into something larger.
Captain Tyson Kingsbury telling us he's never seen a fire this devastating.
The speed, the level, just how many homes that it's just destroyed.
Wow, okay. So is this the worst fire you've covered?
It's the worst fire I've ever been to, yeah.
And how long have you been doing this for?
30 years.
It comes as authorities announced today they would suspend escorts for residents into areas damaged by the fires, saying the number of requests overwhelmed their existing resources.
In driving around some of these areas, they literally look like war zones. There are down power poles, electric wires. There are still some smoldering fires. It is not safe. We want to get you back into your homes, but we can't allow that until it is safe for you to do so.
Lindsay, officials are warning residents to stay away given the dangers of downed power lines and gas leaks. Firefighters rushing to put out embers ahead of the incoming wind event to preserve homes like these that survived. Lindsay.
Certainly a welcome sight. Jacqueline, thank you. The ATF is leading the investigation into the cause of the deadly inferno. A task force, which includes local, state, and federal investigators, is trying to determine how the wildfire started, interviewing residents as they search for clues. Here's ABC's Alex Stone with the new details coming in tonight.
Tonight, authorities investigating the origins and causes of the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. The Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or ATF, taking the lead of the newly formed Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them.
It remains unclear how the Pacific Palisades fire started last week, but the agency says its certified fire investigators have been on the scene. Professionals whose training includes starting their own fires in a controlled environment.
If they can understand how they can set fires and how fires transition through a building, they can better understand how to investigate.
According to the U.S. Forest Service, nearly 85% of wildfires in the United States are caused by humans. Culprits include unattended campfires, burning debris, equipment malfunctions, discarded cigarettes, and intentional acts of arson. And data collected by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection shows at least 8 of the most destructive wildfires in the state's history have been linked to electrical and power lines. ABC News learning tonight, Southern California Edison, one of California's major private utility companies, has filed 2 electronic safety incident reports pertaining to the Eaton and Hearst fires, a sign investigators might be examining if the utility's equipment contributed to an ignition. Lindsay, we just got word from the medical examiner here in Los Angeles County that now 24 people have been confirmed dead in these fires. Lindsay?
Alex, thank you. And those dangerous Santa Ana winds are set to return tomorrow. Let's bring in ABC meteorologist Samara Theodore. And Samara, track those winds for us. And also, can you give us any historical context for these dry conditions?
Absolutely, Lindsay. I'll start by saying things have been relatively calm, and that's been giving firefighters a fighting chance, but that's all getting ready to change. Wind speeds will be picking up again tomorrow. Wind gusts could range between 35 and 55 miles per hour. Some areas could see gusts as high as 70 miles per hour, but we all expect this to come to a head by Tuesday morning, peaking winds up to 61 miles per hour in places like Burbank. And then, of course, there's the issue of the wildfires. Tonight, with calmer winds, we're seeing more air stagnation, so very heavy wildfire smoke is anticipated in places like Santa Monica. But ultimately, Lindsay, right now, Los Angeles is in a severe drought. Between May and now, they've seen about 0.16 inches of rain. The last time we saw a deficit like that between the months of July and January was in the year 1962. The difference is now temperatures have been 4 degrees warmer. That means hotter air is leading to the grounds drying out faster. And in a changing climate, we can just expect more of that.
The wind and dry conditions, clearly a deadly mix. Samara, thank you. Now to politics and confirmation hearings for some of President-elect Trump's cabinet picks. The FBI briefing committee members on Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth. The former Fox News host is one of Trump's most controversial selections, and his hearing on Tuesday could prove explosive. ABC's Mary Alice Parks reports from Capitol Hill tonight.
Tonight, several of President-elect Donald Trump's nominees gearing up for a public grilling. 14 Senate confirmation hearings scheduled for this week. One of the first, former Fox News anchor Pete Hegseth, nominated to be the Secretary of Defense, in the hot seat Tuesday. Hegseth has faced allegations of sexual and financial misconduct as well as alcohol abuse. He will also face tough questions about his policy positions. He has in the past been highly critical of the Pentagon's efforts to diversify.
Because I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
Hegseth denies all allegations and has never been charged. And now he says he supports women serving today. Republicans have 53 seats in the Senate, meaning nominees do not need Democratic votes, but they also cannot afford to lose more than 2 Republicans. One big question mark, Republican Senator Joni Ernst, a former lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves who did multiple combat tours and has been hesitant about Hegseth's nomination. ABC News learning that Hegseth sat for an interview with the FBI as investigators interviewed multiple people from his personal life as a part of a background check. Tonight, top senators on the committee briefed on the results of that investigation. And after weeks of meetings across Capitol Hill, Tulsi Gabbard, tapped to be Trump's director of national intelligence, gaining ground over the weekend after a major reversal, now in support of an overseas surveillance program she once opposed, saying it needed reform.
Mary Alice reports now from Capitol Hill. Mary Alice, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance is seeming to couch Trump's vow to pardon January 6 rioters on the first day in office at this point.
Yeah, Vance said today that if someone committed violence on that day, they obviously should not be pardoned. But just last week, Trump was asked specifically about people who attacked police officers, and he did not answer directly. He talked about his plans to grant major pardons. Of course, we know more than 140 officers were seriously injured that day. Lindsay?
Mary Alice, thank you. Later in the broadcast, more from Los Angeles as communities come together to support those most in need. And just ahead, a frigid blast teams aim at half the country. Wind chills plummeting well below zero. Next tonight, a frigid...
If you don't want to open your third eye, then don't watch this video. This method isn't for everyone. If experiencing what it's like to have an open eye sounds interesting, then you are really going to like this. This recently leaked 30-second method is so powerful at activating the pineal third eye that a few elite individuals have kept it under wraps for centuries. But now the information is out, and people across the world are using it to manifest everything they desire in a very short amount of time. Did you know that every night, in the quiet hours between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m., something extraordinary happens within you? The pineal center.
Frigid Arctic blast is on its way to the eastern half of the country. Places like Minneapolis, Chicago, and Cincinnati can expect a return to below zero wind chills by midweek, and the freeze will stick around for a while. It's expected to last into next week. When we come back, Blue Origin prepares for blast-off, where you can see the historic launch. To the index now, the countdown is on for historic launch. Blue Origin's 32-story high New Glenn rocket is set to blast off from Cape Canaveral in the early hours of Monday, a first-of-its-kind mission. If you're awake between 1 and 4 a.m. on the East Coast, Blue Origin says the launch will be visible as far north as the Carolinas. The NFL playoff.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have
We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always
Matthew Bigler, KNX.
Hi, thank you. This is probably a question for, I'll step back a little bit to avoid feedback, for some of the elected.
Use your phone hassle-free, which I always love.
All right, that's it. Those are 3 of my favorite reasons. On mobile, I'm Sherry, your telecom expert with Whistle Out. Thanks for watching.
Extended period of time, but this just gives you an idea of just this is about as close as they could possibly get. All the way out here to the Country Mart is about as close as they can get to an area with electricity to begin responding to this part of Malibu. Guys, back to you.
Wow, we will see what comes of that over the next days and weeks. Chris, thank you for showing us that. Let's get to our weather and 3 words that we are going to be talking about again this week. Particularly dangerous situation. You know, particularly, it sounds like it's underplaying the danger here, but that's what we've had the last time several major fires have broken out, including last week, Shayla. Particularly dangerous situation is on the way.
Yes, and that is what we're facing this week. Now, the silver lining here is it's going to be for a small area, and I'll show you that in just a moment. This next Santa Ana wind event not going to be as widespread as what we saw last time, but still not conditions you want to be talking about after what Southern California just saw this past week. Showing you our Keller Peak sky camera because it has been shaking in the winds this evening. So we still are seeing some windy conditions in those wind-prone spots, those Santa Ana corridors, out towards Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, even up into Santa Clarita, seeing those gusts around 25 miles per hour. Conditions really start to calm down though as you head towards Los Angeles. Malibu Hills, Pacific Palisades, Pasadena, all seeing single digits or even low teens when it comes to those wind gusts. Moving out though into the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, Riverside, even down into Lake Elsinore, it's been seeing wind gusts 25 to 35 miles per hour. So we are still seeing some light winds. That'll continue to be the case through your Monday, and that's why this red flag warning, it is not going anywhere, sticking around through Wednesday. So breezy conditions will still be in the mix. We're also still seeing some very low humidity for some spots, 8 to 20%. And then we are going to see these winds pick up once again as we head to late Monday night, early Tuesday morning. Now, I want to start off with the good news. Like I mentioned earlier, this is not going to be as widespread as that last event we had. It's also not going to be as strong, but we do have some areas of concern. So it's western portions of LA into Ventura County, up the I-5. All these areas you see in tan right here under a wind advisory advisory. So during that time window, we could see anywhere winds from 25 to 35 miles per hour, gusts over 50 are possible, and then high wind warning, that's the yellow you see right here, winds 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts could reach up to 70 miles per hour. Now that's going to be for higher elevations, isolated gusts, but we are talking about some potentially strong winds entering the mix. The timing, the strongest wind is going to be from early Tuesday through noon Wednesday. So you'll notice relatively calm conditions as we head into your Monday. Just starting to see some of those winds pick up as we get into your late Monday afternoon, but by Tuesday morning, that's when the reds, the pinks start to re-enter the picture once again. So for most of you, this event is going to be in that moderate range, but the tan areas you just saw, we're talking about some strong Santa Ana winds in the mix as we head into the next couple of days. All right, here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Hazy conditions for you out there tomorrow. Tuesday is when those winds start to pick up, lingering through your Wednesday. Valleys, Inland Empire, low 60s tomorrow. I do want to draw your attention to the end of the week. There is this light chance for some showers. It's small, but it's there. I obviously would be some much needed relief if we can see even just a little bit of moisture towards the end of the week. Beach spots, you're in the 60s to start the week. Morning clouds in the mix. You'll start to notice some of those gusty winds returning by Tuesday, tapering off by your Wednesday, but it will still be breezy for you on Wednesday. Mountain spots, you have a cold week ahead. Only making it to the 30s tomorrow. Overnight lows in the teens. Tuesday passes, we'll see gusts up to 40 miles per hour, tapering off to 30 mile per hour gusts by Tuesday. And then finally our desert spots, 50s to start the week, warming up to the 60s thanks to that offshore flow. But again, Tuesday, Wednesday, Jory, Michelle, it's that time of concern. Not as bad as what we saw last time, but I mean, not what we want to be talking about after what we just saw.
Yeah.
Certainly not, Shayla. Thank you for that information, though. All right, well, the impacts of the fires are certainly far-reaching, and Rob Fukasaki joins us now with more on how the fires have affected the world of sports. Hi, Rob.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, of course, it certainly has been a sobering and devastating week here in Southern California, and the fires and the aftermath has certainly affected the world of sports. The Rams have been in Arizona since Friday night, gearing up for tomorrow night's playoff game with the Vikings, a matchup that was supposed to be at SoFi Stadium. With an update on how Sean McVay and company are doing as they prepare, we check in live with our Kurt Sandoval in Glendale, Arizona. Curtis.
Well, thank you, Rob. Certainly one of the life lessons all of us have learned by watching these wildfires is perspective. Yes, we all love our stuff, but as we've seen other people lose their homes, the loss of life, as long as we have our loved ones, we realize that's really the priority in life. So as we come to you here on the eve of the playoff game that was supposed to be a home game for the Rams here in Arizona. Remember, some of the Rams personnel have lost homes and some of the players were evacuated.
We came out here to be safe. We feel safe. We're able to, be together with our families and our friends and teammates. It was weird, honestly. You don't know, this is my first time ever going through something like this. I'm more used to snowstorms and, not fires. And so going through this, like you said, going to practice and that walkthrough, it was clear, and then coming out to practice, you see 2 more fires pop up. It kind of gets nerve-wracking. Once we were able to, get us handled on the situation, once, the Rams did what they had to do to make sure that we were going to be safe, it took a lot of the stress away.
You talked about your boys. Did they say anything unique about when you said traveling, whether it was in the hotel or on the bus?
Yeah, I don't know. We've tried to keep this as, stress-free for the boys and just all the movement stuff that's been going on. And they had the bug that's been going around for a couple weeks, and so just got over that, and suddenly we're all over the place. So I try to keep it as normal as possible, but keep them busy. We keep them busy. Lego sets, and go to the zoo and go do fun things.
When the Rams fly home after this game tomorrow, there won't be 1 plane, there will be 3 planes. I think that truly speaks to the magnitude of what it took to get here. It's not just 385 miles from where we stand here in Glendale, Arizona, to the Rams practice facility in Woodland Hills. It starts at the top, and Mr. Kroenke, Rob, has been astonishing, bringing family, friends, relatives, parents, dogs and cats. They all made the trip. Rob, back to you.
All right, Curtis, thanks very much. And I know the Arizona Cardinals, that franchise has been extremely accommodating and hospitable. So thank you to them. Those devastating fires are certainly not on just the people here in Southern California, but also across the nation. To pay tribute today, the NFL also doing the same in Philadelphia prior to the Eagles game against the Packers. And certainly you know that moment of silence likely is going to be very emotional prior to kickoff in Arizona tomorrow night between the Rams and the Vikings. Meantime, the Eagles and Bills have advanced to the divisional round. The Lakers and the Clippers will play their home games tomorrow. They are scheduled to play. Lakers host the Spurs, Clippers host the Heat. It would have been the Lakers' third straight postponement, so hopefully the red flag warning and those wins stay calm, and they can get those games, and slowly we return to normal.
Fingers crossed. Rob, thank you, and we will be right back.
Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone, and you'll get iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. Now with Genmoji. That's a value of up to $1,600. Only on Verizon.
There are many ways to do it at Planet Fitness, but only one way to start. Come in. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Free fitness training. Open 24 hours. Just $15 a month.
We're just getting started.
I'm Premium Wireless for $15 a month at Mint Mobile. When I Premium Wireless for $15 a month, I think, why not Premium Wireless for $15 a month? Let's be honest, Premium Wireless for $15 a month, am I right?